Hello, my friends, and welcome to Magic Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes. My name is Monty DeVuti. I am joined by Mr. Paul Cheon in beautiful Las Vegas, and we get to cover some Team Limited, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the event. I mean, we've been talking about this for months.
Yeah.
This is the event that I've been by far the most excited to cover for the entirety of the year because we get to cover an event that we almost never get to cover, this event, Team Limited. I mean, this is my favorite way to approach Magic. Sweating out a match from one of your teammates and then just being able to watch collectively you get that win as a team. I mean, there's just nothing better.
Yeah, we've been excited for this event for the better part. It is one of my favorite ways to play Magic. We'll tell you all about what team playing for this weekend. Well, for that, we need to take a look at the prize pool. Now, Pro Tour invites for the top 4 teams, so 12 players earning an invite to the Pro Tour here. There is also that exclusive foil promo for the top 48 teams, Electra, Daughter of the Hand. What about cash, Paul?
Yeah, so here, you know, we have $15,000 going to the winner there. That means $5,000 per person and a Pro Tour invite. Not bad, of course. Moving down, we have $7,500 for second, $3,750 for third and fourth, and then if you make that top 8, you get $3,000 for the team. Going all the way down to the top 20, where you get $900, $300 per individual.
And one of the coolest things about, of course, these Spotlight Series events is the unique prizes for first place. And for Marvel Superheroes, we do have that Infinity Gauntlet with the Mind Stone in it for each of the winning players. An incredibly cool trophy. We'll get you some shots of that later on throughout the day. But that's really, really cool. Now, of course, Team Sealed. Let's talk about the format, Paul. What is Team Sealed? What can we expect to see here on the first 2 days of the tournament?
Yeah, so imagine you're doing Sealed deck. I'm sure most people are kind of familiar with that. But now you get to open double the number of booster packs here. You start with teams of 3 players, followed by opening 12 booster packs of Marvel Superheroes. That's basically a third of a box right there. And then you have to put together 3 40-card decks minimum. I guess you could play more if you like. And the way that it works is, you know, it's you have 3 players playing, and if your team wins 2 out of the 3 matches, your entire team gets a win for that round. Now, I mean, you know, Team Sealed is probably one of the harder things to do. Actually, you and I messed around yesterday in a Team Sealed event, which was really, really fun. But, you know, I mean, not only are you just building the best deck for yourself, you have to kind of figure out, hey, my deck's too strong. I need to make yours a little bit better. Do I need to give you some cards? There's a lot of give and take in Team Sealed, and it's going to be really interesting to see kind of what the top teams figure out while they, you know, kind of approach this format.
Yeah, notably Magic has 5 colors, right? So there isn't a clean 2-color pairing per player. Usually there will be some amount of overlap, some amount of breaking a color apart, which means compromises and give and take and figuring out exactly which of the 2 decks for the color you're splitting wants which cards, which makes it a really interesting dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. Oftentimes you will be splitting, you have almost no choice but to split one color unless you put together a monocolor deck, and what you're going to be looking for is probably the deeper colors. And in this format, you know, typically that's like white or blue, but you never know depending on kind of what you open. And yeah, you go, hey, I'm the aggressive deck. Give me all the aggressive white cards. You're playing maybe a blue-white control deck. I'll take maybe some of the slower cards, and you kind of have to figure that out while you're doing the builds.
Yeah, one cool, interesting dynamic about Team Sealed is the end result of decks don't really feel like sealed decks or what we typically think of sealed decks, which are lower in power. They feel higher power, usually on draft deck quality.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would argue that sometimes it's even better than draft decks, where basically, you know, you have your sealed decks. Sometimes you have bad pulls. It's kind of slower, right? You play slower cards. Draft, much faster. Here, since you're opening 12 packs, you're almost building mini block constructed decks to the point where, you know, you can't really just expect the games to go long. You're going to know that you're going to be playing against bombs. You're going to be playing against streamlined curves. Everybody's going to be building a deck with a good mana curve, so you have to take that approach. Don't approach it like it's sealed. Approach it more like it's draft.
All right, and we'll talk about team draft later on, but let's take a look at the schedule for the weekend. Day 1, that's today. We are kicking things off. Team Sealed all day, 8 rounds of Swiss, 6 or better, or all teams tied with whatever record the team in 48th place has will be coming back tomorrow for day 2. Same deal. We start things off with Team Sealed, 6 rounds of Swizz, and then we cut to the top 4 teams, and that's when Team Draft kicks into play, Paul.
Yeah, and that's going to be really interesting. The top 4 teams are going to be drafting the winner of each of those pods. Basically, there's going to be 2 3-on-3 draft pods. The winning teams of those then will play one additional draft to see who kind of comes down as the champion and the winner of those Infinity Gauntlets.
Right, so we will talk more about team draft as the weekend goes on, but that's not until tomorrow afternoon. For today, let's talk about the format, Marvel Superheroes, because this is a very new format. This is release weekend right now. Talk to me about some of the archetypes we can expect to see this weekend, Paul.
Yeah, as you can see, we are now finally back into a world of 10 fully fleshed out color pairings here, starting things off with blue-white teamwork, probably my favorite archetype in this entire format. Blue-black, draw 2 cards, probably my second favorite thing just because I like drawing a lot of cards. The Rakdos color combinations is the villains deck. The red-green deck is the power-up deck where you have a bunch of these creatures where you can pay additional mana to power up your creatures and have them become gigantic. Green-white is kind of the aggressive Heroes Matter decks. Black-white, a little bit different. You still want to be aggressive, but you get a lot of benefits from attacking alone. Blue-red is the artifacts deck. This is the one I'm not as high on. It's just really hard to put together a great artifacts deck. Golgari, not surprising, creatures in graveyard, that's always been kind of its thing. Red-white cares about casting non-creature spells, oftentimes on your own creatures for a benefit. And then you have the blue-green rampy value deck that also looks to put +1/+1 counters and get bonuses when you do so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of nice overlap between these archetypes as well. There's cards that play well in 2 different combinations, so you can find homes for them. So it does feel like a format that while there are these 10 unique archetypes, there is some amount of choices to be made in terms of overlap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the blue-green theme is +1/+1 counters. What deck doesn't want +1/+1 counters on their creatures, right? So you take some of those cards, you put it into your green-white deck. I mean, you can just as easily have a very, very solid streamlined green-white deck that also just has a bunch of +1/+1 counter payoffs. So yeah, a lot of these are, you can go a lot of different directions. The mana fixing in this format is actually quite nice as well. You have a bunch of the basic land cyclers that you can play to help you splash a bunch of colors. So yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff you can do.
Okay, so how things are going to work today is we have a main team. This is the team that we have watched them build and interviewed them afterwards with Nick Miller. But this is a team we're going to be following all day or as long as they're live. This is a team of Frank Scarron, Pete Ingram, and world champion Seth Manfield. So let's start by taking a look at Frank's deck. And I think this is where we can right off the bat highlight what we were talking about when it comes to being better than draft decks. First thing I noticed, Paul, 3 copies of the Kingpin of Crime right there. That's a rare, by the way.
Yeah, 3 copies of the rare, and sometimes this happens, right? You open 12 packs and you just go, well, I just have all the awesome black-white cards. Let's just put it all in the same deck. Now, of course, it is legendary, so that's it could be an issue. But hey, look, if you're an aggressive white-black deck and you have 3 copies of a 3-mana, potentially 5/5, I mean, that can just do a lot of work. Really streamlined deck. You also see 1 copy of the Sentry, Golden Guardian, which is just a fantastic bomb in its own right. As long as they don't kill your Sentry, we actually talked about this. There's a lot of ways to kill Sentry in the format, so kind of a double-edged sword there. But when it works, yeah, it just absolutely wins you the game. Good interaction. This just looks like a rock-solid black-white deck.
Yeah, and one thing I want to shout out here is Frank does have a bit of an equipment package going on. That's one of the more niche sub-archetypes that exists in black. So he has 2 copies of Swordsman, Sharp Scoundrel, as well as a Ronin, and you do see the prioritization, 3 copies of Shield Spike in this deck. A common that has been overperforming for both of us. We've liked it quite a bit, but to see 3 copies, that's a shout-out to equipment synergies.
Yeah, I have been super impressed by this equipment. It's one of those like sleeper cards where traditionally I think the natural heuristic of when you see a common level equipment, you just kind of disregard it as an unplayable card or barely playable. That is not the case with this card. This card has really overperformed. I'm happy playing 2 copies of this card in most of my creature-centric decks. It just does a lot of work. 3 is a lot though, and the only reason to play the 3rd copy is with all of those equipment synergies.
All right, so that's Frank Scarron with black-white in the A seat. Next up, Seth Manfield in the B seat. Now he is blue-white. Talk to me about this deck, Paul.
Yeah, so Seth Manfield here on the blue-white deck, noting that white is the color, and you're going to see this often. White is considered the deepest color in Marvel Superheroes Limited, so the teams actually decided to split the white cards here. Seth playing kind of more of a controlling blue-white deck. This one is not looking to be as aggressive. It wants to draw a bunch of cards. You see, one of the best commons in the set, perhaps even the best common in the set, in Hero in Training, 2 copies of that, and also a really interesting card, the Mind Stone, right? If you harness the power power of the Mind Stone, you get to flicker your permanents. So I think Seth has a lot more cards that care about things that enter the battlefield and give you some value. 2 copies of Hero in Training, great. Also, 2 copies of Shield Flying Card. I mean, Seth basically just put together a blue-white blink deck.
Right, exactly. Hero in Training, Night Nurse, another excellent card to blink, really makes life hard for your opponent. Once you're taking advantage of cards like Hero in Training, Night Nurse, Red Guardian, a lot of these powerful enters abilities. So that's what Seth has going on. Of course, shout out also to the Vision, very powerful card in its own right there. But I would say the Seth, compared to Frank's deck, definitely a bit lower in power level, though still very strong.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing with Seth's deck, though, it's really tricky. It looks kind of difficult to play, but it gives you the opportunity to kind of play circles around your opponents. And that's exactly the deck that you would want probably the best player in this entire room to be playing.
Hey, by title, the best player in the world until Atlanta, where we crown a new world champion. Seth Manfield is the world champion right now. All right, off to their teammate, their third player, Pete Ingram in the C seat. We have a black-green deck with a splash for red. Talk to me about this one, Paul.
Yeah, now this deck, I mean, it looks straightforward, but it also looks extremely powerful here. 3 copies of Undercover Scroll, fantastic green common, really gives you the option to kind of splash whatever you want. And in this case, we're splashing red here for Hulk Gamma Goliath, Madam Hydra, presumably there's a bunch of villains in this deck, and also Avengers Under Siege, a very, very powerful saga. But, the most powerful card in this deck, the Coming of Galactus, a 5-mana saga, absolute windmill slam dunk bomb here. 5 mana, kill a permanent, get your opponent, drain your opponent twice, get him down to 16, and nice flavor win, right? You can literally just win the game with just 1 card. You get a 16/16 giant Galactus on the battlefield.
And 2 copies of Rapid Rescue with all of these powerful permanents, just having the ability to find them. You can really see why there's 2 copies in this deck, because Pete's deck is just all about ramping out these haymakers and finding them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a really solid deck. And also Killmonger there, absolutely incredible uncommon. I mean, in most decks, that's just, hey, 4 mana, 5/4. I sacrifice my weakest creature to kill the biggest permanent in play.
Yeah, so that's the team that we're going to be following all day. Their decks look quite strong. The players, of course, very good. But we have some opponents for them. We have some matches of Magic. Let's go down to it and kick off Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here with some team sealed action. So we are going to be kicking things off, I believe, with the match of Seth Manfield against John Eusebio, I want to say. So Seth on the left of your screen, he is blue-white. On the right, that is John. Now, what is John working with here, Paul? Oops. I believe it is blue, black, green. So a black-green deck splashing some blue here, if I'm not mistaken, for John. Looks like for removal primarily, 2 copies of Trickster Stratagem as well as a Frozen in Ice. But more excitingly for me, to the Serpent Society, Paul, in this deck.
Okay. So Serpent Society is a really fun card. 3 mana for a 3/4 Death Touch creature. With Ward, you get 5 poison counters. So you kill the first one, and then if you play the second one, well, that one's going to stay in play.
I think you dealt with some of that yesterday, Paul.
I sure did. I killed it, got to 5 poison, and then they reanimated it, and then basically I just couldn't do anything about it. I wanted to kill it again, but then I would have died.
All right, so we are off to the races here for Seth, starting off with the Mind Stone into an Atlantean Cavalry. For John, here we go. We have an Agents of Hydra into the Serpent Society #1. Now, it is a legendary creature, but that's not really the part that you're worried about.
Right. Yeah. So the world where the Serpent Society can really shine is when you can find other Death Touch creatures. Now, by itself, it's a great creature, right? 3 mana for a 3/4 Death Touch creature. You're never going to complain about that. But if you can get other Death Touch creatures in play and that trades with one of your opponent's creatures, that's where you get the value. Whenever another creature you control with Death Touch dies, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice.
Right. So that is where the power of the deck really lies. Now.
Right.
Seth, we see Hero in Training coming down, extra counter on the Atlantean Cavalry. Back to reading the Serpent Society. There's a lot of text on that card.
Right, yeah. But the thing is, if it's the only thing in play, it's just a 3/4 Death Touch creature. So fairly safe here for Seth to attack with the Cavalry if he wants, as it does have Vigilance.
Right. So Starting things off with an attack, and Agents of Hydra just getting in front here. Now it does have a, when it dies, create a 2/1 Menace villain token. 2/1 Menace villains, one of the more common tokens that we see in the format.
Right.
It is the one that all of the villains cards really take advantage of, other than some of the robot villains.
Right, absolutely. So yeah, most of the tokens you just kind of assume are going to be 2/1 Menace tokens in this format. It looks like are they looking to get him a token?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
that is my
believe our
guess.
table judges getting him a token,
Yeah,
so
right.
no miss triggers there.
Right.
And it does look like we've gone back John's way. So turn 4, Seth doing what his deck does, has the Mind Stone down. 2 more mana means that he can harness the power of it. But until then, really just playing these creatures that provide some value and, more importantly, gum up the board.
Yeah, absolutely here. And John saying, hey, look, if you want to double block my villain and trade with hero and training, I'm okay with that, especially with the Mind Stone in play. You want to kind of just kill anything that has a good come into play effect from Seth Manfield's side of the battlefield.
Yeah, so I believe that was a no block from Seth, if I'm not mistaken.
And then,
just losing a little life.
and then a rapid rescue hitting land or Killmonger, and chooses to keep one of the best uncommons in the format there in the Killmonger.
Now, slightly awkward because Milden Island, that is his splash color.
Right.
So losing out on that. But you're not really going to take an island over Killmonger in that spot.
Absolutely. And he is playing 2 islands, so it doesn't mean that he's just completely dead or completely incapable of casting a blue spell.
Right. Red Room Recruit, the follow-up now for John.
I wonder if Seth is trying to at least represent a We Say DNA here, as he does have that mana available to counter a spell. Card that I've been very, very impressed with in this format.
Yeah, it is a format of curve, but it is also a format of haymakers. There are some very powerful high-impact cards, usually starting around the 3+ mana mark, but 4 and 5 especially have some big hits. So having an answer like that allows you to trade up on mana. Quench effects have been getting better in recent sets for sure. We see a rising trend of, as cards become more powerful across the board, the power and value of a 2-mana counterspell also goes up proportionately.
Yeah, and kind of the reverse goes for expensive cards, right? You know, you just have like The Thing is a perfect example where you look at it and it's a 6-mana 7/7 trampler with upside, and it's like barely playable, right? Just because of just how efficient the removal and the interaction now exists in the format.
Right. The bar has absolutely been raised on what a playable 5, 6, 7 mana card looks like in a modern limited format.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so that was a Brute being discarded, so the Red Room Recruit on the Knife picks up a counter, and back we go Seth's way.
Yeah, Seth's deck, super tricky blue-white deck. You know, double shield flying cars, all kinds of flickering nonsense his deck is capable of, and then presumably he also has a decent number of interaction in his deck as well. Wants to at least try to shut down the Serpent Society if he can. Has that attack still available with the cavalry, right? Just because, look, if you want to block, it's just a trade, and you're happy with that trade every time.
Right. And one thing, of course, that we do have to note is in this format of Team Sealed, each player is playing their individual match, but one thing that you may see from time to time is somebody's attention gets drawn away for a second. A teammate wants an input on a play to make, a block, a mulligan decision, whatever it may be. Even though you are responsible for making timely plays across in your own match, you are able to contribute in all 3 matches.
Yeah.
So it is really a collaborative effort, even though there is an emphasis on playing your own match.
Right, yeah. And of course, there is a lot of value to that where if you have, especially a very, very strong B seat, right? Somebody like, for example, Seth Manfield, where you can actually look to your teammates and give them some quick input on what you can do to kind of help improve your plays. One note, though, if you are interested in exploring Team Limited is, so oftentimes conferring with your teammates can be a downside because then, especially in one of those instances where it's like you kind of give away what you have, right? Where you're like, this one or that one, which creature should I kill, right? So you do have to be very careful and pick your spots when you try to get help from your teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. So back we go here. We are on John's side. We know that he has that copy of Killmonger that he picked up the previous turn. So that is an option available to him. Facing down the infinite potential of the Mind Stone on the next turn if Seth is able to play a 6th land, harness the Mind Stone, and then really start taking advantage of these Enter's abilities.
Right. And now Seth also, has been continuing to represent that we say DNA. And the problem is, because of the teamwork on that card, you just can't play around it.
Right.
Right. Like playing around 2 mana you can do, 4 is just almost impossible.
Okay, so rather than run Killmonger into the potential of open mana, it is going to just be a Hydra Troopers coming down here from John. And Seth says that hasn't resolved yet. It is on the stack.
Counter.
So
this has to be a counter. Yep.
We say Vine, as you have called, it is on the stack. It is teamwork, so has to pay 4, unable to do so. So Hydra Troopers in the yard. Taking a look at the remainder of John's hand, I see a copy of Baxter Building alongside the Killmonger, and one card that I haven't quite made out yet. I think it might be a Restorative Technique, but I'm not certain.
Yeah.
Back we go Seth's way.
Murdoch's Crusade, 5 poison.
It's like Ward 5. Seth Manfield has the choice to pay or not.
Look, the first time you kill it, it's totally harmless,
it's
right?
essentially free.
Yeah.
Now, there are cards that put counters on a player in the format.
Right.
But there's not many, and they're not very good. So, for the most part, the first 5 poison counters are free.
Absolutely.
It's when the second Serpent Society hits the board that things get interesting.
That's right. So Seth lining up in a really nice attack here for 7 damage, 3 in the air and 4 at vigilance. If John wants to get rid of the cavalry, he would have to double block with the creatures that he has in play.
Yeah, now I'm not sure if we do have poison counters built into the overlay, but if we don't, Seth has 5 poison counters.
Yeah. And it does look like a restorative technique in John's hand.
Okay. So, Atlantean Cavalry as well as the Flyer coming in here from Seth Manfield.
I mean, you can't just chump block with a 2/3, right? That's just, oh man, that is a rough trade to make when you're sitting at 18 life. I think either you double block or you take both in this spot.
Right. It is an interesting shout here from John, and I'm not sure what it's really indicating.
Unless John is at a lower life total, because he should have taken 3 in the air and it still says 18. So perhaps the life totals are not what we think they are.
Yeah, it is possible that our overlay is not fully updated here. And if that's the case, then we will work on getting that fixed, so that may have to wait until the next game.
Right.
But I would guess that you're probably right. Seth has been attacking for quite a few turns now.
With the cavalry?
With the cavalry.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been chumped the whole time. So
right.
I would guess that John is likely at a lower life total than we're looking at right now.
Yeah, and he didn't go for the double block there because I guess he has the restorative technique in hand. So you chump block, cast restorative technique, then you can turn the villain into a 3/2, which can hopefully trade with cavalry. But actually just Killmonger.
Yeah, he wanted fodder for the Killmonger,
That's right.
You have to he drew the second Serpent Society.
Okay.
All right. I don't think we're getting to a second Serpent Society.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Shield flying car.
The first of 2 copies of Shield flying car. The Restoration Angel vehicle here in the format.
Look, like I said, he's got kind of like a budget Blink deck here going. Double Shield. You got the Mind Stone here as well. I mean, this is just, if you have slow sorcery speed removal, Seth is going to be all over that.
Right. So, very dominating game 1 here from Seth Manfield. Again, we do think the overlay may be broken right now, so we are not fully updating. Seth is only blue-white. He does not have 4 colors. Spider-Woman coming down, tapping Killmonger, and then crewing the shield flying car. Everybody in.
12 damage?
Yeah,
12 damage?
12 damage coming across. Down to 6.
Okay.
All right, so the life total was accurate.
So he went from 21 to 18 then?
Yep.
Which makes that jump even weirder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is definitely conservative, but
Yeah.
also you see the sheer damage output the Seth deck is capable of.
Right.
So that is game one going to Seth Manfield. Now, as we mentioned in the team sealed format, that is one game of one of the three matches. You see, I believe the pip next to Frank Scarron means Frank is also up a game in his match. Pete Ingram versus Cyril Puno, they are still in game one in their match. So you are playing three individual matches, and you need to win two of these three matches to move on. If you win two, the third match is irrelevant.
You don't have to play it out at all here. So right now you kind of see that lead. Although, we're going to try to show you as many matches as possible. Of course, some of these rounds can take some time here. So, even after the outcome of Seth's match, we will immediately move on to either Pete or Frank Scarron's match.
Right, exactly. We will show you a lot of Magic action this weekend because there will be a lot of Magic
And that's what people want to see, right? The set just came out on Tuesday or whatever on Arena, so it hasn't been out for very long.
The set did just come out. Great shout, Paul. Marvel Superheroes available now. StarCityGames.com/MSH for all of your Marvel superhero needs. And I got to tell you, Paul, I've been having a blast playing this limited format. I think that there are a lot of powerful cards in the set, so I'm excited to see whether they will have wider implications as we look forward to a modern Pro Tour in a few weeks and how it affects Standard. But for now, the limited format, an absolute blast.
Yeah, absolutely. And the really cool thing about this format, too, is there's a bunch of mini combos in the format where, like, if you assemble a couple of cards together, they end up working super well together. I mean, the one cool combo everybody knows about is if you somehow manage to play 4 colors and get the entire Fantastic Four onto the battlefield, you win the game.
You win the game. All right, so that is game one. Marvel Superheroes out now that you can pick up from StarCityGames.com/MSH, and we are going to go back into our match. So, as we come back into it, we see that Pete Ingram has now picked up a pip. So, domination in the first game from Team Ingram, Manfield, Scarron. And I will also have to shout out, it is Pete Ingram's birthday. So not only are they the team we are following today, but they are the birthday team. And the birthday brings quite a bit of luck. So for Seth, once again, the Mind Stone. But unfortunately for John, Agents of Hydra turn 2. Great. Agents of Hydra turn 3 with a missed land drop. Significantly less great. Seth plays the Vision on turn 3, ramped off of the Mind Stone.
Yeah.
Very thematic, by the way.
Yeah, and not a lot of 2-mana removal spells here that can actually kill the Vision here. But yes, it is on point flavor-wise because Vision, of course, is powered by the Mind Stone.
Look, we have a decent amount of Magic knowledge here, but we also have a decent amount of Marvel knowledge.
It turns out there's some crossover there.
There is some crossover there. Yeah. The Mind Stone plus the Vision, very powerful turn 3 play. And for John, yes, able to basic land cycle the Rocks and Brutes to go find that island, get that third land onto the battlefield, but it looks like it was a pretty deep mulligan from him because only 3 cards left in the hand despite missing a land drop.
Yeah, that's rough. And meanwhile, on Seth's side, you just go turn 2 Mythic into turn 3 Awesome Rare here.
Right.
And here, John just attacking here because he kind of is interested in upgrading these Agents of Hydras into a 2/1 Menace creature.
Yeah, especially because I do believe in addition to the Taskmaster and the Frozen in Ice in his hand, he does also have a copy of Hydra Troopers. So getting a second creature in the graveyard heavily incentivized because he would maybe actually be able to put up a fight using these Menace villains against a smaller board from Seth, though, of course, with the Vision on the battlefield, that's not going to last very long.
Right. Like, if Seth basically has nothing, then you can maybe put up a good fight. Now, Seth, well, if you're on John's side, you're probably not thrilled that Seth just passed with 5 mana up.
Yeah, it does feel like Seth is representing We Say Thee Nay or Shield Flying Car, and you're just looking at just absolute doom and misery if you're in John's seat.
Any non-creature spell allows you to draw a card here off the Vision, which is, of course, fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, Vision is one of those, like, you need to have a removal spell. If you don't kill it, then Oh, man. Frozen in Ice is probably one of the absolute worst removal spells against Seth's deck specifically.
Yeah, here comes Shield Flying Card.
Oh, no.
I believe that triggers the vision.
Draw a card.
Draw a card, blink the vision, negate your Frozen in Ice.
This is such a bad matchup here for John.
Yeah, it's already tough because Seth's deck is quite good.
Right.
And look at the cards he's played so far. Mythic,
He hasn't
rare,
played
rare.
he hasn't played a common yet.
Yeah, he hasn't played an uncommon or common yet. Meanwhile,
man.
John is mulliganing, playing commons, and just absolutely running into a brick wall. So really rough for him.
Right.
Hoping for potentially better news from his teammates. So obviously we know after the first round of games that things have not gone well for the team on the right.
Yeah, absolutely here. And Seth just adding to the team here with the Cavalry getting in for 5 damage. And John had to take that turn off to actually missed another land drop there trying to play that Frozen in Ice. So, I mean, it's just going to be really tough. Not only does he have to cut, he needs to, like, develop his board with mana and also deal with all these creatures in play.
Yeah, that's kind of the biggest issue is drew the 4th land, has the Taskmaster in hand, but let's say you get Taskmaster down on the board and it survives through Seth's turn cycle. It doesn't get countered even though Seth is leaving up counter mana. Then what? You copy the vision and okay.
Find a removal spell, hope somehow Seth doesn't have, you know, there's a lot that has to go John's way. I mean, of course, it starts with the Taskmaster and then copying the vision and then trying to get something to happen, but I'm not even sure if he has any interactive spells in his hand.
Right, I do see he does have a copy of Herbie in hand, so
okay,
that is a flyer, but of course a
not
outstatted flyer against both of the flyers on Seth's side.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to get that 3/5 and play to copy the vision, or do you want to play the Herbie to try to dig and find a removal spell for the vision?
Right, that's the awkward issue here is it feels like you're so far behind, partially because of your mulligans, partially because of the missed land drops, but I would say more importantly than all of that, just the absolute power level of Seth's start. Turn 2, the Mind Stone, turn 3, the Vision, into Shield Flying Car.
Is this another shield?
I mean, that would just be GG, right?
No. Does that have flat? Wait, is this on? Oh, does that card have flash?
Frozen in Ice
does not have
flash.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. We're just going to call a judge.
Yeah.
Pros. They are just like us.
Mistakes do happen, and remember, this is the first
release weekend.
Right.
Right.
And there have been many iterations of those blue sleep effects or tap effects where they have been instant speed, but that one does not have flash.
Yes, Frozen in Ice does not have flash, so yeah.
Right.
Part of the awkwardness here, it's not the fact that Seth played the Frozen in Ice. It's
he drew a card.
He drew a card off of the vision.
Yeah.
That complicates things. Otherwise, it would be very easy to just reverse the Frozen in Ice. But the fact that the vision trigger drew Seth a card and all of that has been resolved. Now, we're not going to say what the fix here is.
Right.
We're just going to let the judge handle it. We're going to talk about the board state a bit. Obviously, really rough matchup for John.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Seth is just so firmly ahead here.
Yeah.
You know, we don't, of course, know what the outcome is going to be, but if they just go, hey, Seth, all right, just don't draw that extra card for your turn. You can't cast that card. You reset everything. Seth is just going to untap and cast Frozen in Ice and still just get all the value off of that vision.
Right. So there are practical fixes here.
Right.
There are by-the-book fixes. That is in part to the judge's discretion. We'll let them fix it, and then the match will continue on.
Yep.
We do have Frank Scarron and Pete Ingram playing their matches.
Wait.
I think just describing the situation.
Got it.
But again, we are going to let things happen as they are. And talk more about... Let's talk about what we can expect to see as the players take care of that at the next event, which, of course, Paul, SCG Con Baltimore, that is the next round of regional championships. So that will be the next U.S. regional championship in Baltimore, September 11th to the 13th. Hashtag SCG Baltimore. And you can head to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information if you are qualified or not qualified and just want to check it out because those events have a lot for everyone, whether they be fantastic side events, both for Magic and other games, or the limited championship qualifier that happens on Sunday. Absolutely massive event. A huge draw to these SCG Con events is the ability to, even when you don't play the main event or you scrub out of the main event, having this high value, unique event that you can only find at these large side events in the limited championship qualifier makes these events really a weekend draw for people.
Absolutely. And the thing is, how many high-stakes limited events even exist, right? There was basically nothing until we had this limited championship coming up here. So now you have a lot of people even just coming to these events just to play in the limited event, right? They're like, hey, I love Limited. I want to be able to play matches that actually matter in Limited Magic. What better way than to qualify for the Limited Championship and win one of these events?
Big shout out to William Huey Jensen, of course. Who
oh, yeah.
we can
100%
directly credit for the existence of this. So SCG Con Baltimore, that's coming up September 11th to the 13th, and it will be an absolute blast. All right, let's check in. And you do see the judges still speaking, so the situation is getting sorted out. But the birthday boy has clinched it. So first match of 3 to Team Ingram, Manfield, Scarin. Pete Ingram has won his match.
Man, he must have won that game, too, super fast.
Yeah, because he was the last to finish game 1.
Right, yeah. It took him a bit, and all of a sudden he must have gone, turn 2. I mean, we might even see the match, but he must have just had quite an explosive start.
I will say, if Seth had not made this error, this match would probably have ended before that
it's
one.
It's possible, yeah.
I think part of the situation here is that Seth is really gaining no advantage from this play, right? I think the fact that I don't think his opponent or the judge thinks there's anything malicious going on here, because Seth is 98% to win this game.
Yeah, he is just so far ahead. I mean, his hand is absolutely loaded, and we actually get to see it almost for the first time here. There's a land. We know about the Frozen and Ice. He
Second shield flying card I saw.
Which you could also just play out here to trigger the vision if you'd like.
Right. So we are back on the end step. The fix was a random card from Seth's non-Frozen and Ice cards was put on top because there's no way to know what the card was.
Oh, sure.
So,
okay.
The shield flying car is the play instead from Seth.
Just a cycle?
Just a cycle. Now draws that card again.
Off the vision.
Yeah.
Right. So Seth will have a pair of flying cars, would like to find some cheap creatures here to run out just to kind of crew up both of them and attack with all the other creatures.
Right.
We know about the Frozen and Ice, of course.
And in a not-so-shocking turn of events, Frank Scarin has also picked up his match 2-0. So, the team of Ingram, Manfield, Scarin have won the match. Seth Manfield will finish out this game, or what remains of it. It is, again, quite a dominating board state.
Right. And they don't necessarily even have to play this out here, but it looks like they're going to battle here. You know what? And I appreciate that.
Absolutely. For us, we very much appreciate it. Biochemist comes down. We do see a Agent of Atlas come down. So 2 cheap creatures and the Frozen and
12
Ice.
damage coming in.
Double crew. You can chump with the Herbie, take 9, go to 4, and
then probably die next turn unless you have some kind of a sweeper, but I don't think there is one.
Right, take 8, go to 5, excuse me. And, and one draw. Yeah, that's all she wrote.
Yep.
There's the handshake. So, a 3-0 sweep to Ingram, Manfield, and Scarin. But, as is the nature of the matches that we have, we're going to come back to the booth here with us in just a moment. So the nature of what we have set up this weekend, Paul, is we have our primary feature match. That's what we're going to be showing. So when we finish one match, we're going to go to one of the other matches in the feature match area most of the time. Now, that may be a match that has finished, but of course, just because you see the result doesn't mean you know how the match played out. So in order to entertain our viewers and show more Magic action, we may be showing some matches that have finished.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's the options are you either just watch the main match, it's over, and then you just sit here for 30 minutes waiting for round number 2, or we get to check out some more Marvel gameplay.
Yeah, and look, we're clowns. We can we can vamp as much as we need to. We can entertain you, but I think matches of Magic the Gathering are more entertaining. So let's head down into another one of our matches. We'll let you know who we are going to be watching and where that action is going to be coming from, Paul. So just bear with us as we figure out which one we want to go into next. But really great stuff so far from our main team.
I mean, they didn't drop a game, right, in that entire thing. They just kind of 2-0. So now, I mean, you know, we know that this is probably one of the strongest teams in the field. Let's see how far they can go. I mean, the thing with teams, too, big difference than just a limited event, just an individual event. If you're a really great player like Seth Manfield, you're going to have a 65% win rate or something, right, going into one of these matchups. But when you now have an entire team where everybody is over 60% to win their match, that just makes your team that much more likely to be able to take it down.
All right, so we do have match A. That is Frank Scarron's match, I believe. So we're going to go check that out and see how that played out. So Frank Scarron on the left of your screen. I don't believe that is Ryan Kalecki. That should be Leonard Ossie. Leo Ossie is Frank's opponent.
Yep, and Frank here on the A seat with his black-white Kingpin deck. 3 copies of the Kingpin.
Yeah, so 3 copies.
Yeah.
3 copies of Kingpin, as we mentioned, starting things off with one of his 2 copies of Swordsman.
Yeah.
Now, Swordsman, part of that equipment package that Frank has in his deck that adds that extra little bump in power level. Swordsman coming across, and does he have it? Of course he does.
When you got 3
copies.
It's almost like a ley line.
Yeah.
You're just almost guaranteed to have one in the opener here. And on the other side, just a turn 2 Night Nurse. Now, not the best thing that you want, right? With Night Nurse, you typically want to save it and try to get some value. But hey, if you don't have a 2-mana play, you got to do what you got to do.
Right, exactly. That is the biggest issue here, especially because Frank is representing quite a big clock already, right?
Right.
Kingpin is a 1/5, but thanks to his ability, he is attacking as a 5/5 most of the time. And you see part of the reason for flashing in that Night Nurse. Hero in Training is the follow-up play for Leo, so gaining the extra 2 life off of that trigger for having another hero on the battlefield.
Yeah, huge. Hero in Training. I just can't get enough of the card. It's just now I just see it and my face just kind of gravitates to it. However, Frank's incredible curvaceous start here. I mean, we're going to see at least the Kingpin get in for 6 here. Also attacking for a 3 with a 3/3 here as well.
Yeah, so Kingpin and Swordsman coming across here. And I believe that was Frank indicating that he is paying for the Kingpin.
Yeah, so now we have, what is that? 9 damage, coming in. Already down to 11, and still White Widow as a 2/3, conveniently just perfectly statted here to be able to block either of the creatures on the right side.
Ooh, that's pretty devastating. I believe Leo has Electra in hand, but only 3 lands and no second swamp. So not only can you not play it, but even if you were to attack with both creatures, you can't sneak it in because it is double black on both ways.
In. Yeah, right, absolutely.
That would have been able to deal with Kingpin. Of course, there is a good chance Frank has a second copy in hand, but without it, you do just feel like the game ended the moment Leo was not able to play that Electra Daughter of the Hand.
And here's a really interesting thing that Frank's definitely going to be mindful of. We play the Shield Spike hit here on the right side. However, did not equip, leaving up 2 mana. So there's a lot of really great things that you can play for 2 mana. Widow's Bite is probably the card that you have to be most aware of. Helicarrier Strike, you're not even considering that one necessarily because you could have still equipped and kept up the Helicarrier Strike. So take up the Shield and Widow's Bite would be the 2 cards that I would be concerned about from Frank's side.
Right, and now, Frank is able to play a Black Widow, pay the extort cost with the Kingpin. Kingpin, of course, quite good at doing that. And, yeah, just deciding
menace.
if you want a Widow's Bite for some death dodge, I'm going to just attack with 1 creature.
Yeah. I mean, this is 6 damage, a first strike, and Menace coming in here. So Widow's Bite really won't even get the job done on this board.
Right, exactly. You would have to Widow's Bite before the attack if you really wanted to, but then that reveals things face up essentially as well.
Right. I suppose the best card that you could have in this spot would be something like a Dark Deed or something. Then you can at least like trade for the Kingpin. You would still have to 2-for-1 yourself to do that, though.
Yeah, it is. It's not a great situation either way here for Leo, of course, as we talked about the previous turn. But you could absolutely see the power of Frank's deck here. Just massive curve.
Is this a double block Widow's Bite?
I
Is this a 3-for-1 yourself situation?
Is that even going to work?
Well, so it gets -2/-2.
Yep.
So it becomes effectively a 4/4.
Yep.
And then you have a 2/2 and a 2/1. Oh, but it's got first strike.
It has first strike.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah, you
take up the shield, double block. One of your creatures lives, I guess, but you still don't kill the Kingpin.
Right. I think Leo's only real choice here would have been to play the Widow's Bite before Frank attacks,
kill the Black Widow,
and give Death Touch to a creature and say, okay, you have to take a turn off attacking with Kingpin and likely just attack with the other two. And then what?
Does he have the Widow's Bite?
He does have it in hand.
He does have it in hand, so that's what he should have done.
I think that is the line. It just feels really counterintuitive.
What's the teamwork cost on Widow's Bite? Is it 2? So you could have still given one of your creatures Death Touch and have that block.
Oh, it's teamwork 3.
Okay,
excuse
so
me. You can't even do that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's teamwork 3.
So that's a big thing.
Yeah, there's just no choice here.
Yeah, you could have still killed the Black Widow and then chump block, right? If you wanted.
Yeah, so teamwork 3, excuse me. We are still getting a hang of all of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
some of these board states in this format can get pretty complicated, especially with a lot of these trickier cards, these rare cards with a lot of text, or even these uncommons. I mean, when you know, every time I play, I just oftentimes discover new synergies between cards.
And one of the natures of being in a format like Marvel Superheroes is we have a lot of named characters, and all of the named characters are legends. So, for example, Frank Scarron, his entire board is legendary creatures right now. Swordsman, legendary. Kingpin, legendary. White Widow, Yelena, legendary. Black Widow, legendary. So really just taking advantage of the fact that all of these legendary creatures get a little bit of a bump because of the fact that you can't have more than one of them on the battlefield.
Yeah, and this is after attacks. Yeah, after taking the damage. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I guess if your plan was to take the damage, it didn't matter anyway. So
just because if you do that, you can chump, but then two more creatures are attacking as well, right? There's no reason for the Kingpin to attack alone anymore in that spot. So all roads lead to pain. And again, I don't believe the second swamp was drawn here. So
So Miss Landrop might see an attack from the Night Nurse just for the scry. Probably would trade for the White Widow there on Frank Scarron's side.
Okoye the draw for Leo, but that again needs the fourth land. That's not going to help. So here comes the scry.
If it's a land, he's going to keep it.
If it's not a swamp, do you keep it?
Oh, that's a great question.
That's a Red Room
like
Recruit. I think that has to go.
You can't keep Red Room
It's
Recruit.
Scry, right?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Scry. That's the thing with this format. There are Scry and Surveil cards.
Yep, definitely have to be on your toes with that. So,
gain 3.
Night Nurse trades with White Widow. 3 life gain, so Leo not in the worst spot. Again, apologies, our overlay is broken here. So it is Leo Aussie playing against Frank Scarron. So at least that part is right.
Yeah, but Frank still with that Kingpin in play and just no good blocks from the other side here. So 1 mana, probably one of his 3 shield spike hits.
Yeah, it's funny because you get to play Shield Spike Hit and Extort it here. Kingpin, just a fantastic card.
And then move it and connive. Like, it kind of does a lot.
Normally, you would be weary of playing 3 copies of a legend like Kingpin, except if it doesn't die, it really feels like you are just going to win the game. So just having a backup in your hand is not something you ever feel bad about.
And look, and he just discarded one. And that's the thing, too. When you are playing this black-white deck with a lot of connive effects, you can just loot some of those extra copies of legendary creatures away.
So the second of 3 Kingpins.
So 10 damage.
Discard there.
10 damage coming in here, it looks like. 4 from the Swordsman. and then 6 coming in from the Kingpin.
Yeah, being able to play the Red Room Recruit and then use that to attach the Shield Spike
Right.
Kit to Swordsman for free. You can see the incredible synergies coming out here from Frank's deck.
Yeah, and this is what I mentioned earlier, just about the nature of Team Sealed, is the decks just look way more streamlined, and you're kind of building theme decks in a lot of instances. You have enough cards to actually put together an artifacts deck or a villains deck, maybe some of the weaker archetypes. You just have enough cards to actually make that work. And for Frank, I'm not generally a big fan of the black-white equipment strategy, but in Team Sealed, you kind of get everything.
Yeah, I think that Frank probably has the best deck on his team of the 3, and it looks very strong, even though all 3 of their decks look very strong.
Yeah.
And we'll see which one plays out the best over the course of the day. Now, one thing I do want to point out that is funny, it will not come into play until later, is the reverse dynamic of team formats, where Team Sealed is like more powerful drafts, but Team Draft actually is an underpowered format.
Right.
Because there's 2 less packs being opened, 2 less players at the table, right? That's 6 less packs being opened over the course of the draft. Automatically, that's 6 packs worth of cards removed from the pool. But also, there's the dynamic of cutting cards. You can't pass a powerful bomb to an opponent.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me, the purest form of Magic is a 3-on-3 team draft.
Oh, no argument.
The matches are scrappy. The decks are scrappy. It's important to identify what your neighbors are playing, which are also your enemies, right? You have to cut cards from them. They're going to cut cards from you. I mean, it's amazing. We don't really get to showcase it enough, but we get to do it in this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about that. Of course, there is another Team Limited Spotlight event happening in Brussels the week after Amsterdam. So for people who enjoy it this weekend, they will have more of the action this year. There are a pair of Magic Spotlight Marvel superheroes. But that was Frank Scarron taking game 1. So as we head into the post-board match, I will shout out Heavy Play, one of our newer sponsors. Protect what you collect. Heavy Play accessories are available now from Star City Games. You can head to starcitygames.com/heavy-play for all those products as well as more information. Thank you to Heavy Play for sponsoring the Star City Games tour. We appreciate having you here. So, back into the gameplay action. Game 2 now. It was Leo kicking things off with a Shield Spike Kit. Frank had one of his own, and we go back Leo's way, Paul.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, we see a Shield Spike Kit turn 1 here from Frank Scarron. He does play the full, 3 copies of that card here. Again, this is a card that's been very, very impressive. Definitely an overperformer relative to expectations, where people just don't play it very much. And then people play it. You just have to play with it once, and you're like, oh, wow, this does so much for 1 mana.
Right, absolutely.
But when you keep it to a lander, might not do enough here, as it looks like Leo missed land drop number 3.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see here.
Yeah, and of course a turn 3 Kingpin, as we have 3 copies of that in the deck as well. I mean, just Shield Spike Kit plus Kingpin, right? That's just brutal. Like, how do you get through that?
Yeah, it's one of those things where as soon as that hits the board, you're like, oh, yeah, I need a removal spell. And when you start missing land drops, that's when you're in trouble.
And it's just so big, right? 5 toughness. There's a lot of things that Helicarrier Strike doesn't kill it. You can't kill it with Widow's Bite. You need just actual hard removal, and oftentimes that means you're going to trade up for mana. Oh, yeah, and this is a brutal spot here for Leo. Scries a card to the bottom. Frank just blocks. That is a 3-2. And even with Take Up the Shield that he has in hand, won't be big enough to actually attack through the Kingpin of Crime. Meanwhile, Frank hitting all of his land drops. Will he move that the Spike Kit onto the Kingpin? It's just so strong. You're going to be able to basically have a 6/6 Vigilance creature that scries when it attacks. Presumably, Frank is taking 2 damage here to get in for 4.
Yeah, it does just feel like such an absolute beating here from Frank.
Yeah.
The fact that he has 3 copies of the Kingpin and
Right.
able to just always have it on turn 3 here, it's so tough for
Right.
Leo.
Yeah, and has to take 6 damage here. And oh, just passes though. Did Leo? I think Leo still missed on a land
Found
here.
the planes.
He did?
There's a plane sitting at the front.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Hasn't played it yet.
He did scry something to the bottom.
Yeah.
Attacking here. Now remember, the Kingpin is now a 2/6.
Right.
So can just eat the Brawler here. And Frank, of course, has to think about the types of cards here that Leo can have.
You see the value of Shield Spy Kit coming in here as well, the untap, because Leo does have a Widow's Bite in hand. So
Right.
should Frank block, he actually has the ability to shrink plus Death Touch.
Right. If he had a black source in play.
Oh, those are all planes.
Yeah, the
I'm
one in-
sorry.
the
one
one in
with
the middle
different art.
the one in
I
the-
thought that was a swamp.
The one in the middle looks like a swamp, I will say.
The art was different. It's not my fault. I
Yeah.
swear. I thought
That-
he had black
That's
mana.
a dark plains.
That is a dark plane.
Evil plains.
Especially relative to the 2 around
Right,
it.
right.
Okay, that's on me.
Oh, the Invisible Woman.
I think that's out of the sideboard. I
Right.
don't believe that was in Frank's
Yeah,
main
I
deck.
think that's one of those. Hey, you're playing another white-based creature deck that's looking to be aggressive. The Invisible Woman, not that strong, right? It's just, but if you need a big defensive body and you're on the draw, it's pretty solid. Also, it does combo really well with the Kingpin.
Yeah. It is quite a powerful combination here.
Oh man, this is just a Shield Spy Kit mirror.
Yep.
Got 5 between the 2 decks.
Look, as we mentioned, it is quite a powerful card.
Yeah.
I just don't think that it is getting any sort of job done here in this spot without black
Yeah.
mana. So
Yeah.
unsurprising that Frank did pick up this match.
Yeah. 4/3 lifelinker in play, but both of the creatures get to attack for. We have an attack for 5 and 6 with the Invisible Woman and the Kingpin of Crime. It's just so much damage coming in. And of course, Invisible Woman also having lifelink here, swinging that the damage race. Now, if you do attack with both, you don't get the shield trigger, but you just get to get it for a
no.
lot more damage. Hey, I'm just, I'm showcasing the downsides. It's not a big downside.
Yeah. Look, it's not often the Kingpin's Doran-esque ability is relevant on more than just himself.
Right.
But
Yeah. Here we
Invisible
are.
Woman, yet another in the Doran collection that looks quite good.
Yeah. Gaining 5 life, getting it for 11. Villainous hideout. Must have another play here.
And the follow-up is
Oh.
Hour of Defeat with Extort.
And I like using it now before Leo can untap and cast Take Up the Shield.
Yep.
So really heads up, Frank. Largely considered just like whenever you just name players and you go, oh yeah, Frank Scarin rather. Frank Carson is also great, of course. Just one of the top limited players out there that generally, not a big name pro necessarily, but when you are in the team draft circuit, if you will, he's one of those guys you absolutely want on your team.
Yeah, and Frank has, he hasn't been a grinder for a while.
Right.
It's been quite a few years since we've seen him. He moved out from the East over to the Los Angeles area, so has been on the West Coast. So pretty convenient for him to show up to an event in Las Vegas. And this is a classic team. If this was a team event in 2015, I would not be shocked to see the team of Scarin, Manfield, Ingram.
Right. And also, by the way, that is why I absolutely love this event. Because you have a bunch of teams from 2015 who probably haven't played competitive Magic for a while that all just kind of showed up here. I mean, I'm just meeting a bunch of people that I go, hey, remember when we used to play against each other 10 years ago? And they're all just coming just to play in this event.
It's the magic of team events. There is a certain contingent of player, those that their knees hurt a little, their back is not what it used to be. They've been playing Magic for 20 years like us, and they hear the words team limited and their tickets are booked.
Yeah, I mean, look, we even saw when one of the powerhouse teams is you got Dave Williams, Paul Rizzo, Matt Sperling, a classic One of the deadliest limited teams that we've seen. Matt Nass, Sam Party, I believe Jacob Wilson might be their third.
That
right?
would not surprise
got him
me.
possibly out of retirement as well. So you just see a lot of these incredible teams showing up.
Look, Jacob has already had a Grand Prix where he essentially won 0 matches,
That
and
he did.
Sam and Matt carried him. So it doesn't really matter if he's retired or not, right? He could be carried again. That's fine.
And look, Cosmic Cube here from Frank Scarron, one of the more exciting mythic rares of the format here.
Now, I will say, Cosmic Cube, a big non-bow.
It cares about power
Yep.
and not toughness, and of course both of these creatures are gigantic. Wait, he is looking at...
He looks at 6 cards.
Yeah.
That's a 3. I don't believe you can... Yeah, I don't think you can cast that.
Right.
Oh,
does the Kingpin actually just give them power?
No, I believe they get to assign damage as if it's...
Okay. All right.
Okay, well...
We'll have to double check on that one. I can absolutely... it's possible that I misread that one.
So, as you all know, this
Right.
match was a recording.
Right.
We had already seen the team win. We were just trying to bring you more action. So
Right.
part of it being a recording is, of course, we can't do anything about that in the past. But I do believe Kingpin is base 1 power. So Frank had 2 power creatures, and I don't believe was legally able to cast that Cruel Alliance off of the Cosmic Cube.
I'm going to have to relook at all those cards because the Cosmic Cube also keys off of... you reveal cards that keys off of the power too, correct?
Yes.
So if that's the case, you can only look at 2 cards, right?
No. You look at 6 regardless.
Oh, you look at 6 regardless.
You look at
Okay.
6.
I see.
So it's always look at 6.
But he could have only cast
the
the 2-mana card.
Yes,
Got
correct. So a slight error in resolving. Again, I'm going to be honest, much like Seth's game, I don't think that was the decision maker.
No, they were so far ahead, both players, in these matchups. But of course, it's just good to know kind of how the cards work and all the interactions. Again, this is the very first weekend here of the release for Marvel Superheroes. We're going to see, the players get more used to kind of all the ins and outs of their decks as, of course, the day goes on.
Yeah, Paul and I, we both have, 30-ish drafts under our belt so far, and we are still struggling to keep track of all of the interactions in the format. It is not a simple format by any means. Between power-up and various timings and various choices, there's a lot of decisions to be made in the format, which, credit to it, that is the makings of good limited formats typically, is how complex they are while still being manageable and digestible, and this is very much a digestible format, but it is not an easy format.
No, the gameplay can get pretty deep. You can get some pretty muddied up boards where, you're just trying to figure out, is there any way I can squeak damage through? What do I need to be mindful of? How much can I attack with? What can you have to kill me on the following turn? When you have all this mana up, there's a lot of great tricks that exist in the format too, so being somebody who, put in the work prior to this event and being cognizant of all the different cards that your opponents could be representing. Very, very important, especially on the first weekend of the format. Yeah,
I think it's one of the most common things we heard yesterday when we were playing our side team event, the warm-up event for this main event, was somebody from across one team yelling to their teammate, "What board sweepers are there?"
Right. Yeah, what does Widow's Bite do again? What's the teamwork cost on that thing, right? Everybody's just trying to figure out what all the cards do.
All right, so with that is round 1 in the books. Our featured team of Scarron, Ingram, and Manfield were able to pick up the win. As we mentioned, we'll be following them all day long until they're out of the tournament, which, given their pool and Pete's birthday luck, may not be all day, but we'll be following them all day. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, round 2 of Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to beautiful, sunny, hot Las Vegas. We are Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. My name is Monty Devuti, joined by Paul Chion. Round 1 in the books, 7 more rounds of Swiss to go, team sealed action. And for those who may have missed round 1, we are going to be following one team all day long. That is, of course, the team of Pete Ingram, Seth Manfield, and Frank Scarron. Their pool looks pretty good. I would say that in terms of 12 packs, it is probably above average. I wouldn't say it's a broken pool, but definitely better than the average deck for sure.
Yeah, I'd give it like a 7, right? Just in terms of like overall quality of the cards. It's actually kind of crazy if you think about it, considering the fact that they completely dismissed the color.
Yeah.
They're just, none of them are playing red, really. There's like a light splash in one of the decks, but red is considered one of the weaker colors. But to be able to kind of figure out 3 decks without even playing one of the colors and still putting together, what looked like 3 really solid decks, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and, we looked at their red cards. They have a slight splash in Pete's deck, and Pete is the player we're going to be watching this round because we didn't get to watch his match the previous round, and I suppose it's his birthday, so we should give him some camera time. But with that said, he has all the red cards in his sideboard, and he's splashing a few gold red cards, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, when he was probably registering the cards, he's like, thanks, guys. He's the one who's got to register all this. He's like, hey, Frank, hey, Pete, you get all the red cards. Please register them into your pile, please.
Yeah.
And hopefully his deck box can fit all these cards because, I mean, his sideboard is this long when we look at the list.
All right, so the players are ready. We will be watching Pete Ingram play. Let's not waste any time and go right into it. Left of your screen, Pete Ingram, Seth Manfield, Frank Scarron. On the right, those are the players from the previous round. Excuse us. But it is actually going to be Andy Burden, George Taylor, and Matthew Forsyth, who are the opponents. So we are watching Andy Burden against Pete Ingram in the C seat. Now, Pete's deck, Jund, primarily black-green with a red splash. Very powerful. I think probably the middle power level deck of the team, with Seth's being potentially the weakest. For Andy, we have a blue-white deck. 2 copies of Captain America Living Legend, 2 copies of Patriot, 2 web-ups, Nick Fury on the board.
Did he miss a land drop?
Uh,
I see
yeah.
I think he... Man, we are seeing a few non-games here from the opposition here. Okay, was able to find land number 2 here. Now, Political Triumph is one of those cards. A lot of the plans have been kind of underperforming, and I thought this would be an underperformer, but it's actually the reverse.
Yeah.
This is one of the few plans that actually seem to be playing out quite well. White being, of course, the aggressive color that has a lot of creatures, but it gives you a lot, right? Like, if you can play this thing on turn 1, it is so strong.
Right, and you can probably see why Andy did end up keeping this hand. Potentially is Political Triumph plus multiple 1-drops to, if you don't hit the land, help you scry and find the additional lands.
Right.
If the hand is powerful enough, which I am hoping we are going to see some justification for keeping this hand, I can definitely see the argument being made there.
Yeah. I mean, 1-landers are generally pretty tough, but I suppose with Triumph and a 1-drop, maybe it's not as bad. And hey, I mean, he did rattle off back-to-back lands here. Now things are looking great here. You have 3 creatures in play. Once you get that 4th plan counter on the Political Triumph, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on each of your creatures.
Right, that is pretty big. Now for Pete's side, started things off with a white tiger into Mr. Hyde. So Mr. Hyde coming down on turn 3, always ideal, pretty powerful. But you can definitely see that now with Captain America Living Legend coming down, 3 creatures on the battlefield, and Political Triumph going, things are online. So it is Nick Fury attacking untapped from Captain America, and we will see the Crowd of True Believers activated for +1 life.
Yeah, and you get to You get 2 triggers given the Captain America's in place, so you actually get to gain 2 life, which is really, really nice here.
Plus 2 life, yeah.
Right. And then, yeah, just RAF Security Officer, another really, really nice combination with Captain America. You can kind of proactively tap things down and get that untap effect.
Yeah, the fact that Captain America is worded in a way where it's not just about giving your creature pseudo-vigilance, it does so much more than that is very big.
Yeah.
Cruel Alliance from Pete, that takes care of Captain America. Mr. Hyde gets in for 3, and back we go Andy's way.
And it looks like Pete actually got in for 3 damage, right? Because, of course, the alternative was to use the teamwork side and gain 3 life.
Right.
All right, so that is another Captain America living legend here, and now we get the 4th counter on Political Triumph. You get to scry, put a counter on all your creatures, and I believe draw a card as well.
Yeah, did lose the Nick Fury, but with the board state as is, with the White Tiger gone, this is still quite a good board state here for Andy. Of course, excuse the broken overlay. We will get that fixed as soon as we can. But at the moment, we're flying a little blind here.
Right.
What we can tell you, it is Andy Burden on the right of your screen on a blue-white deck against Pete Ingram, the birthday boy, on the left of your screen playing a black-green splashing red deck. This is game 1 of round 2, and both teams should be 1-0.
Yeah, Andy here activating the crowd first because of that Captain America once again, gaining a life and attacking for 3 points of damage here. So Captain America doing a lot of work here, gaining you a bunch of life and still pushing through more points of damage as well.
All right, so there is our overlay coming back, and now our life totals will hopefully get fixed soon. But as we get there, pretty big turn there from Andy. And, you know, considering that this is a game where he kept a 1-lander.
Right.
This is looking a lot better.
Yeah, looking a lot better here. And as you can see, Pete actually looking for answers here instead of trying to grow the Mr. Hyde, removing the +1/+1 counter to draw a card here to find a way to deal with. I mean, that Captain America is gigantic. However, does have that big Death Touch creature in play to be able to get in the way of that Captain America.
Right. Finding the Serpent Society, getting that down as a nice blocker here. There's the second copy of Political Triumph that Andy has in deck. We will see what the follow-up is going to be here. I do see a Trickster Stratagem, I believe, in hand, opting not to go for that this turn. Of course, not ideal against the Serpent Society, considering if Pete was to just put that second from the top, it is essentially hexproof for the remainder of the game.
Right, absolutely. And we have Patriot Shield Bearer here entering the battlefield as well, and now we get to see if Andy is interested in trading Captain America for the Serpent Society. And it looks like he might be. So can gain a bunch of life and attack for a lot. Oh, he's attacking with both.
He is attacking with both.
Oh, Ender's representing Helicarrier Strike here with that 1 white mana. Perhaps Panther Pounce as well, but oftentimes the card that you're most concerned about would be a Helicarrier Strike.
Right. Does have a copy of Helicarrier Strike.
It looks like he's casting it right now.
In hand. So.
5 poison. Yeah, using the teamwork, and the Patriot should untap here.
Patriot should untap indeed.
Right.
But it is a trigger, so it is possible to miss it.
Of course.
Serpent Society down. Now, Serpent Society very powerful, but it does say when another creature you control with Death Touch dies, so it's not that powerful.
Yeah, Serpent Society, for the most part, just think of it as a 3-mana, 3/4 Death Touch creature. That is great. That's just a really solid creature, but certainly not on the level of maybe some of the other rares that Pete himself has in his deck.
Right, far from a bomb.
Right.
But there are times where other lines of text become relevant.
Of course. When you get other Death Touch creatures in play, then of course it can start.
When you get a second Serpent Society or regrow the first one.
Sure.
I'm just saying it can and probably will happen this weekend.
All right, Punishing Punch
Yeah, so that's Hydra Troopers coming down. 2 creatures in the yard means that a villain token is made rather than the mill. And then Punishing Punch, because you have 2 creatures in your yard, costs less and it deals double the power. So Captain America down before Andy is able to untap and protect it with Patriot.
Absolutely. So yeah, great turn there from Pete. Firing off multiple spells, growing that board, and dealing with the largest creature on Andy's side of the battlefield.
Yeah, a little Titania punching She-Hulk action in the Punishing Punch art. So, back we go Andy's way. We do know that Trickster Stratagem in hand. What is the other copy? I think it might be the second Patriot, which is not what you want to see in that spot. But you can, of course, connive it here. So
yeah, likely one of the potential options here.
Yeah,
and
so Stratagem targeting Mr. Hyde.
Right.
Picking the Crowd of True Believers as the connive. Just confirming the timing.
The sequencing.
Pete has to choose first where
Right.
he's putting it.
Bottom.
Then Andy resolves the connive.
Yeah, it would be, yeah, on the bottom here and conniving away the second copy of the Patriot. Get that extra counter.
Correct. There was a white card drawn. I didn't get a great look at it.
Right.
Trickster Stratagem goes to the
and
yard.
the Troopers
so
is a 3-2.
3-2.
So you could just attack with potentially both if you want to be the most aggressive, but happy just attacking with, I believe that's a 3-4, right?
I believe
okay.
so.
So that's a free attack.
Yeah,
Sure.
getting in with the free attack, keeping the Patriot back. Now, Pete's deck has a red splash, so might have some red cards in hand.
Yep.
Pete's deck has some very powerful 4 and 5 drops, so we are at the point of the game where we can really see the pressure ramping up a bit from Pete Ingram.
Yeah, and that is just an Abomination here, which is still a 4-mana 4-4. And then, of course, if you have the mana to power it up, you can use it to fight an opposing creature. And Power Up, one of the new mechanics of the format here. Really do enjoy how it's been playing out, and even the sequencing with those cards. You know, oftentimes these are just good creatures by itself, so you can just play it at any point in the curve. But then, you know, you have some cards where you look at Abomination. Oftentimes you want to wait till turn 7 to be able to play it and activate it immediately to kind of get that discount. But it's still totally fine as a 4-mana play. But if you have another 4-mana play, you better believe Pete would have most likely played that over the Abomination here.
Yeah, I think they have played out really interestingly in how you sequence which ones in the early game, etc. Take up the shield was the draw, so maybe the best trick there with the
Huge.
Patriot backup as
Right.
well. So even going into the opponent's turn, you have the Patriot available potentially. It is going to be Agent of Atlas instead that comes down, gives you a Scribe with that Political Triumph, keeps it on top,
Yeah.
never something you want to see. But things are looking pretty decent here for Andy Burden currently. Again, Pete's deck has a lot of haymakers that he can follow up, and Andy is low on cards,
Yeah.
but not out of it by any means.
That's the thing. Pete's been kind of on 4 lands here, but his curve, the curve for his deck is certainly much higher than the average blue-white deck. But the nice thing on Andy, I mean, he's kind of running lower on cards, but I mean, you got that Avengers Tower on the battlefield, and blue-white, almost all your creatures are going to be heroes. So you have the mana sink there, and then of course you also have that Political Triumph, which is kind of helping smooth out your draws every turn.
Yeah, again, I have to say this. It's been a while, so we may forget. This was a 1-land keep from Andy Burden.
And a missed land drop.
And a missed land drop, and look at how much he's been able to do with it.
Oh, all right,
But
Killmonger.
here's Killmonger, is able to take care of the Crowd of True Believers. This was the turn where Patriot shields were put down in order to get the Agent of Atlas on the board. Argument could be made that Andy shouldn't have done that, but as things stand. Agent Maria Hill off the top. Political Triumph. That is going to trigger again. Andy looking for a 4th creature, perhaps, to pop the Political Triumph. That card goes on the bottom. 1 card in hand, and it's just going to be a pass. So back we go, Pete Ingram's way.
So not a great attack available there, and 2 undercover scrolls. And remember, I mean, there are more than 2 creatures in Pete Ingram's graveyard. So those undercover scrolls, all creature types, they're both 3/3s, and that Killmonger is a 5/4 in play.
Right. Now, this is something that we haven't seen in our one round so far. Take a look at those pips. One to the opponents, Matt Forsyth, up a game in his match. So, the Kingpins have fallen in game one for Frank Scarron. And it is, oh my goodness, Okoye coming down.
Political Triumph, already a good card in its own right, but when you have the ability to generate tokens, it can go absolutely wild here. We're going to be able to get the Scry. We're going to draw a card and a +1/+1 counter on what looks to be 6 creatures on the battlefield.
Right. Political Triumph, of course, a trigger. So we see Trigger and Okoye and Political Triumph going on the stack. Now, I believe you actually can over counter.
Right.
So assuming that Andy did do this correctly or just kept the card on top, there were 3 scries available to him there.
And I believe he just did it the one time and maybe just kept it on top or something.
Yeah, which is the same end result.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so now all the mana has been unlocked for Pete Ingram. What can he play here?
Oh, okay.
Avengers Under Siege. Okay, now are the creatures, a bunch of the creatures on Andy's side do have 2 toughness, right? Agent Maria Hill and the 2 tokens both have 2 toughness.
Right.
So Avengers Under Siege, once you get to that second chapter, dealing 2 damage to all non-villain creatures, and I believe each opponent as well.
Yes, and Pete's entire board is villains.
Right.
So looking great, feeling great from him.
Absolutely.
This is what we were talking about when we said that Pete's deck runs a little higher, needs more mana, needs that red splash. So the Undercover Scrolls give him that red mana, and now Avengers Under Siege is on the board. So for Pete, the name of the game is turtling a bit. Andy, of course, happy to throw away the creatures that are going to die on Pete's next pre-combat main phase anyways.
Everything getting in.
Yeah, you just send everyone in except maybe the Patriot.
Right.
Maybe you leave that one back, but everyone else is expendable. These tokens have first strike, thanks to Okoye. So
probably just looking to take that damage here.
Yeah.
And keeping the Patriot is also nice because if Killmonger blocks, you can pump one of these 3/3s and have that trade with the Killmonger.
Right. Pete looking to use his life total as a resource here and just trade with the creatures that are not going to be dying to Avengers Under Siege and maybe look to take the rest of that damage.
Yeah, so those tokens are definitely getting in. Agent Maria Hill also will be dying here on that next turn, so don't want to be trading there. The trade with the Okoye absolutely makes sense. And I think Pete's just going, well, I kind of hope you don't have a trick here maybe. Like, you know, take up the shield on the Okoye would be quite good because that would also pump the Agent of Atlas.
All right, so blocks have been made.
This could also just be a Patriot activation.
It could be just pushing damage through. It does look like that's what it's going to be from Andy.
Probably on one of the unblocked creatures here.
Right.
Yeah. So this is 9 damage coming through of unblocked damage, putting Pete down to 4 life.
Yeah, assuming our life totals are accurate, which we will hope to confirm. But that is a pretty big turn.
Big turn, but no. Okay, Raft Security Officer does not die to the Avengers Under Siege here. But what are we looking at from the other side? I mean, we're going to lose basically all of our creatures, or 3 of our creatures in play. Right. And Andy is sitting at 18 life. And look at this massive board here from Pete.
Might be 16 if Avengers Under Siege does go to the face, which I do believe it does, and the life totals are accurate again.
Right.
Pete is definitely not at 13, so I'm going to say our life totals are not accurate currently.
And there's 12 power in play here from Pete's side of the battlefield.
Right. So assuming Andy is at the life total we believe he is, there's the 2 damage. So now Pete mentions it. That is part of it. And you can't miss that because it is part of the same trigger that he has already resolved. It would be improperly resolving the trigger, but the damage would get dealt. You can't miss half of a trigger that you have resolved.
Pete's doing some math here. 6 mana.
Oh, Masters of Evil. Is it just
It
lethal?
has to be enough.
No, you can just chump. Okay.
Okay.
You do have to chump the Killmonger, otherwise it's going to be lethal.
So this is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 damage
coming through.
13 damage coming through after chump blocking the Killmonger.
Masters of Evil, the perfect play there from Pete Ingram.
I mean, we knew he had some heavy hitters in hand.
Life totals 4 to 3 now.
Something, yes. Basically
And
near dead, and we need.
I think that's just a
basically
brawler from
miracle.
Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a brave brawler. That's not going to do it. So Pete Ingram, Masters of Evil from the top rope, and you can see the power of his deck. Andy made that game look good for a one-lander. That game looked like it was firmly in his favor until it wasn't. Faisu.
Avengers Under Siege, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the card. He's like, okay, well, I have a wide board. In that one turn where he activated the Political Triumph, he put like 11 or 12 power in play in one turn, and basically the only out there for Pete was to find or be able to play that sweeper.
Yeah, Avengers Under Siege, incredibly, incredibly powerful card. One of the powerful rares of the format, and you can really see what it was able to do there in terms of swinging the board state so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, especially, Pete basically kind of built his deck to basically be a black or a Jund villains deck, right? Just choosing to play almost all entirely villains, and you just kind of see all the synergies playing out here with Masters of Evil at the top end of the curve.
So while Pete and Andy shuffle up for Game 2, I will let you know about another event we have coming up, and of course that is SCG Con Dallas. It is Spotlight Series. It is part of the Magic Spotlight Series, The Hobbit, and that is going to be September 4th through 6th in Dallas. You can head to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for all information regarding that, but that should be an absolute blast of an event. We hope to see you there. Back to the match in progress. I can tell you that as the players were shuffling up, I did also see Seth Manfield and George Taylor scoop up their cards. So soon enough, we will see a pip on our screen about who took game 1 there. But at this point, one of the teams has an advantage, right? Because one game to each, and wherever that middle match went, that is the advantage team.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who actually won just based on body language, but I just cannot tell.
Seth gives nothing away.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, for Andy, you could just I don't think Andy expected to lose that game.
No, I didn't either, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we know about Pete's deck, and he's got a lot of really powerful top-end cards that lets him come back from that point. So, Andy, if you're playing this matchup, you have to be the aggressor, right? You want to put as much pressure as possible because Pete likely has that late game locked up.
Right. So, here we go. The decks shuffled, presented, and we are going into game 2 with Pete Ingram up a game here with his not Grixis, it is Jund. So he is primarily black-green, splashing red.
Right.
Andy is on blue-white.
And looks like conferring a little bit on mulligan decisions here.
One of the big benefits of team events is you do not have to make that agonizing choice yourself. You can ask a teammate, and then at least if they say keep, it's not all on you.
Right.
So, keep it is for Andy Burden, keep for Pete Ingram, and off we go here with a tap land from Andy.
Now for Pete, the ideal start, playing a turn 2, one of his 3 copies of Undercover Scroll, incredible ramp creature.
It's going to be a pass, and that is just the wasp coming out from Andy.
Hey,
so
that's pressure.
You mentioned that Andy needs to be aggressive. Would have loved to hit an undercover scroll with this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But regardless, as the aggressor, you are flashing out the 2-mana, 2-1 flyer.
Okay.
I love this.
Justice bouncing your own wonder. I mean, this is, by the way, I believe right now, probably just the best uncommon in the set. The fact that you just have a flying mana war type effect, but also there's just bonuses when you bounce your own things. Really, really powerful card.
Yeah, really nice start here from Andy. So Justice now a 3/3 flyer. Can, of course, Growbreaker. Wasp back in hand. And I believe take up the shield as well as a Helicarrier Strike also in hand in addition to the Wasp. Last card I can't make out. One more land in hand, but very good start here for Andy. Much better than game 1 where missing a land drop, keeping a one-lander, was still able to get the job done. But this feels pretty good now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Serpent Society is a good blocker on the ground here, but right now, I mean, the threats that Andy represented are both flyers here. has the Wasp, also has the Helicarrier Strike. It's like, you know what? I don't even need the Helicarrier Strike. You could, of course, flash in the Wasp, but actually just taking the 3 here, and that is Madame Hydra on the splash.
That is Madame Hydra,
right.
The alternate art. Of course, that can happily get wasped, and once you remove the abilities from Madame Hydra, you are less concerned about your opponent's 2/3 brick.
Yeah, it is just a 2/3 creature. It does get to untap, but it would just be a 2/3 with no text until the Wondrous Wasp leaves the battlefield.
5 more in the air. Pete down to 10. 2-turn clock now from Andy Burden. And just another pass. Take up the shield as protection. Helicarrier Strike as removal. Avengers Tower able to be activated. Andy looking quite good here. 2 of the rare red-green land there, by the way, from Pete.
Yeah, I was like, did they both come into play untapped?
Sure do. I see that first line of text from each of them saying add colorless. That's the giveaway for me as to which ones are red.
Oh my goodness, the coming of Galactus enters the battlefield here. This card is one of the strongest cards in the set, as you can see there. You play it for 5 mana, you get to kill a permanent, drain your opponent down, and then you get a 16/16 legendary Galactus flying, trampling creature. By the way, on flavor, when it attacks, it gets to kill a land or a planet, whatever you want.
Galactus, the world destroyer, right? He is the eater of planets, but there's take up the shield. There's the protection.
Okay.
He does a 10, facing down 6 flying power, and there's a web up in hand for Andy. So there's an answer here. You can,
for the token, right?
You can get rid of Galactus if you want, but I don't think the next 2 chapters of the saga really matter. Okoye coming down, making 2 blockers. This is huge here from Andy.
Pete needs to find a way to get these flyer creatures off the battlefield, but with Take Up the Shield, Take Up the Shield has been cast here.
Right.
So needs to find another removal spell here for that 4/4 Justice.
Right, and needs to find it this turn.
Right. This is where Cruel Alliance would be fantastic because it would also give you the ability to gain some life.
Yep.
All right, blue-white flyers, can this game plan work?
Pete down to just 4 life. Coming of Galactus does tick up.
Looks like he might still have something here. Facing lethal in the air.
Yep, just confirming that Pete should be at 4, not 5. And that is it.
All right.
So, Take Up the Shield says, I don't care about your Mythic Rare Saga. I'm just going to beat you down in the air. And Andy Burden evens up the match here. So we are going to a game 3 here in our main match. Still no update who won game 1 there between Seth Manfield and George Taylor. But we know that Matt Forsyth is up a game against Frank Scarron. So much closer match than the first round going on here. And for the team of Andy Burden, George Taylor, and Matt Forsyth, feeling decent. You are holding your own against the team of very powerful magicians here.
Right, yeah. I mean, Andy's deck looks fantastic.
Andy's deck looks very strong.
Justice, the Wasp, you have the combat tricks, double Political Triumph, double Captain America. You're being really, really aggro. I mean, I just feel like this is exactly the type of deck that you kind of want against Pete's deck, where if the games go long, right, Pete has a lot of those haymakers. But if you can kill Pete, get him dead before he gets to that late game, right, that's kind of what you want to be doing, right? You don't want to be playing a mid-range strategy against Pete's deck.
Paul, let me paint the picture of how aggressive Andy's deck is. He has 2 copies of Supervillain Lockup in his sideboard. He is not playing 2 Supervillain Lockups in his main deck, in his white deck.
Yeah, and that's one of those cards that if you have it, you usually just put it into your deck. Even if you're kind of aggressive, you still usually don't have enough interaction. So this tells you Andy's deck, Andy was perfectly happy with the interaction that he had and just didn't need to play it as a card.
And one of the reasons for that definitely has to be those 2 copies of Political Triumph you mentioned, right? Once you're playing 2 Political Triumphs, you really cannot afford to have that many non-creature spells in your deck. You want to trigger those consistently, and 4 creatures is not trivial by any means.
No. Once you have 2 Political Triumphs, I would say that you want at least 17 creatures in your deck, something along those lines. Preferably some that make tokens, of course. Okoye being one of the absolute best cards to combo with that. So it certainly makes sense that it's in the sideboard. And, white's a color that you normally split up, but it looks like he's the only white player on his team. So he just kind of has it. Look, if he's playing against the deck with a bunch of green monsters, certainly something you can board in.
Yeah. And as the players get ready for Game 3, we can tell you George Taylor won that match there in the middle. So the team we're following off to a pretty poor start here. That is a keep from Andy, a keep from Pete, and we are into Game 3. Avengers Tower kicking things off with Agent Maria Hill. My goodness.
Oh, and Pete draws the tap land here for turn number 2.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, because of course that means no undercover scroll on turn 2 if you had access to it previously. So what is that? Matt Forsyth won the match against Frank Scarron. So now it is a must-win game of Magic here for Pete Ingram as we see one match to the opponents.
Yeah, Pete Ingram's team needs to win 3 games here, and while the other team only needs to win 1 to take down this match.
And I have said that I think Frank Scarron's might be the best deck on their team. Of course, might have run into a bad matchup, but certainly does not bode well here for the team.
Oh my gosh, look at this curve, by the way. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no, I'm beginning to see why the supervillain lockup is in the sideboard here.
Right.
What is your opponent attacking?
Right, this is, all right, what do you have, Pete? I mean, if he played Mountain and perhaps the Black Red Saga, just Mr. Hyde.
Just running back Mr. Hyde is the disaster scenario here.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where basically if Andy has anything, it just gets tough here.
Yeah, right, and there's still the Raft security officer on the board, so, oh my god, now Captain America.
Just attack with everything, right?
Right,
yeah,
because
they all on tap.
You can block the Raft security officer or trade with Maria Hill. Trade with Maria Hill is great
Trading
for us.
your 3-drop for my 1-drop?
Right.
Absolutely. You take that every single time.
Now, does Pete have Coming of Galactus? That would be
getting
a
Captain
pretty
America.
Big first step.
No, okay.
Kazar down.
Yeah,
okay.
also quite strong. One of the better uncommons. 5 mana for 3/2. You get to make a 2/2 cat token, and you have that nice ability where, as the game progresses, you can play lands off the top of your library.
Right. You can immediately look at your top cards, so that's what Pete did. You can play lands off the top, and that will grow Zabu, Kazar's trusty companion. But 4th land now from Andy.
Is this Trickster Stratagem?
Oh, it sure is.
Yeah, that's what it seems like
it
here.
It sure looks like it.
Oh,
Goodbye,
man.
Zabu. And it is going to be Justice picking up the Connive trigger, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
draw.
Card drawn. Okoye,
4 spells
Agent
in
of
hand.
Atlas, web up 2nd Captain America. I think I just ditched that Captain America. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's now a 3/3 Justice on the battlefield here.
Yeah, let's get the counter on there.
Wait, no, I don't imagine the security officer attacks, right?
Yeah, not security officer.
Right.
There's the counter. And those 2 attacking. Captain America has vigilance.
Right?
All right.
But 6 damage coming in, can't block.
I think a little bit of excitement there from Andy.
Like
it is the pepping up of I am in a dominant position in this game now, and I could be winning the match for my team
in
a matter of turns, if not turn.
Did Pete already look at the top card of his library?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think he's
focusing on the board here.
Yeah. Masters of Evil in hand. That's not going to do it this time around.
Yeah, not against the flyer. And as I mentioned before, the security officer is absolutely incredible if you're aggressive with Captain America in play. It allows you to tap 2 blockers out of the way.
All right, land number 6 for Pete. What is the play?
So I believe next to the life totals, that is the game count for the match. So it should be 1-1, right? Or is that the the record of the teams?
That is the match record.
Oh,
that is the
team record.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So
we follow the pips.
Yes, the pips next to the players' names is the game count. So here we go. Master of Evil was the play.
The Wasp gets played to tap it down.
Yep. And no ability. So I count 7.
That's 7 damage. You just tap Kazar, untap, and then attack, right?
Yep. That's the plan.
Oh, or you can attack, untap, and then tap.
All roads lead to 7 damage is what I'm seeing. There's the fist bump. That is Andy Burden winning his game. And that means Burden, Taylor, and Forsyth dispatch Ingram, Manfield, and Skarin pretty handily there.
I mean, what an absolutely incredible draw. What an incredible deck, right? I mean, even go back to that first game where Andy kept the one-lander, stumbled, and almost won that game.
Yeah.
Right?
Look, I don't think we can say that one-lander was a bad keep from Andy by any means. I think he demonstrated in the coming turns that he had a game plan. I think he had the hand to justify it. And thinking about the margins by which Pete won that game, it was like
he needed a rare sweeper to be able to come back in that
into
game.
An uncommon lord for his entire board, and even then it was, on the verge of defeat.
Yeah. I mean, that blue-white deck looked just absolutely excellent. Kind of has everything you need. So yeah, I mean those decks. I mean, I'm kind of curious what the other decks are, and we're going to see some more matches, right?
Yeah, we are about to go into the start of match A. So that is going to be Frank Skarin's match against, I believe, Matthew Forsyth, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, we will get the overlay fix for you. But left of your screen, that is Frank Skarin. Right of your screen, that is Matthew Forsyth.
All right, Matthew Forsyth leading with a black-green tap land here.
Yeah, so Matthew is just a straight-up black-green deck with the coming of a Galactus of his own and a Serpent Society of his own.
Okay, but
very similar.
The important thing is to have that turn 2 undercover scroll.
Yes.
That just completely unlocks. Sometimes these green decks can be a little bit on the clunky side. Does he have an answer for one of the 3 kingpins of crime in Frank Skarin's deck?
Right. That is the big test that we saw Pete fail in his match, was not having that turn 2 undercover scroll every time.
Right.
And so far, we do see Matthew passing that by having the undercover scroll. Take a look at the deck. Take a look at potential answers. I see an Electra, Daughter of the Hand.
It's not mana value, by the way. A lot of people think it's mana value.
It is power.
Electra kills things with power 3 or less, which is perfect against the Kingpin.
Yeah, we saw Frank's previous opponent have the Electra, but not the swamps to cast it.
Right.
Thanks to some unfortunate mulligans. No issue there for Matthew Forsyth.
Okay,
Here comes the Sentry.
All right. So now it's the big removal check, right? If
I'm checking.
It's hard in the black-green deck. If you have Cruel Alliance, though.
There's one.
Okay, so we're setting up the stage here. If Cruel Alliance gets cast on the Sentry, then you still have a 5/5 Void flying token on your side. And, I mean, it makes it so hard to be able to come back from that.
Yeah. You probably win the game if you have that Cruel Alliance.
I mean, the Sentry is the ultimate kind of double-edged sword type card where, yes, if your opponent doesn't have a way to get rid of your Sentry, the Sentry has Vigilance. Meanwhile, the Void token has to attack every turn. You can't kill it, but you can, of course, just block with the Sentry. But you kill the Sentry, all of a sudden, you have basically an unkillable flyer.
Look, the Sentry is the only thing protecting the people from the Void. So when you remove the Sentry, the Void gets to run amok.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
I mean, I absolutely love the design on
beautiful
the card.
flavor design here. And you do see, of course, Sentry coming down. Just fantastic. I love the art on the Void token. It is beautiful. There is one Cruel Alliance exactly in Wolverine. Hello.
That is a heck of a splash. Amazing, amazing creature here.
Wolverine Fierce Fighter coming down, picking off that Agent of Atlas. And everybody coming in.
All right. He's basically saying, do you either want to just bounce off the Void or do you want the Sentry to just eat one of these creatures?
Yeah, incredible aggression here.
Wow.
Matthew.
He's got a game plan here.
He has a game plan. Giddy up. All right.
All right, so that pushed 4 damage through. Wow, that was so aggressive.
All right, Shield Spy Kit. Second Shield Spy Kit.
So
double
7/7
7
Sentry.
coming across.
2 scries.
Yep. Number 1. All right.
Keeps it.
Keeps it on top. 7 in.
Man.
Back you go.
Back you go. Can you find the one Cruel Alliance in your deck?
That would just be GG. Keeping the cards pretty close to the chest here is Matthew.
It's just, if you make an attack like that, though, there has to be just another really good follow-up here, right?
Right.
To try to force damage through.
All right. We have fixed the overlay other than the life totals, but we do now have the proper names and color combinations on the screen. So we are starting off. What does Matt Forsyth have in his hand?
Yeah, can he go wide enough to maybe try to attack through that sentry?
Now, one thing that I do see in his deck list is a copy of Decoy Ploy. So that is maybe one reason to throw away some creatures pretty aggressively, allow you to buy them back.
Sure, yeah, just to try to get some damage through.
I believe Electra might be a villain and Wolverine is a hero, so if you make the same attack again and this time Frank just eats Electra, well, that's a pretty good decoy ploy there if I'm not mistaken.
It is. However, it is very mana intensive and you're not adding to the board here, but you do take 6 damage as a result of the very aggressive attack.
Right.
Big turn here for Matt Forsyth. Weighing out the options. Of course, the Void token has to attack every turn.
Yes. The Void is a destructive force. Eyes ahead on the prize.
And Matt needs to make a play here. Yep.
Everybody in.
Look, you did it last turn. And Frank's going, you know what? I'm just going to eat all those creatures. What can you possibly have here?
Basic land cycle.
All right, that does pump the Undercover Scroll.
Yep.
Right, that's a second creature into the graveyard. So that's 8
more
damage
coming across. In addition to, I believe, the 8 that came across the previous turn. So,
was it 8 or 6?
It was Electra plus Void,
That's right. You're absolutely correct. So is Frank down to 4?
I think if there's been no life gain or other damage across, Frank should be at 4 here.
Okay.
There's the mountain that was found, and survey says...
Red mana gets kind of scary, too.
Gorilla.
Gorilla. Okay, that's another creature. So now, technically, if Frank has nothing, this would be a lethal attack from Matt Forsyth's side of the battlefield.
It is also a reach blocker if Frank were to present something devastating here.
Right. It seems like it would be hard.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I would guess that Matt just takes the damage here.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one.
Right. Were these the scries from the attack?
Yes.
Oh, and he passed with 4 mana up.
2 scry. No. That was a pass on combat, I think. That was resolving.
Oh, I thought the finger was the hand
it was
gesture.
Resolve scry.
Yeah.
I pass priority on.
Okay.
And now Kingpin comes down.
All right, now
move
we're
a
moving.
spy kit.
Okay. Remember, now is Matt splashing like a lightning strike or anything like that? Any type of...
I did not see a lightning strike in Matt's deck.
But you can decoy ploy Wolverine, right? Is that a lethal attack?
Yep.
If you get that back?
Yeah. Wolverine does not kill Kingpin, right?
Yeah, but it has haste.
Ah, yes. Okay,
right.
so you
block,
block 6.
And that's 5 damage coming in?
5 damage coming across.
Assuming Frank is at 4 life, you play the Wolverine, you fight the Kingpin, and then you just attack with everything.
Send them in. I believe that's lethal. And Frank has tapped out, so this is a matter of Matt Forsyth just doing the math.
Yeah, you can get back Wolverine plus the Electra. Is the Electra a villain, right? Yeah.
Electra is a villain.
Yeah.
Matt is just thinking about it.
He's just thinking. I think he knows he has lethal, but of course, you just want to make sure.
He might not realize that he can get both back.
Yeah, but if you just get the Wolverine, I mean, if you just add up the... Oh, you can only get... Excuse me. You only get Wolverine back to make sure you need the 2 creatures in graveyard still for the scroll, right? So only getting 1 back is absolutely the play.
That's why.
Yeah,
yes.
There you go. Heads up.
Very well spotted. Very heads up from Matt Forsyth. Of course, that was fully known information.
Of course.
You only make that sort of play when you know it's guaranteed to work.
Right.
Otherwise, if your opponent has something, you might have cost yourself a lot more by taking that negative loss of card advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
I think just like the value-centric player and everybody wants to get the 2 cards. You just always think about it, but you know what's better than getting an extra card? Just winning the game.
It is I would say better. So that is game one going to Matt Forsyth. While the player's sideboard, I will let you know that we want to buy your cards. If you have extra cards that you would like to get rid of, head over to StarCityGames.com, specifically sellyourcards.StarCityGames.com, and sell us your cards. Great prices on everything. And if you want to trade in for store credit, well, that's a 30% bonus. So Star City Games wants to buy your cards. Back to the match at hand, Paul. Game 2. That was Matt Forsyth taking game 1 there.
Yeah.
Again, excuse the overlays. It will get fixed. But here we go for game 2.
Yeah, and I just really love kind of Matt's approach there. Oftentimes it's, when you're facing up against Sentry and have no way to actually get it off the battlefield, you almost kind of feel like you're just going to lose the game. But Matt identifying, just being aggressive, putting enough pressure, and still able to find that line, despite the fact that that Sentry was in play.
This is looking like game 1. I'm wondering if we restarted game 1, if there is an Electra
possibly
here.
Yeah, turn 1 tap land. Yeah, unless this is just the exact same sequence here.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
so while we get that fix, excuse us, we will let you know the Secrets of Strixhaven is out, of course, and you can order it now, starcitygames.com/mtg-sos, for all your Secrets of Strixhaven sealed or single product needs. We at Star City Games have you covered. So, thank you for bearing with us. We will get that fixed. And here we go. There's game 2. There's that pip for Matt Forsyth.
Yep.
And this feels different now.
Absolutely. Frank Scarron on the play here. I see a Red Room recruit in hand. I'll get Swordsman out and play instead.
Swordsman, one of the big 3 Equipment Matters cards that are black uncommons. That's Swordsman, Ronin, and Whiplash, I believe, are the 3. And the 3 of them really allow you to turbocharge your equipment and make them go that extra distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is precisely why Frank is playing 3 copies of Shield Spy Kit in his deck.
Of course, Swordsman was met with a Widow's Bite, and Frank does follow it up with a copy of Black Widow.
Yeah, Black Widow double agent, really, really strong signpost uncommon here. Basically unblockable, right? If you just attack with Black Widow by herself, I mean, there's just no block you can actually line up where things are profitable for you unless you have first strike creatures.
One of the few but very apt hero villains in the set,
Yeah.
the double agent being
That's right.
both a hero and a villain. Again, I cannot get over the flavor in this set. It's these little details that are just so perfectly thematic, and I absolutely love it.
Now, there is a version of Black Widow that is just a hero.
Correct.
And that is Black Widow Super Spy.
Right, the mythic
Right.
version of Black Widow that has fully converted to working for S.H.I.E.L.D.
Right.
But as a double agent, she
sense.
is a hero villain. There's Ninja of the Hand coming down. For Frank, it was a S.H.I.E.L.D. spy kit and an attack from Black Widow. Matt falls to 16 as we go back his way.
Yeah, so got that scry here. Would have really loved a 4th land for the turn. So that is the first missed land drop here for Frank Scarron.
And Ninja of the Hand coming in. Now, we could see an Electra snuck in, but Black Widow's too big as a 4/3. As you
Right.
mentioned, it is power, not mana value that
So-
determines what Electra can kill. So it is just Abomination coming down from
right.
Matt.
Can Frank find land at number 4? Saw an Hour of Defeat in hand. If he does, of course, the Black Widow still not blockable here.
Yep. So another card on the bottom. Did Frank find it? He
Okay,
did.
he did.
All right. All right. 2 lands.
Is he land cycling? Or- Okay.
No,
Just
okay.
a Red Room recruit.
I think that was the second spy kit drawn.
Okay. Yeah, he did have the 4-mana removal spell in hand, but looks like he wants to kind of develop the board here instead. Might still have another spell to follow up after the Red Room recruit.
All right, back we go after a fourth land was played from Frank Scarron. Matt fourth ice way. Matt down to 12. Frank still at a very healthy 18.
Yeah.
But the tempo loss of missing those land drops, something to be aware of, because Matt's deck has, much like we saw in the match between Andy Burden and Pete Ingram, the black-green decks do have the late game more often than not. Coming of Galactus, something that both players have. If Matt was to just play a fifth land to play Coming of Galactus here, life would become very difficult for Frank Scarron.
Absolutely. Just get that Black Widow off of the battlefield here. Of course, with 2 mana up, you do have to be mindful of a potential take up the shield on Frank Scarron's side of the battlefield.
Yeah, I don't believe Frank has any copies. Taking a look at his sideboard.
I don't see one either, yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of take up the shields, you're just playing a bunch of shield spike hits, right? That's taking up a lot of the
yeah, you're taking up a lot
creature
of shields.
augment slot, yeah.
Different kind of shield.
Modok!
Ooh.
Oh!
Speaking of whammies, there's another mythic to worry about.
Yeah.
Modok has hit the battlefield.
Remember, all of Frank's creatures are now smaller, -1/-1. Oh, but look at this.
Supervillain lockup.
Supervillain lockup here for Frank Scarron. Great way to get that 4/4 Tramplayer off the battlefield, but I mean, you still need to find an answer for that Modok.
We know that he has the Hour of Defeat in hand.
Of course,
so
yes, absolutely.
I don't know if, and he's going to upkeep it.
Yeah,
with that Surveil. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's, you know, preserving your life total is one thing, but if you didn't have an answer for Modok, I really don't know if you could actually afford to use that supervillain lockup there.
Right. And what a turnaround, right? We were looking at an attack with a 4/4 Trampler and a Modok in play, and Frank cleanly answering both.
Right. And one really big thing that the Modok was doing was it was shrinking the board. So there is that Electra Daughter of the Hand in Matt's hand that could have killed Black Widow if Modok had survived, but that is not the case.
Yeah, now if you play out the Electra, I suppose you can use it to kill the Red Room Recruit, but the Black Widow, of course, being the much bigger threat here.
Right. That is the problem creature right now.
You can't block it. You just need to kill it.
And a 6 life, you need to kill it soon.
Right.
That's the other thing. Is that Coming of Galactus?
I can't tell. I see a
no,
Wolverine.
it's Wolverine. It's Wolverine.
Can't play that. All right, sneaking in Electra. Okay, that's going to go after the Red Room Recruit.
Yeah. Okay. Red Room Recruit down. Take 3. And
Scroll.
Undercover Scroll. Okay.
And only 1 creature in the graveyard. So currently a 1/1. There's a Widow's Bite and a Modok in the graveyard.
Yes, that's right.
All right, well, I mean, this is not looking terrible for Frank, right? Matt's already down to 6 here. An attack for 4 from the Black Widow and a Scry. A lot of
not presenting lethal yet.
Right. This would get you down to 2 life.
And notably, there's not that many cards in Frank's deck that can present lethal in this position. Kingpin would not do it. Double Shield Spike it would, but we know he's already discarded one.
All right, but here is a 4-drop.
Grim Reaper.
So just another solid creature in play. Back against the wall. Matt down to 2 here with 2 solid creatures on the battlefield here.
Yes, but Wolverine is online because Matt has the red mana now.
Wolverine is online, and it is a 3/5, and Black Widow is a 4/3.
That's the math I'm doing.
All right, so they would trade because Black Widow does have Death Touch, but most importantly, you're just getting Black Widow off the battlefield.
You're getting Black Widow off the board. You would still have 2 blockers for Grim Reaper, and if Frank wants to bring something back, he would have to tap out, essentially.
Right.
So it feels pretty safe and also pretty forced here to go for Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, you do need to tap the scroll here for the red mana, as the Villainous Hideout gives you mana for villains, but Wolverine, very much a superhero.
Yeah, I don't think there's many storylines where Wolverine has been a villain, but it's certainly not the fierce fighter here.
It's got
It does have
Death
Death Touch.
and they fight.
You will lose Wolverine. Oh, so only one blocker.
Yeah. Okay. Is there another follow-up here, or are we going
there
to?
might be another scroll, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that would be big.
Oh, Gorilla. Oh, Gorilla.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
That's a huge blocker.
Yeah.
Huge. Okay.
You get your 4/4 back here, so now you have the ability to basically the Grim Reaper just can't make a good attack here. Now I do see a Kingpin in Frank Scarin's hand here too. Couple of extort triggers would also
That'll
get
do
it
it.
done.
Yeah.
But remember, Abomination is in play. The power-up cost is, I believe, 7 mana.
Yep.
There's 6 in play. So if Matt can play land number 6 here, he will be able to pump up the Abomination and fight one of Frank Scarin's creatures.
That is correct. So how will Frank sequence this? An equip attack might be where he starts things off.
Right. And then if you're on Matt's side, do you double block or just chump with the Electra?
So resolving the Scribe before choosing whether he's going to pay for Grim Reaper or not.
Right. Yeah, and just the value too hard to give up here.
Getting Black Widow means a chump from Electra.
Oh, you have to block
and
both.
you have to block the Black Widow with Abomination.
Right.
It has Death Touch, so you lose both of your creatures.
Wow. Yeah. This is definitely a force block. Grim Reaper is attacking as a 4/5, so you don't even have a clean block there.
Right.
So yeah, you lose both of your creatures, and you get to get the Black Widow off the battlefield.
Yeah, this feels like pretty forced blocks here from Matt Forsyth.
That had a finality counter, so it gets exiled.
Black Widow exiled. Just the undercover scroll.
Grim
Ninjas
Reaper.
of the hand we knew about. What was the draw here?
Now, he does have that ninja in hand.
Yes.
And I believe Frank has just one card in hand.
Just the Kingpin.
So you could just play that. You could just play the ninja out, make him discard that last card, and have a Death Touch creature to block the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, you are in a similar position once again, but as you mentioned, Death Touch creature, you would have to throw away your undercover scroll against whatever Frank brings back, whether it is Kingpin or not.
Right, yeah, bringing back the Kingpin, although it wouldn't trigger the way that you would like, right?
Right.
You wouldn't be able to attack for 5 with the Kingpin.
Correct. And here we go. Get the card out of your hand, as you mentioned, Paul.
There's
Goodbye,
the Kingpin.
Kingpin. Land played, pass from
Okay.
Matt Forsyth.
This is a nail biter. So, all right, what else can I get back here from my graveyard? Kingpin seems like one of the better targets to get.
Right. The other options are a Red Room Recruit, which I think is never the choice,
Right.
and a Swordsman, which also does not feel like the choice because both of those get blocked profitably by the undercover scroll.
Right.
So at least Kingpin doesn't trade with the undercover scroll. And
yeah, they bounce, and then the Death Touch creature would go in front of the Grim Reaper here, would be my expectation.
Right, and at 2, your opponent might feel forced to trade with the Kingpin, and then they have to chump with the undercover scroll.
Right,
and in
'cause of
both
the
cases,
extorts.
it's bad for the opponent. So this is Matt having to make a difficult choice of, can I deal with Kingpin, or can I deal with Kingpin, or do I feel like I have to trade with that and deal with Grim Reaper on a coming turn?
Right. And remember, Frank doesn't have a lot of resources, so, you know, maybe the extort kill won't happen necessarily that quickly.
Oh, Electra. Oh, no.
And you can get Wolverine back if you like, or the Abomination with this much mana.
Yeah, I feel like Abomination.
Wow, decoy ploy here.
Definitely that one. I feel like, well, Abomination is also a villain, right? So you can't get Abomination and Electra.
Oh, right. Yeah,
So,
but Electra, of course, just cleanly dealing with the
so
Kingpin here.
Electra Wolverine coming back.
Jeez.
A team up for the ages here.
Yeah. Man, I've never seen decoy ploy be this good before.
Yeah, I mean, Electra is one of the better cards to return in the format, but teaming that up with anytime you can get 2 rares back, it already feels
Of
great,
course,
right?
yes.
But 2 rares that are essentially Necrotol-esque creatures, well, that just feels sweet.
Yeah, I mean, because normally decoy ploy is not really, it's kind of hard to find the right shell for it, but it looks amazing here. Right. First things first, you want to get that Electra in play, get that Kingpin off the battlefield. Crunching in for 3 damage here, probably.
Yep, not really worried about haste from the black-white deck.
Yeah.
Man, Frank
big.
looks so good in this
Right.
game. And then these value creatures. I think his hand is just Swordsman and a land. Oh, second Kingpin. Okay.
Second Kingpin, and this is a 2/6, so Wolverine would not kill it here. But it could just, you might still just want
Oh, that was
aggro.
coming of Galactus. Oh,
Really?
no. Yeah, that was the draw. Oh, no.
Monty with the eagle eyes here.
So
brutal. All right. 6 damage coming in.
Yeah. And now I think Frank's hand is just Swordsman.
Right. You're at 4, you go to 2, and then you have 2 lethal attackers. Wow.
That is game, set, and match to Matt Forsyth. We know that was the first match won by his team, but we did also see Andy Burden beat Pete Ingram. So that is our feature team falling down to 1-1. Excellently played from the team of Burden and Forsyth. Really cool stuff, Paul, so far.
Yeah, I mean, what a turnaround there from Forsyth. I mean, even in both games where it looked like he might have been having some trouble finding the line to win both of those games with a crucial decoy ploy in both. I was just very impressed with kind of how he navigated both of those games.
Yeah, very nicely played, and a great looking pool from them. Of course, we didn't see their third deck. That's it for me and Paul for the morning. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister make their first appearances of the day. Don't go anywhere. We have so much more Marvel Superheroes Team Limited action for you.
Hello and welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in sunny and very hot Las Vegas.
So hot.
Whew, it's hot out there. I'm Jim Davis. That's Corey Baumeister. Corey, aside from hot, how are you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling great. This format has been an absolute blast. We've been playing a lot of it this week, and I am just so excited to watch these teams battle it out.
Yeah, what's really cool also is we have a great team to watch as our main team.
Yes.
Two-time world champion Seth Manfield, one of the best players to ever do it. But two good friends of mine, Seth's friend also, but Frank Scarron and Pete Ingram, two great Magic players who, haven't been playing as much lately.
Yeah.
But very accomplished players and very, very excited to see them again through all these rounds. So
yeah, Frank especially, Frank and Pete, but man, Frank has been dominating limited events for years. Maybe took a hiatus to do other things, but, that's a scary team for sure.
Two-time limited champion, and Frank has been doing game design for the last 5 or so years, but he's always in those arena directs. Just firing bullets, winning boxes. It's a closet full of boxes. He's like, I got more boxes. I don't know what I do with them all. But so we're going to see them battle. We're going to see actually Frank battle right now. And we're going to hop right down into round number 3 and see if these players battle it out. And there are our squads, Pete, Seth, and Frank, playing against Alan, Andy, and Jason on the left. Both teams are 1-1. Now, of course, 6-2 or better makes day 2. And a little bit of a tighter cut than usual.
Yep. It's a tough tournament. 6-2 is no joke. Starting 1-1, definitely not where you want to be. But it is what it is, and do the best you can.
All right, so we got Frank on the right, black-white, kind of like the equipment solo attacking deck against a blue-white deck here from Jason. And we see Frank starting out with the equipment shield spy kit into a Swordmaster, and then an NCEP Night Nurse from Jason. No value gained off the ETB here, just playing 2/1 Lifelinker.
Yeah, that card is amazing. Definitely not the best use case of it, but still a very powerful card. Get some lifelink going is always good.
Yeah, the fail state of a 2/1 lifelink is certainly reasonable. And just a pass back from Jason over Frank's way. Frank on the full curve out here with Black Widow, really doing the exact thing this archetype wants to do.
Yep, absolutely. Start strapping things up, attack alone, get the first strike and menace going on, and then being able to untap, get the scrying going. It's excellent.
Yep. So coming in with the spy kit, we got an untap, we get a scry. Frank going to take a look here. Black Widow double agent, really, really potent card, giving first strike and menace whenever you attack alone. Again, that's kind of the theme of this black-white deck. Of course, we've seen the themes of each archetype in this format. Every pair's got a certain theme, and some are looser than others.
Yeah.
But that's pretty focused, though. Really, it says, hey, when you attack alone, that's the thing you got to do, and if you're doing that, you get paid off.
Yeah, and being able to connive with the swordsman is very good. And, yeah, maybe not the best type of plan when you're just in one-on-one kind of draft. Like, maybe it's not the most common thing, but hey, when you're playing team sealed, you got to do it and play exactly what you were given in your packs here.
There's also some value too in because you're opening 12 packs and you're seeing a lot more cards. It's easier to put together kind of these niche archetypes.
Yeah, absolutely. It is crazy that the team of Seth, Frank, and Pete didn't really use red. Like, at all. That is wild to me. That's probably a really bad sign right when you get your pool is the fact that you just don't have playable red cards and you just make 3 decks out of 4 colors. But, hey, they're making it work. Their decks look pretty solid.
So web up going to come down and web up the swordsman. Here comes the Night Nurse in, choosing a swordsman over the Black Widow, leaving Black Widow and the spy kit ready to go. I don't think that Black Widow needs a spy kit, personally. I think she's kind of got it on lockdown.
Yeah, already. Yep, 100%. Has a couple of those spy kits ready to go.
Yeah, definitely knows what she's doing.
And it looks like Jason might have mulliganed a decent amount. I think Jason just had another land and 4-mana 3/3 artifact flyer in hand. So definitely seems short on cards to me.
So Black Widow comes in alone, gets that bonus. We see a scry, and looks like the card's going to stay on top. 3-mana for the Kingpin. Of course, Frank the Kingpin, we're calling him in this tournament,
I like it.
Has 3 copies of the powerful rare, the Kingpin of Crime, which can extort and then do the kind of Doran, the Siege Tower thing for all you boomers out there, making creatures deal damage for their toughness, not their power. Yeah,
absolutely. Powerful card. I mean, just being able to attack for 5, and, Frank has some other cards. I think we had the Invisible Woman that was out of the sideboard against other aggressive decks where you can just attack with a 5/5 lifelinker kind of thing. There's some nice combos in the deck, and Kingpin of Crime is just one of the stronger black-white cards for sure.
Yeah, kind of fun seeing these, these themes we see often in Magic. It's kind of like this toughness, matters theme in a new light here with the Marvel set. Kingpin kind of taking that mantle over for Doran, and the extort's very relevant too. So
Yeah.
Extort's a kind of an old school ability where you play a spell, you can pay a black or a white and drain for 1, which can add up over the course of a game.
And I mean, just Extort on the Kingpin of Crime is just pretty thematic there. I like that.
Awesome. So we got the Wakandan drone flock coming in. Flyer, is it Scry or Surveil too?
I think it's
Scry, right?
I thought it was
Scry, yep.
Surveil. Okay. New cards, we have had, Tuesday the set came out. We played a little bit extra on, the early access event, but for the most part, nobody has really had that much time to play. I mean, I think if you get 20 events in or something, you are well above the average.
Way ahead.
Yeah.
I'm about 12 drafts deep. How about you?
I'm about 20, but I played the early access where I played 6 events there. I played pre-release. It's literally my job to play Superheroes Limited as well, so I feel like that's not the case for everyone in the field.
Absolutely. And this is about as close to a pre-release event as you can get.
Yeah.
So here comes Luke Cage and a trio of, I guess, heroes and villains here, of course, with Kingpin. And Black Widow plays both sides of the ball sometime. Luke Cage, Power Man, also has the attack alone clause. So it gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible. So interesting to see where if Frank goes wide on the board, still only want to attack with 1 creature.
Yeah, or, I mean, if you're just using the ability of Kingpin, attacking all out, you're attacking with 2 5/5s with Luke Cage and Kingpin. So, the +2 on the power is maybe sometimes throwaway text when the Kingpin of Crime comes in.
Absolutely. So drone comes in, 3 damage, Frank down to 14. And here is an interesting one, the Adaptoid. This is a really cool rare. This is an artifact creature that when it comes in or attacks, it can steal the abilities of other creatures in play. Now, you have to target 1 creature, and it'll get a counter for all of those creatures' abilities. So Night Nurse, we got Lifelink. Flying on the drone, not too much else available out there. It also has the power that is equal to the number of legends you have in play.
Yeah, let's get Super Adaptoid on the screen. That one has some text, to say the least. And that's one of those cards you can read a couple times, and it's like, wait, what?
That's a pretty, because what it does is beyond the text of the card.
Yes.
It's any other abilities, and now you're putting Death Touch and First Strike together, or kind of weird combinations.
Yeah, really fun card. Reminds me a lot of Crystalline Giant as a limited card.
Absolutely.
Where you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates.
So going to be get out the the marker here, and we see Death Touch, because that's right. Black Widow also naturally has Death Touch. You're going to go for the Black Widow Death Touch. There's Lifelink on the Night Nurse, and then flying on the drone. So a lot of options next turn. The next time you want to get an ability, you do have to attack with it, though.
Yeah. So sometimes maybe it's better to get Vigilance first, so it's going to be untapped. Then you can choose flying or whatever. It's a really tough card to play. And it's a rare, so of course a lot of people haven't had a lot of experience playing with or against it.
You are absolutely right about your assessment of attacking with everything and using the Kingpin to give all these creatures now the toughness will be dealt, not the power. So Luke Cage effectively a 5/5, Kingpin effectively a 5/5. The Black Widow coming in, and then no triggers on the Black Widow or the Spy Kit because no spy work here. This is a full-on frontal assault.
Yep, absolutely. So now the Death Toucher can jump in and deal some damage, and of course this effect is Frank's cards alone. It doesn't make your opponent's creatures attack or deal damage with their toughness, but still one good block here at least for Jason being able to throw a Death Toucher in front of something here.
Yeah, it needs to decide if Jason wants to save this and try and build it up as make the ultimate kind of machine, or just take the trade here. And trading seems pretty prudent.
It does seem decent, but man, you got to just think, oh, that is nice. Spider-Man to be able to just save the Death Toucher is great. I mean, this is exactly what this card is meant to do. Block when you have a Death Toucher, tap it to prevent, and you get to eat the Kingpin. Now, Frank's deck does have 3 Kingpins, so this could easily be like, Frank's like, sure, get rid of that one. Here's another one.
Corey, everybody gets one.
Yeah. Boom. I'm shocked. I am shocked.
Looks like Jason's shocked, too. And Jason has no idea. Because there's a 3rd Kingpin possibly waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
So Kingpin picks up the Spy Kit. And going back Jason's way, Spider-Man, Adaptoid, Night Nurse, just a motley crew hanging out.
Either way, the Flyer, though, there's no blockers for that. So Frank's at an effective 9. And I guess when this goes to attack, whenever our rare artifact goes to attack, you can get flying as well. And, get in a good amount of aerial damage here. So that being said, though, Jason's at 2, so has to be very, very careful.
Yeah, this is tough. And you'd love to get flying and lifelink. They're going to choose this turn and then next turn. And the power of the Adaptoid is currently 3. It does count the legendary creatures in play on Jason's side. Is he going to mull over here? And the Adaptoid is getting in the red zone.
Got to be Death Touch and Lifelink now if you're going to attack. That makes a lot of sense. So pointed at the Night Nurse, connects for some damage. And, I mean, Death Touch and Lifelink is a great combo. Getting Jason back up to 5. But, man, that's still, if either of these 5 power, in air quotes, 5 toughness creatures connect, that's all she wrote here.
Yeah, the Kingpin is a powerful card.
Yeah.
3 mana for a 5/5 with some upside. Not too shabby. So 1 card in hand for Jason. Going back Frank's way. Frank also has, I think is it an Avengers Tower or a Villainous Hideout hiding in the lands there?
I'm not sure. I feel like they all kind of do very similar things. I believe that's the Connive land,
Okay.
the villainous one, but I could be wrong. And looking at Jason's deck, there are some really nice ones. We have 2 Origin of the Avengers, so that's really good with Night Nurse, as well as the Superhero Civil War. Just one of the best, if not the best card in the set. So there's some power in Jason's deck, no doubt.
I have cast Superhero Civil War. I had to cast against me many times. Never lost a game.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
card is truly unbelievable.
I did some damage with it. I played one of the team limited events yesterday to kind of get ready for that. And, I had that with the Night Nurse as well.
Ooh.
When it went away, I got to Night Nurse, bring it back, and play it again. Needless to say, I won that game, Jim.
All right, so surprisingly here, we got Kingpin going on a solo spy mission. Not the most, sneaky character of all time, but has a spy kit and has Black Widow protegeing here. So the Kingpin comes in. It's going to get the Scry and the Untap. It has Death Touch and Menace from the Black Widow.
Yeah, and I mean, that's great. Having to double block this is pretty scary. It's dealing, 6 damage? So you pretty much have to block with the 2/3 power creatures. I mean, or die, just not blocking, you're toast. And if you block with all 3 creatures, they all die. So it looks to me like Jason's kind of only block is getting the 2/3 power creatures in play, right?
So it was First Strike and Menace.
Yeah, I was like, I like that block if it didn't have the Code of Menace, but not a legal block. So I think Jason's hand's pretty forced, wouldn't you think, Jim?
Yeah, and that's part of the power of the Black Widow card, where First Strike and Menace, kind of like we were saying with the Adaptoid, a really potent combination of keywords.
Yeah.
It is very, very hard to successfully block anything with First Strike and Menace.
Oh, it's First Strike Menace. I thought it was Death Touch Menace. Okay, yeah.
It is First Strike Menace.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Black Widow herself has Death Touch naturally. but-
Yeah, okay. Well, then, there are no good blocks. That's for sure.
So Spider-Man and Night Nurse take the heroic sacrifice to keep Jason alive. And now we're going to see what looks to be a Connive on the Villainous Hideout. These lands are really, really potent.
Really good.
In any game where things kind of slow down, you're getting a little flooded, having free value and things to do with your mana is awesome.
It is awesome. So, all right, there is a good amount of aerial damage right now. If we can get a pump spell or something from Jason, we could kind of finish this game off.
Yeah, the issue here, of course, is now with both legendary creatures dead, the Adaptoid has a power of 1.
Yeah.
So the Adaptoid is currently a 1/2 Death Touch lifelink alongside the Drone Flock, which is a 3/3, which is still quite a ways away.
Yep.
And Jason mulling it over. But, you got to make a move at some point because the next turn the squad's going to be rumbling in once again.
I think Jason should play Mountain and the Civil War, the Superhero Civil War. I think that would be pretty good.
You always want your friends to do well.
Yeah.
But there is an element of you also want to see him get dunked on too. If Jason is slow rolling Mountain Superhero Civil War here,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be able to contain myself.
Yeah, I don't, and nor should you. Is that why you're always fist pumping behind my matches whenever I lose?
Anyway, so back to Frank's turn, and Frank is drawing for turn. Got a tap 3.
Oh, that looks good. That looks like the removal spell.
Yep. And
Oh,
there's
yeah.
the Cruel Alliance. This is the exiling removal spell. Could teamwork it, but doesn't need to. Just going to take out the Adaptoid. Going to extort with the Kingpin. So little life drain, blockers down, and now Menace is going to come in for lethal. And it's going to come down to what does that 5 mana have to do for Jason and those 2 cards in hand. It looked like 2 lands.
It looked like 2 lands to me, too. So now it'll just be, if we're completely done here or not. And looks like that is game 1 going to Frank. Pete as well, picking up game 1 there over Allen.
Yeah, Team Limited is really cool. It's really,
Yeah.
really fun, obviously, to play an event with your buddies, but you're playing an event with your buddies.
Yes.
Typically, even if you were to sit next to a friend, you can't talk to them in a regular tournament.
Yeah.
You just got to keep doing your thing. And this you can. you have team communication. You can talk to your friends. You can kind of share in successes that kind of like, hey, Pete, Pete got a good win over there. That's really, really cool. So, I mean, what's your thoughts on team events? How do you feel in the vibes are in a team event?
I love them. I mean, every team I've played with, has just been, some of my best friends and stuff. Literally, the last team event I played was in 2018 with Seth Manfield and Frank Scarrett as my teammates. So, I will say they upgraded for Pete at this point. But, that was the last time I played. We top 16'd. I had an absolute blast. And, the vibes are immaculate when you get a great team. And I mean, I got to be hard carried all weekend by these limited goats. So
that's funny.
It was great.
Funny because you get to share success and also failures. One of my most heartbreaking team moments was with Pete Ingram on my team alongside Max Dietz at an old SCG team sealed 10, 15 years ago where we were in the finals. I made a critical error and lost us the match. And I was despondent for about a month. I felt so bad. But it's cool. In fact, it makes you care so much about it because you're with your friends. You want to celebrate your successes, and they were super cool about it.
Yes.
And like they could have easily been like, dude, Jim, what?
That's actually what they said behind your back. But in front of your face, it was not so bad. At least in my face,
they were super supportive. And hey, we made the finals. It was a great tournament. So,
that's not a bad place to lose it. It's like, just imagine something like that happens where these players, someone punts leading into the top 4, where the whole top 4 goes to the Pro Tour. Now, that's a moment that will be very heavy. But, man, I'm already looking forward to that moment so much where we see a whole team make it to the top 4, a team of fresh players that aren't qualified for the Pro Tour get to go with your buddies. I mean, come on, that's about as cool as it gets.
It's always so exciting in these regular spotlights where we send one player, and you get to see their elation. But being able to share that with your friends, it doesn't happen a lot of times. Where you're in the last round and I lost to my last 2, I didn't make it. You made it, awesome, that's great. Let's go have dinner. But you can't have that here. Either you all make it or you all don't.
It is a shared experience,
it's a package deal here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Team Limited, great to see it back on the big screen.
Oh, yeah.
Just really good. So a cool set, too. Really cool to see this Marvel set. Love seeing the set fully fleshed out with the full 10 archetypes. A lot of care went into the set very, very clearly, and you can see a lot of really, really cool things happening. The interplay between the archetypes. What are you liking so far in this set?
Green-White X decks have been my favorite in my traditional 1v1 style of Magic, because of course I didn't do too much prepping as far as team goes, but just green-white tokens, kind of power up hero synergies, and then splash for your bombs. I have opened a lot of the red-white saga, the Civil War card. So I have played a lot of green-white splash red for that, and believe it or not, I've been having a lot of fun with that. But honestly,
wow, really?
I know it's crazy, but a lot of great stuff going on so far. The only thing I haven't been able to make work is the blue-red artifact stuff.
I have a good one with that, but forget about us. Let's get back to Plains versus Plains here. Jason on the play in Game 2, down a game, with a turn to Colleen Wing. This is one of the kind of Boros target your stuff uncommons.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary card. It's a scary card, no doubt. It's something you very much want to keep in check, but, so even Frank respecting it here, locking it down.
Oh, wow.
That's a nice one.
All right, so locks up the Colleen Wing, and then we follow up with Jane Foster. Jane Foster is a very, very powerful rare. Every equipment is a draw, blinking things, kind of like a Philia, a standard level Philia, but also draws cards. But of course requires equipment, which is not always a thing around. But
definitely.
Never mind, Jane Foster's gone too. And Frank cleaning things up here in these first few turns.
Yep, Frank kind of playing this, control role here on the draw. Frank has a decent amount of removal. It didn't even look like a lot. I want to say he only has like 4 or 5 removal spells, but that's kind of the norm in this format. I think we're all kind of used to like just coming off Strixhaven where, sometimes you didn't play creatures in that format. This is a lot more traditional, good old-fashioned limited Magic where you play 4 or 5 removal spells, and that's about right.
Yeah, there are a lot of creatures in this format.
Yes.
Like a lot. And decks tend to be a little more creature heavy. And we see a pass from Jason, though. Kingpin comes down alongside the Spy Kit. That sneaky Spy Kingpin. I'm sure that was some issue of the comics somewhere where he had to go on a spy mission. But going back Frank's way, a bunch of mana open for Jason. Of course, the alarm bells have to be going off for Frank as far as, what's Jason up to over here?
Yeah, and it looks like we have the 1/4 that ices down a creature, which is going to be great. I mean, as far as creatures that you ice down, and, that's not one of the cards that's templated where they lose the ability or anything like that. Yeah, no, this one's just tapped down. So the extort ability still works, and the fact that you can still have the creatures attack with their toughness still works as well.
Yep, Spider-Woman with the lockdown. So Kingpin is now locked down. Kingpin has gone to jail effectively, and will be there. We see Grim Reaper come down along on Frank's side. Unfortunately for Frank, the Kingpin is in jail, not in the graveyard.
Yes.
So Reaper can't bring that back. And Spider-Woman is a good lockdown card, not a good offensive card, though. So Jason's still on the defensive here.
How long is that Kingpin really going to remain behind bars, though? You know, like
It's true.
yeah,
It's true.
stored his way out of there in no time.
Of course. He's got connections.
Exactly. Goes in for an attack here, and we see the soldier, the 3/2 that flashes in when something takes damage here, which is going to look really, really nice. But
the Red Guardian.
yes, the Red Guardian looks great here, and yeah, that's about as clean as it gets. I think if Frank, had perfect information there, it was a snap, take 1 damage.
Yeah,
right.
That's a tough spot where it kind of feels like a free attack. It's not that scary, but it's only 1 damage. But
Yeah.
Frank likes to block and draw out the Red Guardian. Or maybe Frank's got bigger plans as far as future things.
And to be fair, the 3/4 that reanimates stuff, when you don't have any creatures in the yard, it's just okay. It's just an okay card already.
Yep. So the Adaptoid comes down, but there are actually no keywords amongst the creatures in play.
It has
steal.
Flash.
I don't think it can get Flash.
I mean, to be fair, that wouldn't make any sense.
Right.
But
that one's not on there. It doesn't really do anything. But
yeah.
Black Widow coming in and picking up the spy kit once again.
So now it can gain Death Touch when it attacks, which is not nothing, right? Because it can take the abilities of your opponent.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So the Adaptoid can pick up the Death Touch. And we see, ooh, boy, Justice being served.
All right.
This is the 2/2 flying Mana War for all you old school players out there, bouncing the Black Widow back to hand. And now getting on the offensive is Jason. Adaptoid comes in. Adaptoid can take the flying from the Justice. And then we see Red Guardian and Spider-Woman in as well.
Yeah, man, Justice is just great. Mana War is one of the cards that's kind of survived the test of time. It's just been powerful. Straight, just 3 mana, 2/2, bounce something. That's still very good and limited. But, man, when you add flying and you get a little extra kind of throwaway text when you, do that last line of text, it's just incredible.
Not throwaway. We saw a counter on Justice a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
So the card's excellent.
Yeah.
All right, so Black Widow comes back down, gets suited back up. We see an Extort from the Kingpin going back Jason's way. 2 cards in hand, 6 mana in play. And a Motley Crew once again.
I think I saw Web Up as well. So, I mean, Jason's looking great. That's a Web Up. That's Agent 13, I believe.
Ooh, Sharon Carter, yeah.
Yeah, being able to attack alone and investigate, that card is phenomenal.
Very, very potent. Would look a little better in Frank's deck thematically, but a very powerful card just on base level value. And if there is a Web Up, I mean, I'd be surprised that it's not on the table right now.
Yeah, I think it was there, so.
Oh, boy. Web him up, Spidey.
Yeah, and this looks like we're going to be heading to game number 3 here real quick. And, hey, this was a game where Jason did not mulligan to Oblivion. We don't know how much he mulliganed game 1, but it did not look like any more than 5, at best. And Jason's deck actually looks really, really strong. I would say stronger than Frank's.
Yeah, some really good stuff going on. It's funny because not really a lot of cohesion as far as, archetypes go. And that's kind of the cool thing in this format where you don't have to be what it says in the box.
Yeah.
You can play good cards. You can kind of just be like a flyer deck or a reactionary deck. And Jason's got a motley crew, but a good crew.
Yeah, that's what I was really looking forward to this weekend. Probably the thing I was most excited about is we have these 10 archetypes that Wizards gave us as what these color pies do. But that's for draft. That's 1v1 kind of draft is what the design team is aiming for. But when you go to team limited, everything's different. When you go to or team sealed, even when you go to traditional sealed, you just got to play what you have. You got to be adaptive and try to get it done that way.
All right, so Black Widow number 2 comes in alongside a Red Room Recruit. So Frank mounting a little bit of defense here.
Yeah.
But that Adaptoid can steal some abilities. There are 4 legendaries in play, so the Adaptoid's huge.
That looks good enough.
And there comes the crew. Jason evening it up here, 1 apiece. Now, of course, we've got Pete Ingram has already won the match, which is great to see. And then Seth currently down a game. He's got that feeling of going into game 3, you see one player is won and one player is not. And that's great. We'll get game 3 all queued up here. But we got a little sale for you.
Ooh, do we? What do we got this time?
This is a sale that it looks a little silly at first, right? 10% off of all basic lands. Well,
yeah.
It's a land box. You get lands whatever you want. But lands are one of the coolest parts of the deck building process. What lands do you use?
I'm not going to lie. I am hyped at this sale. because I use a very one specific land, but man, I bought 20 John Avon lands from SCG last weekend, Jim. I should have waited, but I love the John Avon full art lands. You know, I have them hung up in my stream room. I am going to be taking advantage of this to complete my set of 20 of each of them. I like both of his full art versions. They're my favorite by a lot.
I love the old portal lands.
Oh, okay, those are nice too.
Which are hard to find, not too expensive.
Yeah.
You know, they're classy, but they're not like, you know, Euro land classy. But if you like those are on sale too. So 10% off StarCityGames.com/sale. Basic land singles.
Yeah, but now that we have this set coming out and where there's villain decks that you can play, I'm going to get the full text lands. I'm going to get the full text lands for when I'm playing these villain-style decks, Jim. And I'm going to very much play the villain role with maybe the most, I wouldn't say hideous, but, you know, when you see them across from you, you're just like, how dare you?
They're pretty hideous.
They're pretty hideous.
But they're also on sale, so if you want to be a villain, get those. If you want to be a hero, get some old school portal lands.
Yeah.
So we got our players getting ready for game number 3 here. A nice tight match overall so far. And again, the dynamic of Team Sealed is so interesting because you can have a spot where you're just getting wrecked. And you look over and both teammates have won. You're like, oh,
sweet.
All right, cool.
Bailed out.
But we got a tight one here. So Pete is up the match. Pete has won his match. Seth is down a game. Frank going into game 3.
Yeah.
How do you try and not let that get to you? Because there's the fear of like you're losing. You just like, is one of you guys gonna win? So I can just stop playing.
You know, in the early rounds, I never even like care what my team is doing because it's like whatever. You just got to play your match. You got to get in your groove, and then as it gets later, you know, you're getting to win and in for day 2. You're getting close to the top 8. Then it's just like it's hard to not peep over. But at the end of the day, you're doing your team kind of a disservice by being more focused over there. Just play your match. Don't worry about it. I try not to talk with my team basically at all unless it's like a really tough spot that very much matters. Otherwise, I just play my match. I'm in my own bubble. I treat it as a 1v1. And if someone asks a question or something, I'll help, of course. But yeah.
I'm in a similar spot. Yeah. I think that I really need to lock into what I'm doing. You know, there's a danger of being too willing to pass the buck to folks that you trust because they're your friends.
Yeah.
You say, what should I do here? And you just trust them because Seth knows what he's doing, but you're playing the game. You're in your game. So.
And I mean, like when you're playing a match for the whole time and you ask someone, even a world-class player like Seth to come in and say, like, what would you do here? You haven't seen everything unfold. You might have some information in your head that, like, you know, I think he has a removal spell because he didn't play something on this turn, but the person coming in to look wasn't on that journey with you. So I think half the time, too many cooks in the kitchen can kind of be a big problem as well. So
I'm notoriously bad at coming into a game trying to like figure things out.
Oh, we know.
Oh yeah, I'm bad at the regular games too, but I'm really bad coming in to try and help. So
you got range, buddy. You got range.
I know, right? So looks like our players are just about ready to get going here for game number 3, a big one here.
This is a big one.
Both teams are 1-1, so you don't want to be back against the wall here. 6-2 is the record needed to make day 2.
Yeah, having to go 5-0 for your last 5 rounds is pretty brutal, that's for sure. So these players don't want to put themselves in that kind of position.
Yep, a more tough cut than usual because of the structure of the tournament where you need time to build your decks.
Yep.
So we only have time for 8 rounds today rather than the usual 9. So that tougher cut of 6-2 is not an easy one.
Yeah, each spotlight usually 6-3 to be able to make it in. Now, granted, when you go in at 6-3, the odds that you top 8, like you have to XL, you got to hope your breakers are good. So this makes it so these 6-2s, everyone that goes to day 2, they are live to make it to the top 4. Yep, no doubt.
Which is great.
Yeah.
You know, so everyone's live, everyone's battling, and of course tomorrow will be more sealed deck. We'll get 6 rounds of that, and then the best part. Top 4, our players are going to be drafting and then drafting again.
That's where, if, you know, we see a team, you know, like what, Dave Williams, Paul Ritzel, Matt Sperling, if you play against them in the top 4 and you just had, like, you're a team of players that came here, maybe don't have a huge resume like they do. You had 2 great seal pools. Now you're in the lion's den. Yeah. Like now things get to be very, very tough drafting against, some very established, really powerful players.
That's the cool thing with this format, too, is that not many players get to play team limited very often.
Yeah.
And the team draft, which used to be like the Pro Tour pastime of old, has kind of waned in recent years.
Yeah.
It's not as popular a format. It doesn't get played as much. And it kind of has its own set of rules of engagement.
Yes.
Which we'll get into, of course, later in the broadcast.
Definitely. It's not a traditional draft. Like, there are things, be like, you pass that to them? Like, I don't care you're not in your colors.
Right.
Take that bomb rare. Like, you know, there's certain cards that it's a no pass.
Yep.
And teams will go through those kind of lists. Like, if you see the Civil War saga, it's like, put it in your deck.
You're blue-black? Too bad. Take it.
Your Golgari? Yeah. maybe splash it.
Yeah, figure it out. Yeah, and then it's really, really cool to see team draft dynamics because the cut.
Yeah.
Or the pass and hook, where you pass a good rare and then go into that color.
Yeah.
You would never do in a non-team draft. So really
Yeah.
cool to see. Very excited. We're going to have a really, really exciting top 4. And if Frank gets that mulliganing here, maybe we can play some Magic here for game number 3.
Yeah.
We're in.
It did look like he mulliganed a few times here, so not ideal. Looks like Seth did even it up while they were getting ready. So now either Seth or Frank have to win to be able to win this match. But we shall see. I mean, with Frank already this deep into mulligans, you got to think advantage Jason here for sure. And I saw a certain Saga.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. So once we get to fight, and you see red and white here, so.
All right, well, good draw for Frank so far. This is the Red Room theme deck. We got Red Room Recruit alongside Black Widow Double Agent. Doing the whole attacking alone thing. Pretty good rate stats on play, too. We got 2-drop with 2 power into a 3-drop with 3 power.
Yeah, all you got to do if you're Jason is buy some time, stem the bleeding, and the web up I just saw looks great. It looks like we also have the Thor, the blue-white Thor that looks awesome here. So, I mean, I think if I'm Jason and I have the busted Saga in my hand, I'm webbing up that. I'm doing exactly that play and just make it so Frank's draw doesn't get too far out of hand.
Yeah. So they're playing the control role here, both on the draw, up cards, and having powerful cards to follow. But good curve out for Frank. We see the Grim Reaper come down.
But the one thing else I see is no other cards in hand for Frank. That is hell-bent.
Is that actually?
That's actually hell-bent.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, time to do a little campaign
Unless he
here.
put his cards in his lap, which, I don't think Frank would be doing that.
So Political Triumph comes down alongside Jane Foster, the Mighty Thor. So a Triumph. A plan, once you get to 4 counters, you get to pump a team and draw a card. A little scries in there also. So going to smooth out Jason's draws. And, of course, Jane Foster is very powerful as well. And things are perfectly lined up for the Civil War in Jason's hand.
Yeah.
The Civil War steals 6 mana value worth of creatures. And that is exactly what Frank Scarron has in play right now.
Up to 2 creatures of 6 value. The first time I cast it, my opponent just had a bunch of tokens. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm going to be able to take everything. And then the first 2 I clicked on Arena, those are the ones I got. I was like, I should read this card a little closer.
I may have done the exact same thing today in the gym this morning.
Yeah.
I want to play Dr. Doom, and I couldn't take all the bots. And I was like, All right, Civil War comes down, and oh my, is that card ridiculous. Stealing both creatures temporarily. Chapter 2 pumps the team. And Chapter 3 makes them fight. If they're even still there and the game is still going.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, and a lot to go here on Jason's side. Unfortunately, Frank just kind of looking on. Not a lot you can do in this spot. You need to try and get through the Saga and hopefully get the creatures returned in some capacity and maybe mount a defense, but real tough here. All right, so Jane Foster, Sharon Carter coming in.
Yeah, that is just too much to come back from. Now, I mean, Frank is going to get back these creatures, going to get back a creature. They're going to be fighting, but God, it's just so powerful. It's such a good card.
Frank can't believe it.
Yeah.
It's just like, that was the disgust of your 2-finger hand back. Like, all right.
Yeah.
I guess that's what that card does do.
And, Frank's deck does have these multiple kingpins, and that has looked pretty solid, but power level-wise, he's played against some better decks.
Yeah. Backing up Civil War with a good, bit of removal and quality creatures is a really good way to win games of Limited this format.
Yes.
And Jason is well on his way. Next up, we're going to see Spider-Man hop in. Doesn't need to save anybody. Just going to trigger the campaign. We're going to see a victory.
Yeah.
Scry, a card, counters. Oh, boy.
It does give a counter to Frank's cards, which, whatever, doesn't matter too much. But yeah, all these creatures get a boost. Now has Captain America that he just picked up as the draw there.
Oh, boy. And
the Saga is going to send the creatures back, but there's going to be some fighting.
Yep, so Chapter 3 makes them fight each other, so one of them will die. Reaper will go back. So now there are 2 defenders on Frank's side. Saga will go away. And if there's any sort of follow-up here for Jason, looking to wrap this one up. Jane Foster's in the air with 4 power. Frank's at 6.
Yeah, it doesn't look like lethal just yet.
Yeah, Cap comes down. And here comes the squad. So we get untapped triggers from Captain America, which the first time things have become tapped, they get untapped. And we're going to see an exile on them. Yeah, so Jane Foster never attacks. Exiles a creature.
Oh, yeah, of course, blinking that out. Man, that card is excellent.
Yeah.
All right, well, Jason Chu's deck looks pretty awesome, I must say.
Yeah, tough one for Frank, of course. If Frank had a full 7 that game, might have still gotten crushed.
Yeah,
because Jason's draw was excellent, lined up really, really well, really powerful cards. But now here comes the feeling of a team event where you get a chance to kind of go, okay, I lost, but I can look over and see how Seth is going. So let's hop back in here and get a little reorganized and see if we can't get one of these 2 other matches. Hopefully we'll get to see Seth's match.
Yeah, Seth's match would be great because they haven't finished yet, so being able to see that match unfold naturally would be excellent because it's gonna come down to that match.
Yep.
Pete took it down, Frank there falling there at the end, so really nice stuff.
All right, so players looking these over. We'll see if we can't get. We got a look in, but we're going to come back in, try and get the beginning if we can. Nope, we're just coming right in.
Okay.
All right, so coming right in here we're jumping into game 3 of Seth versus Andy, and trying to see who's going to close out this entire match for the team.
Oh,
And,
God. Super Genius is so incredible. I have lost to that card more than anything. The fact that you get, no matter what, it just replaces itself, where you get to draw a card, then draw a card and connive. I mean, the card is just completely bananas.
The leader, Super Genius, on the side of Andy.
Yeah, if you don't kill that one, the odds you win it are just so low. And, oh, man, are we going nuts as well? These style of Simic kind of power or Simic teamwork style connive decks have worked out very well. They've been very much impressing me.
So we're going to see some teamwork here on Go Nuts, adding a counter and fighting. The drone flock goes down for Seth. And, yeah, right now Seth certainly up against it with only a bold biochemist. In a world of superheroes, I mean, scientists are great, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But
super geniuses.
Yeah.
That's a whole new level.
A little smarter than biochemists. So
I guess.
back Seth's way. Seth is, perhaps the best player in the entire tournament. He's playing the weakest of the 3 decks, I believe, which is what you want to do typically in Team Limited. Give your best player the scrappiest deck. So bit of an uphill battle here, but if anyone could do it, it's world champion Seth Manfield.
Definitely. He is our defending champ, so it doesn't get much better. And there is the Vision. The Vision is excellent. Being able to get some spells, being able to draw cards off that. But, man, the Super Genius, just that being on the battlefield where now if you ever even play any kind of connive card, the fact that double triggers essentially, I mean, it is just too much to come back from so very quickly.
All right, Andy in a good spot. Looking to close this one out. One of the dangers of team events can be when you get to this one match spot of all 3 heads going, a 3-headed giant, like talking too much, taking too much time. So players have a decent amount of time left, but need to be aware of it.
Yeah, definitely. And Andy's hand's amazing. He has web up. He has the card where you put it second from the top and you connive, just a plethora of removal. And that's all you need with Super Genius in play because you'll draw more threats. Your threats are already going to become massive with this connive ability. So I don't see a way out for Seth. And it looks like our team of heroes, the people we've been watching all day, Seth, Frank, and Pete, might be going to 1-2 already. And Jason, Andy, and Alan, their decks look awesome. And they're doing some really nice stuff here, Jim.
Yeah, you can see body language from Seth. You can have a little chuckle of all right, this is how this is going. That's fine.
Yep.
So Vision gets webbed up. Iron Lad coming in. Let's see. Just working out the attacks. Iron Lad can do a little artifact stuff. Not really like a blue-green-ish card, more of an artifacty card, but
yeah.
But build your own Sarah Angel,
Sure. Even if you have 4 artifacts, that's got to be enough. If you have 0, maybe you still play it. I mean, a 3-mana 2/2, you get to look at your next card and just kind of know what's coming. There's a little bit of value to that already. 3-mana 2/2 Flying Vigilance. If there was no other text, I think you'd still play that card.
Yeah, you also have your opponent doesn't know you don't have that many artifacts.
Yeah.
So if it's actually the 23rd or worst card in your deck, but your opponent thinks it's good and kills it, that's a huge win.
Yeah. Removal magnet, to say the least.
All right, so you can see the three-headed giant here of Pete, Seth, and Frank. The heads coming together, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation with just a bold biochemist and a couple lands.
Yeah, so brutal as you just have to deal with the Super Genius immediately. But even this, it's okay as you're going to put it definitely on top. There's no way you're putting that Super Genius on the bottom. And here in a couple turns, Andy will find it. It'll replace itself immediately when it comes into play. And without Seth having any pressure, you can't really think he's going to tempo out and win this game that way.
Yeah, trickster stratagem. Second from the top, going for a connive, getting that bold biochemist, a little buffer.
Yep.
Sending him to the gym. And we'll see, of course. A lot of cards in hand for Seth. Issues here seems to be being able to deploy them in a reasonable amount of time. Andy looking on.
Yeah, and Seth has some powerful cards. He has the Mind Stone. He has a decent amount of removal. He has the Vision, which is great too, but not many sweepers in the format in general, which I like, by the way. Big fan of that. And none in Seth's deck, so being able to cleanly deal with the board is not going to be easy.
Yeah, the Iron Lad as a 4/4 Flying Sarah Angel, very, very potent. And we see a grip full of cards from Andy.
Yeah.
So going back Andy's way, going to prep up. And here comes the Iron Lad in for 4. Seth down to 11. Andy at 19. The deciding game of a deciding match of round number 3 here at Marvel Spotlight Superheroes. Andy thinking it through.
Has the 3/2 flash to be able to tap something down here coming in at end step with whatever Seth does. And then the Super Genius on top is going to be excellent. He even has that Simic card that turns into a 6/6.
Oh, that
with an artifact. That card is nasty if you have the right deck for it.
Yeah, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. That card is unbelievable.
It really is. So you can tell, Andy has some artifact themes here. Maybe we're not seeing a lot of the cards so far, but there's got to be a few of them.
Yep, so Aim Scientist comes down, a little bit of Connive. Night Nurse goes to the bin. The Giant Ant, the Flying Ant comes down and taps at end step. And now we are back to leader. And
it's Super Genius time.
Flyers in play for Andy as well.
Has the 1 mana available, so you can have the Teamwork card that deals 4 damage, but even if Seth has that, can't even actually Teamwork it, so could deal 2 to, let's say, the 3/2, but man, at the beginning of combat, if Andy were to connive onto the 3/2 flyer and make that as like the only out Seth could have and kind of shut that door, I would love to see him make that play, needless to say.
Yeah, definitely in the spot now where Andy's way ahead.
Another one.
Try and find a way to Iron Lads.
Okay, he didn't do it though. So if Seth does have the 2 damage to the creature, being able to deal with the 3/2 gives him a slight chance.
Yeah, we got Helicarrier Strike as the possible 2 damage spell, but not there. Seth falls to 3. And even more stuff coming in. Oh my. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, a truly ridiculous rare.
Yeah.
Whenever you play an artifact, you draw a card, and also it becomes a 6/6 trample for some reason.
Just a 6/6, why not? Yeah. That is a powerful combo. And Seth's looking at his cards like they're not as good as those cards. And there's the Hound.
And that will do it. So Seth Manfield falls. Andy Liu and friends got to be feeling great. Taking down a 2-time world champion and our featured team going to 2-1.
Yep.
For Pete, Seth, and Frank, this is going to be the beginning of a tough run.
Yeah.
You're going to have backs against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Going to have to rally here. Want to make day 2, which is also a very exciting story. So good storyline.
And, something we've kind of seen so far is like what Pete win this one. Last round, I believe, one of the teammates won, so they won 2, to lose last round. And then the first round, they 3-0'd. They had 3 2-0s. Displacing your wins correctly in a team event, that's always what you look back on when you're just like at dinner, just be like, wow, every single time that we lost, we won one of them. You just really got to displace your losses pretty well, and then you have a solid record at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can distribute your wins and losses where you have a player go 2-7 or whatever, or everyone can go 7-2, and you can still lose certain rounds or whatever. So
yes,
yeah, definitely. But going to be a tough run,
mm-hmm.
of course. But a world champion, 2-time GP champion, and of course Pete's very accomplished as well.
Yep.
If I had to pick some players to do it coming out of that, it would be them. So we'll be following
They've
their
won
progress.
5 matches before in life in a row,
right.
so no problem.
Absolutely. So we'll be following their progress as we go into round 4 here. We're going to take a little break. Don't go nowhere. Sit your butts down and get ready to keep going here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister. We got some bonus magic for you.
Bonus. I want more.
Yep.
I want to keep watching Limited.
There are still quite a few rounds out, so we're going to pop in and check out Game 2 and see how Pete Ingram was able to battle through here. Pete Ingram on the right, Allen on the left. Pete is up a game. Pete has a really cool kind of Jund deck with a lot of rares in it.
Yeah, I think his deck looks the best. Like, it looks like they were, out of all the people, like, which one of us gets to play this broken Jund deck with a bunch of rares and 2-mana accelerants? And Pete's like, yes, please, me.
There are two kinds of teammates.
Yeah.
There are the teammate who wants the worst deck and wants to scrap it through.
Yeah.
And there's the one who wants everything. What kind of teammate are you?
I want it all. I want it all. I want to play the busted deck. I also don't mind the middle deck,
No.
I don't want to be the scrappy person getting wrecked all day. I don't know if my ego can take it of getting wrecked that often.
All right, so Claw comes down, and just choose one card from Pete's hand. I guess you discard of the Hulk on the splash. Pete does not have the red mana for it just yet. White Tiger comes down on Pete's side. A little power-up 2-drop.
Fantastic card, man. For 6 mana, you get a 3/3 and a 4/4 with some decent extra abilities that can't be blocked by more than one creature is relevant. That ends up being incredible. Even just the 2 mana, 2/2 body, perfectly fine as well. So.
And Crossbones, speaking of good villain cards, Crossbones joining the Claw. Crossbones, excellent in your villain deck as far as triggering out, dealing damage, and getting bigger.
This is kind of what I pictured as what would be the go-to kind of dynamics of this team sealed format is there's going to be one that's either like, black, red, or black, blue villain. style decks, and then there's going to be a white-based hero strategy. And that's kind of what Alan and Jason are doing. You know, we haven't really seen, everything with Andy's decks, but that was the two spectrums of that Alan and Jason have, and I think that's a good place to start when you're building a team sealed like this.
Yes. I concur. 4 mana for Alan with the Crimson Operative, which is a villain, also gets a card off the top. So get that villain thing going, Crossbones, deal some damage, gets a counter. Exiling a land is the best place to be.
Yeah, that card's been impressive for me. Like, it really checks the boxes. It has artifact. It's a villain. The fact that you get to just 4 mana draw a card, like, this card has very much impressed me as far as commons goes.
And the buy is relevant, too, with prowess.
Yeah,
where it's
for
not,
sure.
It's not just a vanilla 3-2.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to block, and it's a decent blocker having 3 power. So can kind of trade with other 4-drops. And when you trade, but you get a card up with it, that's great. That's essentially a 2-for-1 in limited, and that's what you're looking for.
Speaks to the speed of the format, too.
Yeah.
Where the format was very, very fast. The card like this would be a little more sketchy, but
Definitely.
a little bit slower, a little more grindy. But, oh, boy, where's Silver Surfer at? Somebody call, because Galactus is coming. The coming of Galactus, the extremely powerful saga coming in for Pete. Got to destroy something. And then a little bit of life loss, but then Chapter 4, Galactus arrives. The 16/16 alien token.
What a card.
Galactus is hungry.
What an absolute card. You know, I have played 20 events so far. I have not gotten this, nor, luckily, has it been cast against me yet. But, man, that's incredible. I love a saga with 4 chapters, too. Like, this one's going to be here for a while.
Yeah, I love a card where it does a good thing when you play it, kills the thing.
Yeah.
But then you know that at some point later it needs to be dealt with.
Oh, for sure.
And there's no bigger thing it needs to be dealt with more than Galactus proper.
I like that it puts them to 16, too. Be like, I'll be putting a creature. Might as well just say when it connects, you win the game.
Yep. So Operative comes in, She-Hulk on the blocks, that prowess possibly coming into play here. She's going to see a trade.
Or not even a trade, because, it was just the 3-2, but here's Bullseye to deal with it.
Got it.
Bullseye, great card, too. That card's been very impressive for me.
Yep.
Not as impressive as the coming of Galactus, though. I will just say that right now.
Bullseye on the discard sacrifices 2. Let me see Kingpin's Enforcers, and going back Pete's way, and it looks like Alan is mostly out of cards. You got one card left there, and not a bad board, but not necessarily a board that can withstand the coming of Galactus.
Yeah, and I mean, if you take the coming of Galactus out of here, you know, the battlefield is pretty much even. And then with that saga, of course, Pete is at a huge advantage.
Yep, so Fight Spell takes down the Enforcers. White Tiger, 6 mana to power up and make that extra token. Not quite there yet.
Yeah, such a great ability.
And, all right, there are 2 creatures in the graveyard, so Hyde Trooper's going to make that extra villain token, and Pete is doing exactly what he needs to do here.
Yeah, I've loved that creature as well. The fact that it's an enabler and a payoff kind of, all in one card works well with other Hydra Troopers. Really, really cool stuff.
Yep, so Pete's extending the game, preparing for the coming of Galactus. And, of course, Alan is here living in fear of the coming of Galactus,
Yes.
So Bullseye comes in, Trooper's going to block.
Looks like we have a nice little card here, the Thunderbolts Conspiracy, which, is great. The fact that it is a 4-mana do-nothing, you need it in a scenario like this where something kind of has to go right for you to get this. But, man, when you're all villains, when your deck is just literally 15 villains, it's, of course, a card you're going to want to play, but not necessarily the most busted of rares.
Yeah, Enchantment with Flash. Whenever a villain dies, comes back with a finality counter as a hero. So a little bit of a Thunderbolts theme here of villains becoming heroes. And the Bullseye comes back in. We're not going to see a discard, though. So Alan wants to keep that card in hand, not willing to take out this villain token or the White Tiger. The White Tiger, of course,
interesting.
White Tiger, great card to take out when your opponent's on 5 mana before it can be powered up. But here comes Khazar and Zabu, the token.
And I want to say it is a non-land. I think Alan does just have a land on hand, so that would make sense.
Very fair. So villain comes in. Khazar is down. Khazar can play lands off the top. Looks like no land, unfortunately. So Pete, looking for that 6th land. But you know what? Listen, if you're drawing all spells and Galactus is looming, it's not a bad place to be.
And honestly, there are always those cards in these limited sets where, like, you have this kind of mythic common or mythic uncommon. What was the Eldrazi 4-drop that you would get 2 spawns
Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah, Writhing Chrysalis. This is kind of the Writhing Chrysalis of the set. Like, this is one of, if not the best uncommon in the entire set, in my opinion. It is so good being able to get you card advantage. The fact that the creature that you get grows exponentially with it. Like, it is a very, very powerful uncommon here.
Back Alan's way. Alan's got to figure out how to deal with Kazar, Zabu, and again, Galactus looming. So Claw's going to come in, and despite the potent board on Pete's side, no 3 toughness creatures to block this 2/2, but that is all. And now it is time.
Let's see. Do we have the counter? That's the main thing.
I hope we do.
You're like, do you have this 16/16 busted creature counter? And Pete's like, can I borrow it for the rest of the day? I'd hope to bring this into play a lot.
I hope it's like a foot by 2 feet.
Yes.
So I could just put it on the table on top of everything.
Yeah, I don't want it to be the same size as this 2/1 Menace villain. Like, I want it to be very, very cool.
That's Galactus, the eater of worlds, nemesis of the Fantastic Four, and one of the most. Oh man! We got to call. We got to call somebody.
All right, that is a 16/16 powerful token here.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get the actual art up on screen for you of the Galactus token, but yeah, that's okay. I'm going to be okay.
Yeah. And I think Pete will be okay as well as, Alan is at 15, only lands in hand, and yeah, incredible. Just why even put in the destroy target land, like?
He's the eater of worlds.
Okay.
Although the thing is that he eats worlds, not like
one
towns or whatever. He
yes,
eats the whole planet.
That's fair.
So
it should be destroy all lands then, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, so a little more for Pete. Found land number 6 was a tap land off the top, gained a little life, and now 6 mana available for the power up. But again, the game has stopped being about anything but the 16/16 Elder Alien Galactus, and that's going to do it. Galactus, unsurprisingly, heralds doom, takes it down, and of course Pete wins the game. Unfortunately for Pete, Seth and Frank were not able to win, putting Pete, Seth, and Frank down to 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Backs against the wall. They've now got to win 5 in a row.
5 in a row, yep.
Right.
5 in a row, and man, if we get to witness that, that'll be awesome. That will be an incredible journey for them to, follow. Of course, if our team does fall that we're watching, we'll just be keeping an eye on the tournament, kind of like we normally would, picking, whatever EXO team playing against some other kind of superstars kind of thing. So regardless, you're going to be seeing great Magic no matter what, even if Seth's team no longer makes it.
And it won't be hard.
Yeah.
There are so many ringers in the room.
So many.
This is the kind of tournament where for Constructed, if you're playing Modern or Standard, that's awesome and all. But
yes.
It requires a level of investment where if you've been playing on a Magic lately, you have a cool Modern deck, cool Standard deck. Some folks, get busy, have kids, they have busy jobs. They love playing Magic but haven't gotten to play as much lately.
Yeah.
But for a Team Limited event, just walk in the door.
Yeah.
Bring a deck box and some sleeves, and you're good to go.
I mean, the perfect example is, David Williams, Paul Rizzo, Matt Sperling, know. David Williams is commentating for the World Series of Poker. Probably doesn't have time to, learn a standard format. But to play a couple sealed while he's hanging out, he's probably has enough time to be able to join us here. So really cool stuff.
Yeah, and one common thing among all old school pros is they all love Limited.
Oh, yeah.
So Team Limited is the best place to be. And Team Limited is so skill intensive too, because you have that, that element of all 3 players. You can take a loss.
Yeah.
If your opponent has a busted deck, well, my teammates got me. That's
no
problem. So we have a room full of absolute ringers. I have no worry at all that Nick Miller will be able to bring us whatever we need to be brung.
I think so.
And again, this is if Seth, Frank, and Pete happen to fail.
Yeah.
That's an if. They've still got a lot to go. Great players as well. Round 4 is coming up. Any party thoughts for round 4?
Now, I'm just excited to watch more. I mean, I still think Seth and company's decks are good enough to get the job done. I think they have played against some, great players, some maybe better limited decks than they have so far. So I'm just interested to see if they can pull it off.
All right, well, don't go nowhere. Stay tuned. We'll see if our heroes can battle back like all good superhero stories should be, right? You can't have a superhero story where the superhero just wins all the time.
Yeah.
Face some adversity.
No adversity,
You
You
got to get beaten back and then rise up and be strong. So we'll see if they can do it. Don't go nowhere. Round 4 is coming up. Clip me, please, Corey.
Clip.
Uh-oh. Welcome back to Las Vegas. Spotlight Marvel superheroes. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister, my personal superhero.
Oh, thank you. You're my personal villain.
Ooh, that's awesome. What a cool thing to be.
Yes.
Cool title to have. But we got round 4 coming up here, our team sealed event, and we got a pretty hot one brewing.
Yes, absolutely. No, this is going to be exciting. You know, our team is up against the wall, so they have to win a lot from here on out. But, of course, we have a tournament going on outside of that, so seeing what kind of other teams are doing well. I've been walking the streets a little bit and seeing what teams are at 3-0, and, man, there are, believe it or not, some good ones out there.
Yeah, pretty cool to see a lot of old friends, a lot of folks I haven't seen in a long time.
Yes.
It's really cool. Again, Team Limited brings them all out of the woodworks, which is great to see.
It really does.
So we're looking at our standings here. Of course, we have a lot of teams that are 3-0. You know, we're
Yeah.
still very early in the tournament, but I kind of want to take a look at like what teams are here, what teams are playing, who's come out of the woodworks, old pros, you know. Folks we haven't seen in quite a while. So let's hop into our standings, take a peek, and see who's on top. And look, it's almost like we planned this, you know. Paul Rietzel, David Williams, and Matt Sperling, that's an all-star team.
Yeah, I mean, that's you know, arguably the best team, you know. I mean, we're talking about Seth being arguably the best player, but, man, Paul Rietzel, David Williams, Matt Sperling, all of them have top-rated Pro Tours, you know, some Pro Tour winners. They've been around the block forever, and maybe now, you know, they don't play as much as they normally do, but still got it going on. And third place, kind of system magic team there, Andrew Ellenbogen, one of the better sealed players kind of on the planet, with Greg Michaels, and Matt Johnson is really good as well.
Another Pro Tour champion.
Another Pro Tour champion as well, yep, taking down Luis Scott Vargas in the finals of one. And, you know, just some solid teams all around. I know Scott Markinson, a very, very strong limited player with Daniel Weiser. Man, it's just cool to see all these gamers, I must say.
Big surprise here in 12th place.
Oh, yeah.
Shoe Ace here.
Yeah, I believe he's played a Grand Prix or two, you know, a team Grand Prix. You know, the Spotlight's, of course, completely different tournaments, but has that kind of same feel. Riku Kumagai, an incredible player as well.
Yeah, that's a powerhouse team. We'll see. You see page number 2 here and see what else we got. Again, all these players are 3-0. All these teams are 3-0. So there's going to be a lot of 3-0s at this point in the tournament, but more about seeing who's here and kind of a who's who of Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, all these players doing well. Of course, they haven't accomplished anything yet. You can go 3-3 and you're completely toast. So really so much work left to do, but it is still very fun to see who we got. And, yep, all the players still 3-0 here as well.
How about a world champion?
Yeah. I like that our team in 18th place, not only are they great players, but they all just have the longest names ever. We got Mason Buonadonna, top-aided Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Michael DiBenedetto-Plummer has been winning absolutely everything. And Basil Nasri as well, no stranger to competitive Magic, ended up taking second at one of the Arena Championships with a Luris Demir control deck that I remember. So that's a phenomenal team, and yeah, just really cool stuff.
Yeah, many more. Too many names to go over, honestly. We'll be seeing all these players all weekend. But we've got our players getting ready to go down to our feature match area and battle it out for their lives.
Yeah, no kidding. They're back up against it, but honestly, when you're 1-2 at a tournament like this, sometimes people get a little bit more stressed out, like, you got to win them all. Honestly, I think the shoulders kind of come down a bit, at least for like 3 rounds. You're like, you know, we're probably getting out of here early, but if we don't, it'll be incredible. You kind of just get to have some fun for at least these next couple rounds. If you get to, of course, 5-2 or whatever, or 4-2 even, then it's game time again.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, and it's a fun mental task to do when it's just yourself.
Yeah.
when you're there with two teammates also, you can really kind of rally. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta, it's like a team sport, you know, where momentum is a popular term in sports.
for
you know,
sure.
that some folks malign, but, you know, it's a thing where you're feeling good. I think there's a real big component to Magic and just things in general of feeling – you just feel good, so you play well, you know?
Oh, yeah. We've seen it all the time when players, like, win a spotlight, they go to that Pro Tour and do well. Or, you know, like you do well in an RC, the next tournament, you kind of get that feeling of how to win. And, you know, it ends up being awesome. So I do really feel for our other team here of Andrew, Nick, and Benji. They're just like, oh, 1-2. Maybe this will be a slightly easier round. Like, oh, I'm playing against Seth Manfield, Frank Scarrett, and Pete Ingram. Yeah.
Definitely not quite easier. So we're going to tune into Nick versus Seth here, our B seat.
Okay.
And we see Nick on the play. Again, these teams are 1 and 2. This is a elimination match.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen Seth's deck. Has a decent deck. Has the Mind Stone, which is really awesome. And Doom Reign Supreme. This is a powerhouse, especially on the play. I haven't loved the plans, if I'm being honest. Like, I love it when a plan comes together. Don't get me wrong. That's this IP, right? Yeah. I love it when you can accomplish these, but they are not easy to get a plan going. They've ended up being a little tricky, but this is one of the best payoffs.
Yeah, really, really potent card. And then we see kind of the perfect follow-up. Baron Striker, which is a villain, makes all your villains cost less, has this whenever a villain enters, you connive, and even the villainous hideout in the mana base.
Yeah.
So the full villain theme deck here for Nick. Going back Seth's way, and Seth says, I got a Night Nurse. It's a hero.
Yeah, and still a great card, but of course you want that to be coming around when you got a little bit more value.
So back Seth's way. Going to untap and send Night Nurse right in. 2-1 Lifelinker. Didn't get the ability there, unfortunately, but of course, 2-1 Lifelinker Unlimited is not too shabby overall. It's a fail state.
Yeah, and now Doom Reign Supreme being able to get this to that 5th plan, and then you just get 2 cards off your opponent's deck. I mean, it is devastating. Out of all the plans, this is the one I've actually accomplished the most, which I felt like I was a little fortunate to do so.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the villain cards make tokens.
Yeah.
So they do make the X triggers come in. So, you know, if Doom Reign Supreme goes off, it is 5 mana.
Yeah.
You lose 5, I gain 5, I get 2 of your spells for free.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Or 2 mana, yeah, but yeah.
Right. So Kingpin comes down for 2 mana thanks to the cost reduction on Baron Striker. And then, of course, we'll see a Connive as well, a trigger on the Doom Reign Supreme. And a great start for Nick. If there's another villain follow-up here, oh, yeah.
What about 2 more villains?
Oh, boy.
Oh, just the extort. But, yeah, this is excellent. I mean, that villain enabler, you know, villain payoff even, is just so incredible. That's one of the best reasons to be a villain deck is that 3-drop.
Yeah, so great start for Nick.
Yeah.
Almost picturesque. So plan's already on 3, a great board state of high-quality creatures, too. And Seth has some work to do here to overcome these villains.
Definitely.
So Connive discards a Forest. So 3rd color in the works for Nick.
Okay.
And come back Seth's way. Seth is probably as the weakest of the 3 decks, which is typical. You give your best player the worst deck. So going to have to scrap through here. But if anyone can do it, it's our 2-time world champion, Seth Manfield. Yeah. One of the most brilliant Magic minds I've ever worked with.
100%. Same for me. And honestly, we see him take down multiple Pro Tours and multiple World Championships that include Constructed and stuff. But, man, his resume when it comes to just limited tournaments of the past, limited Grand Prix, limited Spotlights, that kind of thing, just an absolute crusher when it comes to 40 cards, too.
Yeah, and he's just a true natural talent.
Yeah.
You know, of course, I've teamed with him and Reed before. And, you know, Reed is really good at articulating certain things.
Yeah.
Why is this good? Why is that good? Seth is just a mad genius.
Yeah.
He can't always tell you why his plays are right or wrong. And then 5 turns later, they've ended up being perfect and he's won the game.
Exactly.
Just a true talent of the game.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be on that team kind of after or before, you know, you were crushing it on the Pro Tour here pretty recently, and I have the same exact experience. Testing with Reed and Seth is awesome. It's testing with Billy back in the day, too. Billy Jensen as well, so really cool stuff.
All right, so Seth's way. 4 mana available, and a handful of mostly commons, again, scrapping through.
Yep, a very scrappy deck, I would say. especially the fact that they are splitting white, and they actually don't have that much white removal, like not a single web up in their pool, which is pretty devastating. White is kind of the deepest color, so that's an easy one to share. Yeah, maybe just not the deepest and most powerful versions of the white cards.
All right, so here's Trickster's stratagem. Going to target the Kingpin to go second from the top, and a Connive. Imagine the Connive will probably go onto this Night Nurse, and the Atlantic Cavalry will get a counter as well with the second draw. So kind of using all parts of the Buffalo here.
Yep. Yeah, that's some nice value. But at the end of the day, this is an uncommon, a couple of commons. So some of the power level that Nick has on the other side, like Doom Reign Supreme, might pop off next turn. And might, as in it's not even that hard to imagine.
Right.
2 cards. Nick just got to connive away one of the lands. So even if he just has one villain, Kingpin is 2 cards down. So he's 1 villain away. But I'm shocked about this.
All right, yeah, so going for a block. We're going to see the Baron Striker take out the Night Nurse, 3 life gain for Seth. And some damage dealt to Nick. And, Baron Striker is a pretty potent card.
It really is,
The Connive engine, of course, the mana reduction. So, and Nick says, I don't even need this. Going down with the Red Room Recruit, a couple swamps.
And we'll see if, Kingpin is on top. We know that. Ooh. And a nice solid removal spell, being able to exile.
So Cruel Alliance mops things up. Red Room Recruit gets in for 1. And a good spot, I think, overall for Nick. Keep his board empty, give Nick time to get this Doom Reign Supreme popped off.
Yeah, and we know the Kingpin's on top, so it's going up to 4 counters next turn. Nick's at a healthy life total with no pressure, so kind of everything coming up Nick so far.
All right, well, there's a good from Seth. Here is the Vision, powerful artifact creature. 2/5 flying vigilance. Cast a non-creature spell, get to choose one of 3 things, all quite good.
Yep, very powerful.
All right, so Nick draws Kingpin. Ooh.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, the Vision is incredible. Like, sure, Kingpin is the last card in hand, but I love just dealing with Vision before Seth gets to get any kind of more card advantage going. That's pretty much what you do with Vision basically every time, as every spell comes along with draw a card. But then when it's time to close the game, Vision does that pretty well with Double Strike.
All right, so back Seth's way. We've got to rebuild once again. Still has a number of cards in hand. We're going to see another Atlantic Cavalry, a little gain land. So unfortunately, the Cavalry does require help to be good. You got to draw your second card.
Yep.
3/2 vigilance overall and passing back. So Nick trying to solve this plan. Kingpin's back down.
Okay.
That's 4. And the fun part of Doom Reign Supreme is you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
It could be 2 bomb rares. It could be 5 lands and a 2-drop.
Exactly.
It's just the top 5 cards, play 2 for free off your opponent's deck.
No matter what, it's 2 mana, it lava axed your opponent, you gained 5, and then, but the fail case is sometimes it's 2 mana, drain 3, you kind of never hit any more villains and you never get to actually activate it, and it's a 2 mana do nothing in air quotes. But, when you accomplish it, it's incredible.
Wow, aggressive attack here from Nick. So Nick is going to send in the Red Room Recruit, use Kingpin, you pay 2 life, make the Recruit deal damage for its toughness. So it gets in for 2, trading 2 damage for 2 life.
Yeah.
And also now the Atlantic Cavalry has potentially an attack if the Kingpin gets removed. So an aggressive attack.
I like it, though, because you're not blocking with your 1-2 to the 3-2 anyways, so might as well get in while you can, and you got to think you're a more aggressive dex than blue-white in general. Blue-white is this kind of team-up, your cards work well together type thing, but it's not all about speed most of the time.
All right, so we see Hero and Training come down. Unbelievable common.
Great common.
Yep. Draw a card. And here is, a really cool card. This is so fitting, too.
Yeah.
Murdoch's Crusade taking down the Kingpin, the Daredevil. And both the art and flavor of Murdoch's Crusade is an absolute home run for me.
Is that thematic? Is that where Kingpin?
Yeah, the Kingpin is the Daredevil's
the bad guy in Daredevil?
primary bad guy. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay,
He's literally kicking him in the art.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yep.
I've watched a lot of Marvel movies, but not all of them.
Corey, listen, we're a superhero team, and I got you.
Okay, thank you, buddy. Thank you. If we got any Iron Man questions, though, I'm ready to go.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So we had a connive on Nick's side, and it looks like a land was discarded. So Nick is just needs to get this plan going. This evil plan's got to go in motion but isn't quite there yet. And now Seth is starting to pull ahead. Got a board in play of a few reasonable creatures against only a 1/2 Red Room Recruit. Has a few cards in hand.
Yeah. And if only that enchantment was 4 mana or more, being able to Murdoch's Crusade to be able to team up. I love that it's 4 or greater, because if this just negates Web Up, I would be very, very sad. You know, like Web Up would be closer to, I wouldn't say unplayable, but it'd be a bit of a liability if another white common just cleanly 2-for-1 your Web Up and a creature, you know?
Yeah, there are a lot of powerful 2 and 3 mana enchantments in this set.
Yes.
So leaving Murdoch's Crusade at times frustrating.
Yes, yes.
All right, so here comes the AIM Scientist. We see a Connive and another pump on this Atlantic Cavalry. So Cavalry's in for 5, Hero Training's in for 2. That is 7 total. Nick's down to 7, and Nick's got to find a villain.
It feels like it's got to be right here. Is it villain time to get some Doom reigning supreme? It is.
Ooh.
I believe that. Wait, is that only a hero?
Black Widow's Bolt, I believe.
Yeah, some Black Widows are double agents, but okay, this one is as well. I know not all of the Black Widows are both.
All right, so you know it's an awesome time when the villain scheme comes to fruition. Top 5 cards from Seth, and then Nick gets to choose 2 of them and play them for free. The wide range of the outcomes here is so unbelievable.
Oh.
And we got 2 spells.
Looks like it is just going to be those 2, but, I mean, that is great. Being able to freeze something down, and then the car is pretty excellent as well.
Yeah, Frozen in Ice. Looks like it might be going towards that Stature. Stature's a 1/1 unblockable until you make it bigger. Which it's not blockable anymore, but it has will be large. And then the car. What is this car doing?
Not too much. It's giving you a connive here. You're getting to blink that out. Believe it or not, these blink effects are a lot better in Seth's Azorius Blink style deck, where, you know, he put those cards in his deck for a reason. Doesn't necessarily synergize with the villain style deck, but still powerful. I mean, a crew 1 3/3 flyer. I mean, Smuggler's Copter kind of vibes, you know?
Yeah, really upgrades that Red Room Recruit to an actual card.
Yes, absolutely. So now the game is back to close, where Seth was really running away with it.
The good news for Seth, though, is that could have got a lot worse.
Yes.
I think that could have been a game-ending trigger, and it ended up being bad but not horrendous.
Yes.
So back Seth's way. Vanilla 2/2, Vanilla 3/3, and the 5/4 Atlantic Cavalry in play. Stature lockdown and no abilities. Trapped in the ice.
Which removal spells like that are very, very strong. Don't get me wrong. Trapped in the ice is great. Against Seth's deck, it's about as bad as it could be.
Yep.
He's got way too much blink for, you know, that would almost be, if you're playing it, you know, normally a deck with a bunch of frozen and ices against Seth, it's something you'd consider taking out.
All right, so big exchange there, a full trade-off of the board. And the follow-up is a powered-up Bold Biochemist. Great follow-up.
Yeah.
Got to enter battlefield and power up immediately. Of course, power-up is kind of like a pseudo kicker slash exhaust mechanic.
I love it, by the way. Power up, I think they just hit a home run with.
Strong
I
and
thought
great.
it's so good.
And Nick says, you know what? I can power up too. Gonna got Ninja of a Hand in here with the power up to make set discard a card. So both players kind of trading power up. I won't say powerhouses. They are just commons. But, you know, for sealed deck, totally fine.
And I will say, I like going into this format, maybe earlier in my testing, event 3 or 4 for me, I very much thought Ninja of the Hand was going to be a much better card than the Biochemist. Now I've fully flipped. I think the 1/3 is incredible. The drawing the extra cards has played out really, really good. And I haven't loved the Death Toucher as much.
All right, well, another one comes down and discards a card from Seth's hand. These 3/3 Death Touchers in play. Pretty reasonable bodies given the board of kind of a really just a bunch of commons.
Yeah.
You know, just, you know, and, you know, modern day limited is definitely very uncommon and rare focused.
Yes. But the one thing I do love about this, there are, of course, some bombs in this set, but for the most part, the rares and mythics aren't completely unbeatable. There is, of course, the corner cases, the 5-mana sagas, the Galactus, the Civil War card. Those things are very, very good. But for the most part, it's very balanced. And I like that in a limited format.
Yeah, so the Ninjas come in here. They are about 3/3 Death Touchers, kind of hard double block.
Yeah.
And a big advantage for Nick also is that Villainous Hideout. Having a mana sink. Now the game's gotten into the really ugly space where both players are kind of playing off the top with a lot of lands in play. But Nick has that methodology to keep using the mana over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was just taking all 6 there, it looks like. Seth falling down to 7.
Yep. And another mid-tier common in the AIM Synthoids.
Yeah.
Will surveil and back Seth's way, and this game is kind of turned sideways for Seth.
It very much. I mean, first it started way in Nick's favor, then Seth came back, and all of a sudden, when Doom Reign Supremes come off, it somehow caught him up very quickly. I mean,
Yep.
shocking, huh?
Doom's evil plans are not to be trifled with, but
Yeah.
Seth's got 2 cards in hand, and, not an insurmountable opposition.
Yep, and basically all the best cards that Seth's deck produced were the ones that Nick cast, which is not where you want him to be.
Yeah, the really awkward board for Seth because Seth has a board of 2 power creatures against 2 3/3 Death Touchers.
Yeah.
Just so hard to get in any sort of profitable combat. Now, there is prowess on the agent, so if Seth could try to play a spell in combat, something like that, it could be a decent trade, but has to work things through, which Seth is known to be somewhat of a ponderous player. Definitely takes his time, and ooh, hello.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't win 2 Pro Tours and 2 World Championships by rushing his decisions, to say the least.
Well, here's a decision. It's time to get into the red zone.
Let's see if this is a desperation play or if Seth has got the goods.
Yeah, I mean, Nick is at 8 and only has a 1-3 and a 1-2 on defense, so blocks look pretty poor.
Imagine if he had the 1-drop, though. I mean, the 1-drop that powers up, no blocks, and then you power it up. I mean, that card is terrifying.
Yeah, and
but the thing in the ice, or trapped in the ice, is doing a great job here.
So don't forget the agent on top has prowess. Nick lining up a double block potentially on hero in training with the 1-3 and the 1-2, which isn't the worst exchange ever. Still gets to kill a unit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's reasonable as well. It's just basically saying, how do I lose? And, there's a plethora of pump spells that are really strong. Now, if I'm playing against Seth, I'm thinking, okay, I can't picture Seth doing the cheesy bunch of pump spell style of deck. So if I'm Nick, I'm just making good blocks here. So I almost liked where his block was the first time, but, maybe that is a little risky.
Yep.
So I think this block is perfectly reasonable as well.
Much more defensive block. Chump block on the prowess creature, lets the 2-2 through, and then just makes a bounce block on the scientists. So down to 6 is Nick. Here comes the Wakandan drone flock. A nice flyer here.
That's great. Can block one of the Death Touchers and just trade straight away. Now still the ability to connive, but looks like Nick just flashed us the exile removal spell. I believe that's what that was. To be able to just take down that flyer straight away.
Yeah, and that would do it. It's exactly lethal, but risky, of course. Seth those mana up, still has a card in hand, and you don't want to. Ooh, what is this? We see a.
Yep.
Okay, so main phase Red Guardian to fire up the teamwork on the Cruel Alliance. So needs teamwork to kill it because it is mana value 3 or less.
This card's so good.
The life gain here, a pretty big buffer.
Yeah.
Allowing for the attack to feel a little more safe.
Yep.
So 3 life gained, and here comes the team for exactly 7. Seth, what do you got, my friend?
Yeah, Cruel Alliance, an hour of defeat. Just premium black removal spells. It's almost hard to figure which one of them is better, but I think I give it to Cruel Alliance here, and also got to give it to Nick here for game number 1.
Yeah, that's a big one because the Alliance life gain gave Nick the comfort.
Yes.
Like, you know what? I can go for it here. Whereas you don't necessarily want to be in a spot where you're attacking into a world champion and just hoping they don't got it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
So, Nick taking down game number 1. Looks like Pete and Frank are both up a game as well. So if you're Seth, you are playing the worst deck. Your teammates are kind of getting your back here a little bit. But while we wait for our players to shuffle up for game 2, we got to remind you, folks, Marvel Superheroes. All right.
It's awesome.
It's out. It's available now. You get your Mjolnirs and your Modocs and, of course, your Cosmic Cube, a card in Frank Scarron's deck.
Yep.
It's available now on StarCityGames.com/MSH. Marvel Superheroes. Who's your favorite superhero?
My favorite superhero, I got to say Thor. I love the whole storyline of Thor. I think it's great.
Cool.
Yeah. How about you?
The Winter Soldier.
Okay.
Bucky.
Okay.
James Buchanan Barnes.
I like it. I like it.
He has the best story arc, going from being Cap's friend to being a bad guy, being a good guy, and then most importantly, dealing with the ramifications of the life he lived unintentionally.
Yes.
He was forced to be a bad guy. He had no choice. He's done a lot of horrible things, but he's trying to be a good person, and I like that.
I like the Hulk, too. I like that arc, too. Just hilarious. So, really great stuff.
Well, you can get all your favorite superheroes and more, of course, at StarCityGames.com, so check it out. Check it out.
And one of the best villains as well, MODOK there. I mean, that card's incredible, and just the whole story of MODOK is pretty funny as well.
Whenever my opponent plays a MODOK, I always have 4 one-toughness creatures in play, and I'm very unhappy about it.
Of
So
course,
I
of
don't,
course.
I don't like MODOK. He's a true villain. True villain for sure. So Seth, Seth's deck is not the best, as we've seen. What does a player have to do in an event like this, where you know you're playing against better decks in most of the rounds? How do you mentally prepare for that, and then how do you battle through it in the actual games?
Yeah, I mean, it is just the fact that you got to try to outplay your opponents. You got to give yourself room for that. And usually the ways that you can outplay your opponents that have better decks than you is by at least having a good amount of removal. And Seth has an okay amount of removal, but nothing crazy. 2 Frozen in Ice. Has vision to be able to get some card advantage, but it just has to be some very tight play. And Seth has just got to be happy, with like having a 4-4 record and really hoping that, Pete, with what looks to be the best deck, wins every round. Pete basically has to go 7-1, or 8-0. And Frank's got to do some good work too. So the more we've seen these decks play out, the more Seth and Frank's deck look decent, but nothing special. And the more Pete's deck just looks awesome. So it's impossible to look at your sealed at the end of a tournament when you didn't, make it to day 2 or something and be like, maybe we could have done something different. Because, in team sealed building, the team that built a perfect sealed deck, it's like that doesn't happen very often. So there's always wiggle room, and you always got to think, I could have done something different.
Yeah, you can give a team sealed pool to 10 teams that are all really good, get 10 different decks.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. So, unfortunately for Seth, Doom reigns supreme once again here on turn 2 for Nick. Seth does have the Stature on turn 1, little unblockable creature that can get bigger later on, and here's the Cavalry. So the good news is that Seth is kind of on the board, kind of getting aggressive, and you can try and kind of get under this Doom reign supreme.
Mm-hmm. And even the Cavalry, the card's fine. It's nothing special. I really love it with the 4-mana, 3/4 Merfolk that you can just attack after you play that. You get that second counter immediately because it's on an attack trigger. That's great. But, man, the Serpent Society is a heck of a card.
Yeah, this draw is amazing for Nick for a few reasons. Having Doom reign supreme on turn 2, awesome. The full Tron, the Abzan Tron on turn 3.
Love it.
Into a nice rare of Serpent Society. So, Seth, as we said, you got to scrap it through here and battle out with some commons and uncommons and just find a way to get it done.
And I love that the ward get 5 poison counters is pretty much irrelevant until it isn't. When you get a second one in, you're like, oh no, I can never touch this card or I will die.
All right, another great comment from Seth. We have Hero in Training, which will pump up the Atlantic Cavalry and allow for a really solid attack here. So Cavalry's up to a 4/3 Vigilance. Stature's a 1/1 unblockable.
Even got to gain the life too.
Yep. And coming in, gaining a little life is fantastic. But now Nick's way. Nick has started off basically ideally. But what is the next step for Nick? Plays the land.
Yeah, another follow-up would be ideal here for Nick. Another villain, maybe 2 if you get some of your powerful synergies. The cost-reducting villain.
Baron Strucker.
Your Baron Strucker, yep.
Oh, just Crossbones.
That's still great.
Right.
A great blocker. The 3/3 Death Touch body trades with pretty much anything, relatively hard to kill. Seth very much wants to have a Frozen in Ice here to be able to permanently lock that one down. Yeah. But it also has Death Touch, so I believe, that if you target any Death Toucher, you get 5 poison counters, right? Is that how that works?
Furiously checking our notes here.
Yeah, let's pull up the villain here to get the
Serpent Society. Usually not relevant.
Yes.
Poison, yeah, so whenever other creature you control with Death Touch dies, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. So,
okay.
So if the Crossbones were to die in combat, it kind of has that Grave Pact effect, which is very potent.
That is potent. So you're basically not looking to get in at all unless you can deal with the Serpent Society, which doesn't look like Seth can do right now. So I bet we're only going to see an attack for 1 here with the unblockable.
Yeah, the good news is that most of Seth's removal is like exile/bounce based. Doesn't actually kill the creature. So
yeah, that's not good for Seth. That's for sure. The Serpent Society staying on the battlefield. I guess you can thing in.
I'm saying removing the Crossbones.
Yeah.
Right.
That's fair.
All right, so Stature comes in for 1. The Drone Flock's in play. We see Pete has slid over, and Pete has won his match, so gets to be the 3rd head between Frank and Seth. So good start for Seth. Again, kind of a motley assortment of cards, but looking pretty nice.
And Pete doing kind of what he has to do for them to advance to day number 2. I think he has to win basically every match. and hope Seth and Frank, one of them, can pull it out. That's the kind of team dynamic they have created.
Visions of Villainy, draw 2, lose 2 with the villain in play, and a Plains follow-up. And Nick, this is a big turn. If Nick's able to kind of keep things going, and he's a modest, it is it's another Death Toucher. So Nick has built the perfect Serpent Society sealed deck with all these Death Touch creatures.
It's great because now, I mean, this 4/4 Crossbone, it's unblockable if Nick chooses. Like, you are not trading with that, as you're going to have to 2-for-1 yourself naturally. So it does look like Nick is trying to play as defensive as possible, which does make sense too. I would have thought about getting that 4/4 in, though.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, with the fact that Seth's threats are evasive right now, and the drone flock is in the air, the stature's unblockable, and the stature has the power ability where you can attack with it, have it be unblockable, and then pump it for a nice lava axe effect.
Eventually, you're going to get got by it. So I agree, you need the pressure. But, this might just be Nick saying, I'm going to just try to reign supreme, find 2 removal spells off your deck again, and deal with it straight away there.
2 counters away on the powerful plan. Now it's going to combat on Seth's side, and Seth's going to work out what looks to be the logical attack. 1 flyer and 1 little tiny stature for the moment.
Tiny for now, yeah. That card's great. Like, there's a good amount of 1-drops in the set, and they do some powerful stuff. And speaking of powerful stuff, how about a couple rares?
That is so flavorful. We have the Mind Stone into Vision. Of course, Vision has the Mind Stone in its forehead.
Yes.
And so we have Mind Stone into Vision at 2/5, card drawing, another flyer, very important, keeping things in the air. So a lot of powerful cards on Nick's side, but Seth doing a really good job of evading them.
Yeah, and of course you'd rather go Vision into the Mind Stone to be able to get that, ability trigger from Vision, as it is non-creature spell, not just instant sorcery type thing. But, rare into rare, you're not going to be too upset. So this is a huge turn for Nick.
Teamwork time. Crew Alliance, the Ninja of the Hand, you're going to team up and take out the Vision. Gain 3 life for Nick, which is actually really important in this kind of racing kind of game. And more to come. It's the Kingpin, another villain. So a lot of high-quality villains on Nick's side. And now Seth's on the edge. The Doom reigns supreme on that 4th counter, 1 counter away from popping off.
Honestly, both decks are kind of operating on what seems to be pretty high efficiency, but it just really shows that, well, I think Nick's deck just seems better, as the synergies are just amazing here. And, man, if we have any more villain to pop off, that could just be it, depending on what's on Seth's top 5 cards. It's like there might be a life total discrepancies, players figuring it out.
Yeah, really high quality board for Nick here. Kingpin, Crossbones, and then the Crossbones is going to get in. So it's a 5/5 right now. It has Death Touch. If it dies, then Seth will have to sacrifice a creature, thanks to the Serpent Society's ability. Seth at 14, can't take too many hits for 5. And 2 cards in hand for Nick, and Seth is thinking it through. Seth just going to take it. 5 damage, down to 9. Crossbones getting in.
I've lost to that Crossbone cards often.
It's good.
If you go unchecked, I mean, the clock is so quick. You're essentially 4 mana, 3/3. The next turn you attack for 6 almost all the time, essentially. You play a villain, you get pumped, they take 2. Like, that's a huge, huge exchange. That being said, the amount of times you can just go, all right, lightning strike it, it does feel bad. So it's a little vulnerable, even though if you look at the art, that creature, does not look vulnerable at all.
He's pretty tough.
That's a very tough creature.
He's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Just a dude, though, pretty sure.
Really?
He doesn't have any superpower. I think he's more just like a tough guy. I mean, in the movies at least. In the comics, I don't know.
I don't know. You look strong enough where that looks like a superpower.
Yep.
Yeah. His superpower, benching 550 pounds.
And then having a huge machete.
yes.
So,
yeah,
a lot of weight on Nick's next turn. The next villain does 2 damage and pops off the Doom. So, Seth, of course, has no idea if a villain's coming or not.
The next villain could deal 4, right? The Doom Supreme trigger, Kingpin Extort, plus Crossborn.
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of wild. So, you got to think that this is going to be a tough one here for Seth.
All right, good place to start. Another hero in training, 2 life gained, a card is drawn. And, of course, if Seth ever has time to harness his Mind Stone, that blink effect is so good in his deck.
Yeah, blinking out hero in training over and over is awesome.
Going to pump that Cavalry up as well.
This is my kind of deck.
Yeah, unfortunately, It kind of felt like a racing game, but then Nick gained some life, and now it's not as much so. Stature still threatening that kind of big unblockable attack at some point,
Yep.
but
Definitely heroes versus villains here, huh?
yep, that's the way it should be.
Seth really needs a Yorion in this deck. Would just be perfect.
That wouldn't fit because it's a villain.
No. That's a hero. We all know that that's a hero.
All right, so Seth really thinking through, talking over with his teammate Pete. Pete the third head, getting a little whisper going. It's always interesting in team events, your communication. You want to communicate, but you don't want to give too much away.
Yeah. And honestly, I've tested with Pete quite a bit. We've taken down a few SCG events here back in our day, and the amount of times people will, like, see Pete and I chat back and forth, and they're like, God, they must be really talking through their plays, and like, nah, we're mostly just trolling to each other and, making jokes or whatever. So it could be that too. He might be saying, like, what should we get for lunch after this?
Yeah, what's for dinner?
Yeah.
All right, so also danger is when you are talking things through that, things can slow down to a crawl here.
Yeah.
So
And you bleed information, though. Like,
Yep.
good teams will be picking up on it, like really staring at you point, and then you point at two creatures. Like, okay, you're saying which creature should we kill?
Yep.
Like it's you got to be careful about that kind of stuff. The good players will kind of eat you alive by taking your information.
and the really good players will mislead with that, but that's when team season's in full force. It's hard to do that for a one-up event, but if you're playing it, an entire PTQ season or whatever it might be for a team, you can kind of run some cool plays. But
Oh yeah, my favorite is looking at a hand of like 5 lands. But like, what do you think? Should I play this one or that one?
That one, this one over here.
Yeah.
All right, so we see Murdoch take out the Death Toucher, and attack comes in. Stature and the Drone Flock in for a few points.
And now he does have 5 poison counters on him. Very much not relevant until there's 10, but then the game is over.
Yes. I don't think we worked poison into our overlay, unfortunately.
I don't think so.
It's the only
we'll
card
have to keep track of that.
in the entire set. But just so you all know, 5 poison counters thanks to Murdoch's Crusade. Murdoch's Crusade this time not going after Kingpin for the flavor win.
Yeah, and makes sense to just get that Death Toucher off. Now at least you can trade with some of these creatures. So it's the big turn. It's Doom time. Let's see if there is one more villain from Nick, and we're able to kind of pop off.
I feel like it would already be in play.
I would think so too. But, now we're kind of seeing the game kind of slow down. The players can kind of feel that they're ahead, on Nick's side at least in this game, and could be talking about, do I kill a creature first and then play my villain? Or just jam and try to trigger Doom Reign Supreme right away?
All right, they get it through. Possible extort trigger.
Because, Seth does have lethal on the following turn with just the 1-drop alone.
Yep.
That is enough.
Yeah, Stature is unblockable when it's small, but has the power ability to get big.
Yeah.
So you can just attack, no blocks, and then pump all your mana into it. It is risky. If you make that play and your opponent kills Stature in response, it can be a game-losing play.
Yep, for sure.
And that's the thing where Nick, even if Nick doesn't have a piece of interaction, Nick can kind of leave some mana up. If Nick were to tap out here and not deal with Stature, Nick is dead. Seth knows it 100%. No fear, Shakespeare.
Yeah. But, if you don't have anything else, Seth is not going to be the type of player to be like, well, he's representing it. I'm not going to go for it. He's going to go for it if he's got nothing else to do. So.
Uh-oh. All right, so.
Looks like this is a question away from the table with the judge.
So we got a rules question on Doom Reigns Supreme.
Okay. Interesting. I'm wondering what could it be?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
Yeah.
So
maybe it's a, do I have to trigger it, or can I, can I just keep it around to drain my opponent would be my guess. But we shall see.
that would be,
Like maybe you have 2 villains and you want to drain first and then.
ooh, it's a hero.
Okay.
What we really need here is a hero, the Brave Brawler. And he's hanging out with the wrong crowd.
Wrong crowd. Yeah, I got in with the wrong crew.
Yeah.
Yep. That is interesting. It still is just a great card. But, man, you would have played any villain there. You would have been much happier with just any villain in your deck compared to this card.
Yeah, so 1 life gained off the Extort, but of course Seth still has the Flyer in play as well as the Stature. Seth can do possibly 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage with a land. So plenty to finish
Yeah.
off Nick here and force a game 3.
But like you were saying, if Seth does go all in with the unblockable creature here, enough to create a lethal attack, and Nick does have that one removal spell, well, then it gets a little scary on Seth's side. So
Nick thinking it through. Really important turn.
this feels like I'm putting that Merfolk right in front of it now, but looks like Seth is not interested. Really trying to win the game next turn instead.
Wow, yes, it goes down to 6. You got both players at 6, and now the big one. So, of course, Nick did not power up the Brave Brawler. Nick's got 4 mana and a card in hand. Seth has the win.
Yep.
On the board right now, the question is, does Nick have it? Will Seth go for it?
Yeah, and you got to think, what would you be asking a question with Doom Reign Supreme? It might have just been some kind of bluff. Get into Seth's head, like, oh, are you going to blink something at instant speed? You know, like, I'm not sure.
Can't recall any villains with flash off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one. Spectral. The
Yeah.
Ghost Spectral Saboteur, a villain with flash.
And could easily be the type of card that could be in the deck.
Let's take a look here. And
Does not look like it.
yep, no ghost there. So, but of course Seth doesn't know that. We have
Yep.
we have deck list in front of us and full information. So, big spot. This is a classic limited spot. You know, of just all right. I have lethal. I could win the game right here,
Yeah.
or I could throw it all away. And then Seth needs to decide. You know, what's the risk versus reward, and not many better at doing that than him.
Wow, this is not going for it essentially. But wow, I mean, this card's incredible, right? Bounce,
Yeah,
bounce 2 creatures, and just attack straight up.
Atlantis attacks.
Yeah. Okay, here is whatever we have. Oh, okay.
It was an instant speed villain. Here's the Extort, and here's the Doom Reign Supreme. So Nick wanted to do this in combat.
Yeah.
You want to pop the Doom Reign Supreme in combat and really get it, but has to do it now. So villain comes in. We got Extort off the Kingpin, 2 life off the Crossbones, and Doom Reign Supreme drains for 1 as well.
Does Doom Reign Supreme, it gets like any spell, right?
I believe it is any card, yes.
Oh, man. Seth has a couple of the counter spells.
Oh, my
So
God.
devastating.
Wow. All right, here we go. Top 5 cards. This one's for the game.
Yep.
And
Let's see it.
not
I like the
Seth
slow
can't
roll.
look. That's a stratagem.
I don't see. Okay, but the blink card, to be able to blink whatever's being bounced, you can blink the lifelinker, and it's a flying blocker. Like, I think the car alone is probably enough to keep Nick alive.
All right, so there's Trickster Stratagem.
Yep.
And what is the last card?
Gotta be the car, because, I mean, the car is just amazing here. You blink out the brawler that's getting targeted,
Yep, and then you have the crew available as well. So here's the car.
and now all of a sudden, you know, Seth thought there was going to be, 1 blocker, and now all of a sudden there's 4, and
Yep.
a removal spell.
Yep. So there's stratagem. So disaster scenario for Seth.
Oh, yeah. Like, I think this match is over with an instant speed Doom Reign Supreme. Like,
Yeah, and oh, there it is.
wow.
Yeah. Normally Atlantis attacks is enough to take down a game, but Doom Reign Supreme,
Wow.
Reign Supreme once again. The villains have defeated the heroes in this case. Whew,
I
in
mean,
dramatic fashion.
and you got to think, like, these kind of plan cards actually coming together doesn't happen often. We saw it in both games. Turn 2, Doom Reign Supreme, and then it was just completely devastating 6 turns later, both times around. That card is awesome.
Yeah, a really, really powerful one, and so
Yeah.
good on turn 2. It is one of the plans where if you draw it on turn 6 or 7,
Terrible.
a little rough.
Terrible,
But,
yeah.
but on turn 2, really, really good. And Seth, of course, has the weakest deck of the 3, trying to scrap it out. A valiant fight that game,
Yeah.
but unfortunately not able to do it. But we got some more magic for you, right? This is a team event.
It's a team event.
Seth's not going to the sidelines just yet. Seth's going to root on his teammates and try and see if we can't take them this entire match.
Yeah, sounds like we're going to be going here to the Frank match here. I believe Frank match from the beginning. A little fake out there. You're like, just kidding, it's still us. But, see if we can see that Frank match from the beginning and really see who's going to take it down, because we know Pete took it down. We know Seth took it down. And, hey, it's us.
Yes, so Pete did his job.
Yeah.
Pete's deck's really, really good. And now Frank has to scrap it out with the 3 Kingpin deck. Frank the Kingpin, we're calling him here in this event. And,
That's been his nickname for life. We've all known it.
For about
At 20 minutes
4
or so,
hours,
right?
5
Yeah.
hours, yeah, something like that. So we're down to our feature match area where we have Frank Scarron against Benji. And these players are going to be, we'll see the entire match here, laughing it up and getting ready to battle.
Gonna be great here, and this match will dictate, who is going to remain in this tournament. Now, of course, you can play all 8 rounds if you want, but most teams, you pick up that 3rd loss, it's time to go to Vegas and go get some good lunch, get some good eats.
Let's play some Mystery Shield, do some side
And
events.
there you go. Yep.
All right, so tap land for Frank into a turn 2 Spy Kit. Checking out the kit, and okay, just peep. I'll peep, see what's going on. Back Benji's way.
Looks like a Is It deck here. Most of the time doing kind of the artifact-themed stuff, which, I haven't necessarily had too many decks that really came together, but you can just have really strong blue and red cards, have a couple artifacts here and there. The Forge can do some nice stuff. It's a good enabler, plus that late game holding up a counter spell. Oh, they didn't play anything, sack the Forge. That stuff can be really nice.
Yeah, Futures Forge for Benji draws a card. And, of course, Kingpin Scarron comes in with the Kingpin, one of 3 copies in Frank's deck. I think the artifact deck's deck is kind of hard to get into in draft because there aren't as many things kind of pushing you towards it. It's a little insular. But in Team Sealed, if you open up enough of the tools for it, that's a great way to be it. So.
It probably is the highest likelihood you can get into that deck, and I still don't think it's like super, it's not the easiest deck to assemble. The 3-mana 2/2 artifact that every time you play an artifact it grows, that card's great. If you can get a ton of those and your artifact count is 15 or something, sure, but easier said than done.
All right, so Kingpin's going to pick up the Spy Tools, our noted Spy Kingpin. And then we're going to see, the Wasp, the Wondrous Wasp coming down.
That's so good when you have 3 of that card.
Yes.
To tap one down and it's like it's not even killing it. So it's like, do you want to just play another one and Legend Rule? That feels bad. Or, of course, try to kill it. This card's great. I think we're going to see this in a bunch of different other formats as well. Standard, Modern. We can see it everywhere.
Yep, so the Kingpin is tapped for now. It will untap, but it has no abilities. So we have a 1/5 vanilla creature. Black Widow joins the Kingpin. And going back Benji's way, the Wasp. We're going to see Hawkeye's Bow.
Yep.
Little equipment does some extra damage. A little power-up boost on the flyer. And we see a Lightning Strike in the window for Benji as well. So Benji taking an aggressive stance. Might want to kill this Black Widow with that Lightning Strike.
Yeah, definitely that is an option. I believe we saw Shield Flying Car as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't blink out artifacts. That would have been spicy. Be able to blink out your Forge, draw an extra card.
So,
but still a great card.
Benji says go. Could have popped off the strike on the Black Widow on Benji's turn, but because of how this attack alone mechanic works, going to wait and give Frank a chance to possibly draw a protection spell, but nope. How about the Cosmic Cube?
One of the most broken cards here. This card is phenomenal. It's such a tough thing to beat. You're gonna see it in every deck. As most of the time you're gonna have great attackers. But out of all decks that utilize it the best, Frank's deck is kind of not it. The old Kingpin Cosmic Cube combo is, I believe, a Nambo.
Yeah, a little bit. So whenever you attack those top six cards of your library, you may cast a spell among them with mana value lesser than or equals to the greatest power among attacking creatures you control without paying its mana cost. That is the greatest power. It's not the additive power. So, of course, Kingpin will attack for 2 here. So any 2-drop in the top 6 is castable. And this is a free method to keep casting spells over and over and over and over again, which is a big deal.
And I can kind of figure out what this judge call is. Be like, does my creature have the ability that the artifact gives it, even though the Wasp's here? It could easily be timing rules where Frank would have to re-equip, but I think the shield just gives the creature the ability.
Correct. The shield reads whenever equipped creature attacks alone, untap it, and scry 1.
Yeah.
That'll work even if your opponent has stolen your creature with, say, Captain America Civil War.
Yeah.
You will scry 1, and they will untap the creature. So, so the equipment gives the ability, and we're going to see that happen right now. So untap. Get the scry first before you pop off your Cosmic Cube.
Yeah, and now any 2-drop on the top 6, you get to cast for free.
Yep. So this is a card draw engine, but it's also a mana engine as well, casting things for free. So
Yeah.
the kind of card that will make the game go really, really well for you the longer it's in play and the longer the game goes.
If anything, I saw the Connive 1/2 that is an option to play, and I mean when it comes for free, excellent. But this is also quite strong.
Swordmaster coming in for free. Options for Frank on the 2 mana or less restriction and 6 cards. Swordmaster's in.
Yeah, and it is interesting that they put that cube in this deck instead of maybe Seth's deck, actually. Like with this Kingpin deck, there's so many little power, air quotes, small power creatures, but, I mean, they attack as 5-drops, but the cube doesn't work that way. In Seth's deck with, some 3/2 flyers and stuff, that might actually have been a better home there.
I kind of agree.
Yeah. And I feel like Pete's deck doesn't need it. It's too good already, so.
Well, now, you think that's Frank saying, I want the cube, or Seth saying, Frank, you should have the cube?
Frank does enjoy cubing, right? So maybe that's...
Actually, he doesn't.
come on. For the sake of my joke, man, you could have let me have that.
Frank's not a big cube fan, which is a little
Okay.
weird. So, all right. So, oh boy, Alien Invasion time.
This card is so good. I've had some good experiences with this one. I mean, it's the inevitability type card. It is going to do its thing eventually. The more time you give it, the more large creatures you'll be cranking out each turn. So you really got to kill your opponent quickly before Alien Invasion gets to 5-6 counters where it's just throwing big creatures at you.
So now both players have a powerful inevitability engine in play, and they're gonna kind of duel off here, the cube versus the Alien Invasion, which is pretty thematic actually. Cube kind of causing the Alien Invasion, but here comes.
I'll take your word for it.
Come on, the first Avengers movie. Come on, man.
It's been so long. I mean, that was years ago.
You have some required watching to do on your flight home, my friend.
I do, absolutely.
All right, so although technically in the comics the Cosmic Cube is not one of the Infinity Stones like it is in the movies, but
okay.
I digress. So
you're getting in the weeds.
Token comes in, Kingpin eats it, and Wasp gets in for a little bit of damage as well. That Hawkeye's bow just kind of hanging out. But now we're going back Frank's way, and now Frank has the Cosmic Cube all ready to rock and roll for more spells, and we'll see what is next.
And the Swordsman here being able to get a little bit bigger, and this card's great. Being able to put some counters on both these creatures. Now they're attacking as, 3 power creatures. Now you're hitting pretty much anything in Frank's deck with the cube, and you got to think big advantage game 1 going to Frank here, you would think.
Absolutely. Alien Invasion is fantastic, but it's just a little too slow for what's happening here. Frank discards the Sentry.
Wow.
The Sentry is a really powerful card, but an extremely risky card.
It really is.
And not a game for risk right now with Frank. Frank's already way ahead. No need to take any risks. Top 6 cards. Get to take a card that costs 3 or less and play it for free. Unfortunately, we see Hour of Defeat. Oh, wait, no. Is it 4 power?
I don't. Oh, it does have 4. Yep. Okay. So 2 counters on that. Our Defeat cleaning up the Wasp. Now the Kingpin is ready to do some extorting. And looks like the Cube and Kingpin here going to be able to take this game number 1.
Yeah, Cube's getting it done. And Alien Invasion's great, but it's slow.
Yeah, it is slow. And the fact that you have to attack, like I think if you didn't have to attack, it wasn't a forced attack, Alien Invasion would just be incredible.
Listen, it's not an alien sit home and eat some popcorn and watch a movie. All right? It's an Alien Invasion, Corey.
Exactly. Okay.
All right, so back Benji's way. Going to gain a life off of land. Has a lot of work to do here. And going to start things off with, it's like an aerial Doom bot in the window.
Just top deck land 6, which is a tap land. You got to love that with the Doom bot.
Oh, no, yes.
Yeah.
No powering up here, so here's a Doom bot.
You can draw 2 cards off the Forge, but either way you slice it, doesn't seem like this is going to be a game Benji can get out of here very easily.
Yeah. And there is the flying car. So we got a reader, both Frank and myself. I'm going to put the bow on the Doom bot and then say go. The problem here is that every turn that goes by for Frank is just so good.
Yeah.
There's a free spell every turn, and that's a tough one to do. Now, cool interaction here is the token comes in, and then it can crew before it attacks.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of the classic Gobble, Rabmaster, Smuggler's Copter.
That is spicy. Shouldn't have to read that shield flying car, though, since Seth has 2 of them. I think...
Frank's playing his own deck. He's not playing Seth's
Yeah,
deck.
that's fair.
All right, so slide the equipment over to the Swordsmaster.
Yeah, Swordsmaster, of course, works very well with equipment.
And we're still going to see an attack with everything. That cube's going to go off once again, so top 6 cards. And get 1 for free.
Yeah, you get to connive when you got an equipped creature.
So, going to stack the connive first. That's where the counter came from last turn. That's why we missed that power.
Yep.
So, going to connive first. Discards a land, so no power buff. So, 3 is the magic number here for a card for Frank to play for free. And it's going to be, a Cruel Alliance. Wow.
Yeah, had the option for 4 as well, as the Swordsman is 4 with the equipment. But, I mean, the Cruel Alliance has to just be one of your best hits regardless. So
Yeah, pretty good. And again,
and you get to extort too, right?
yep, pop in the extort, free spell. Going to kill the only creature in play. We'll see a crew response, but I don't think that's going to help too much.
No. And this looks like we'll be heading to game number 2 between these two.
Looks like Frank's also paying the life here on the Kingpin. That allows the White Widow to be effectively a 3/3, not a 2/3.
Yep.
So no good blocks for Benji. It would just be a trade.
And the Kingpin's just a 7/7.
Yeah, just 7.
Just a 7/7.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
He works out.
I want to see this Kingpin Doran deck here. We got to make this combo happen.
Doran is legal and standard.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, and it's a follow-up. But wait, there's more. Here's an agent. Here's an extort. Benji, it's your turn. Good luck, my friend. What can Alien Invasion do to stop all of this?
Better be a heck of an invasion, that's for sure. And yeah, it coming down with what, a 3/3? Better draw some cards, and I mean, there's a 3-mana sweeper that deal 3 damage to each creature, but that's not going to clean up enough here. So this should be. It looks like we did top deck the Mana World, but you know, if you're Benji, don't play it. Don't give away any more information. Go to the next game. And in fact, get some more information from Frank.
Well, here comes the Alien Invasion token. Of course, it has to attack.
Yeah.
And
Looks like they missed the counter on the Alien Invasion last turn.
and they're
Forced to come in.
oh boy, 16 life for Frank here.
And you are only forced to attack with the new one, as it does template say this one has to attack this turn. But so you could have left the 2/2 back, I think, right?
The 1/1.
Oh, maybe the creature's printed with it, and they always just have to attack.
Oh, okay.
That's at least what it looks like on the token, but
All right. More to come. Oh, look. Look who's
another
back.
one?
It's Kingpin.
No way.
It's the same one, but that's the 4th Kingpin Frank can play in this game, and that's going to do it. That was a truly dominating game from Frank, showing the power of the Cosmic Cube, Kingpin, and all Kingpin's evil allies.
Yeah, Cosmic Cube, though, definitely took that one down. That kind of repeatability that you get for free, those kind of cards we've seen, that kind of templating, 5 mana, something happens every time you attack or play a spell, and they almost always just take over the game.
Yeah, a true kind of card where you better win the game faster. This thing's going to really
Exactly.
just do the thing. So we got game number 2 coming up here. I want to remind you about one of our upcoming events. Wonderful Baltimore.
Yeah.
We got the regional championship coming up in Baltimore, September 11th to 13th. And, of course, the RC, sending players to the Pro Tour, sending players to World, big-time prizes. And Baltimore's fun, too.
Baltimore is fun, yeah, and I mean, hey, it's the spotlights are great. Anybody can walk in, but the RCs are especially awesome. The prize pool, 20K up top, you know, and a lot of dreams come true as 32 players head to the Pro Tour, and it'll be our first of 2 RCs. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the accumulation of many players who are playing locally at their RCQs. You know, this is their big event. This is it. So love seeing the excitement there. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for all your information. All right, so we're going to pop into game number 2 here, about halfway through as we are. Next round is looming. This tournament's running pretty fast and efficiently.
SCG always just runs such a tight tournament when it comes to these kind of things. I played their kind of team event yesterday to kind of get ready. We saw a lot of the teams that are playing now playing a little practice, and that event ran really smoothly as well.
So good curve ever, Frank, here of Red Wing Recruit into Kingpin.
Yep.
See an aerial Doombot for Benji, but only a blue mana. That being said, here comes the Wasp once again, tapping down that Kingpin. Red Wing Recruit comes in for 2.
And most importantly, we have jumped into game 3 here. So, you know, Benji was able to even it out, and this is just going to be winner of this game. As we know, since Nick ends up taking it down, winner of this game advances to, well, still being in the tournament, loser goes to lunch.
Yeah, lunch sounds pretty good, but I think I want to be in the tournament.
Yeah, I would like to stay in the tournament as long as possible if I flew to Vegas to play in it.
Yep, so Black Widow comes down for Frank. Great start for Frank. And again, kind of annoying, like we were saying earlier, that the Kingpin is locked down. It's a legend, and there are more copies in Frank's deck. But going Benji's way, and 3 islands, going to need to assemble a few more colors here to play some spells.
Yeah, you got to think we don't have red mana if there's not a mountain on the battlefield right now, but could still have a plethora of options.
All right, so talking it through with Andrew, who unfortunately was felled by Pete Ingram, and Galactus himself.
Probably, yeah.
And here
Great
comes,
card.
man, a great card by our both players. 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. Justice comes down,
Yep.
bounces Black Widow, and we got a tempo game here, folks. Going back Frank's way.
Yeah, one card that doesn't care about tempo too much is, attacking as a 3-mana 5/5 that extorts and stuff. You got to put the advantage to, number one, the player that went first, and just Kingpin when you can gain some life is a big deal.
Well, Kingpin is locked down.
Yeah.
Under the Wasp right now.
Yeah.
So it's only a 1/5.
That's true.
So here comes the attack. And we got attack for 3. And the follow-up, not Black Widow. It's going to be the Swordsman and the Spy Kit and no land. So
Okay.
both players having a little bit of land problems despite having really good curve-out draws. Benji totally in the air here with 5 power in the air so far. Frank at 17.
And looks like
Benji
no
at 13.
land 4 nor red mana over there, but has 3 blue cards, including the flying card to blink some stuff out. And I mean, blinking out your mana whirl style of effect, I like that.
That sounds great.
Yeah. Especially since you can attack first, second main, blink it out, bounce something, have 2 flying blockers essentially. Like, Benji, even though the colors aren't there, I'm shocked Justice is not getting in there. Justice wasn't serving.
Yeah, no justice being served here. Of course, Kingpin, kind of a villainous character. But yeah, just going to say go. So Justice stays home, 3 damage across. Frank at 14, going back Frank's way. And immediately Frank is springing into action. Spy gets in play, but not ready to equip just yet. Black Widow is back. So Black Widow has Death Touch. If a creature attacks alone, it gets First Strike and Menace. And the Spy Kit.
Yeah, gets to be equipped for free with the villain coming in, so gets to serve here.
All right, so we got an attack.
And let's see what kind of goods we can do. So I mean, if you flash in the car, you could do some nice stuff here, right? Are we not? Okay, because you can flash it in. You can go to Blink Justice, and then ability on the stack Crew.
Ooh, yes.
And have a 3/3 to block the 2/3 at least, right? I think that looks nice.
That's very nice. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Calling it out. Benji going to flash in the car, Crew in response, blink the Justice, 3/3 blocker, going to take out the Red Room Recruit. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage dealt for Frank's attack. Down to 8 is Benji. And now Justice comes back, though, and gets that blink going, and a really big tempo play for Benji.
Does look like the Justice Mobile, right? Like.
All right, now, can Benji find another color? Ooh, he can, but it's a tap land.
Yeah, it's always a tap land when you need an untapped 4th land, but.
It is a life. This is a pretty tight racing game.
Yeah.
But now, what is the next step? A lot of math here.
So we can attack for 7 damage right now. That's half of Pete's life total. But if there's any follow-up, you got to think big advantage to Benji. I saw the very powerful Connive 4-drop, but that's not going to do any justice here with just top decking a tap land. The Trickster's
Stratagem.
Yeah, Trickster's Stratagem. Thank you.
Andrew and Benji talking it over. Looks like Pete's mostly focused on sets match.
Yeah, just make it so I don't have to win a close game, please, Seth.
Yep. So, gonna crew up with the Aerial Doombot.
I like that.
The car's live. The whole team's coming in. Justice, the car, and the Wasp. 7 damage coming across. That's half of Frank's life total. Now it's lethal on the board for next turn.
Yeah, and it looks like Benji doesn't have a single thing available, so if Frank can gain a life, you know, once again, the Kingpin is the one that was tapped down, right? I mean, I think we know that for sure.
Right, Kingpin is currently
Yeah.
a vanilla 1-5, so no extort, no toughness boosters. Here comes the attack. So Kingpin's in, as
And-
alongside the Swordsman. That's 2, 3, 4, 5.
Looks like this is a connive here to try to find something.
Quick creature attacking on Swordsman, the source of the connive.
Oh, and they did have a play here, being able to attach that to
Super.
protect it. But wait a minute. Like, was there no removal spell? Like, you got to think, if you already have 7 damage into play. Oh, I guess this doesn't protect. I was going to say, if this protected.
Yeah, super suit.
Yeah.
Just plus almost 2 and untap.
Yeah.
So going to untap, going to block. And we see, that would be 2 of a legend. Nope, we're going to see Black
Okay.
Widow come down. But this is not enough.
I believe this is lethal.
Yeah, Frank's got 1 mana up. Now could have the Helicarrier attack. There was a 4-power creature in play in Black Widow.
Yeah.
But it's time for attacks. And going to crew up and go for the combat. All the flyers are in. Does Frank have it? He does not. Benji takes it down.
And teammates won simultaneous there, Nick and Benji. So that's going to end our heroes we've been watching throughout the whole day, end their run at, you know, I guarantee a disappointing result for them. You know, their seal pool didn't look anything busted by any means, but, you know, it still, to me, looked a little bit better than the record, you know, went at the end there of 1-3.
For sure, yeah. Some tough games, absolutely. You know, the heroes can't win every game.
No.
unfortunately.
Villains are pretty good. You
If-
know, heroes and villains are both powerful in this format.
If the heroes won every time, why would you bother watching?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
yeah,
so
yeah.
don't worry though. We'll have some great teams on for you, and there are so many good teams in the room. I don't even know if we can feature them all.
Yeah.
Realistically.
I
So-
mean, I just pray that we see some Paul Ritzel, Matt Sperling, and
I think there's a good chance.
I think we'll probably see a little of that team. They're great as
So,
well.
plenty of heroes still in the field, but that's all for us now. We get round 5 coming up in just a little bit. Grab some popcorn and don't go nowhere because you never know who's coming up next. We'll see you soon.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes from SCG Con Las Vegas. My name is Monty Devuti, joined again by Mr. Paul Chion, and we are in the back half of day one, Paul. So far, pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, lots of good limited Magic here. We're 4 rounds in. We still have 4 rounds to go, so lots of Magic to play. But we've seen some really powerful stuff being cast so far. But unfortunately for our top team, or the team that we've been watching,
Our feature team,
rather, we will no longer be seeing them. But you know what? There's a lot of other great teams in the field.
Right. The plan was we came into the day, we would watch them as long as they were viable. We said their decks were above average. We gave them a 7 out of 10. And then we saw some 8 and 9 out of 10s. And unfortunately for our feature team, they're at 1 and 3. They're out. We're not going to be following them anymore. So now we are going to watch the field at large, which means let's look at our standings for the first time this weekend, because it is time to look at the 4-0s. These are some of the names that we will be seeing. Wow. Big names that stand out to me immediately. Number 3, Ritzel Williams Sperling. Number 6, Bursovic, Stoyer, Tomaiko. Those are 2 big names already. Number 9, I believe that's Aspiring Spike and Everett Mountain. And then Jason Chan, is that Amaz?
That is Amaz.
So Amaz and Aspiring Spike right there in 9th. Other names, Bonkowski, Nagro, Roundtree in 12th. Buonadonna, Benedetto, Plummer, Nasri in 13th. One of the teams that we saw look quite good, Forsyth, Taylor, Burden, beat our feature team. They're still at 4-0. We said their decks look like a 9 out of 10. Unsurprising to see them up here.
Yeah, and this is one of those things when you look at a team event, the cream truly rises to the top. You have so many familiar faces here. Even the rank 1 team, we got Andrew Ellenbogen with Matt King Johnson, just names that we've seen at the Pro Tours or
Greg
at the top
Michael
tables,
as well.
right? At the regional championship level as well. So lots of great teams here, but I want to make sure that we keep a special attention to that number 3 ranked team. Paul Ritzel, David Williams, Matt Sperling. I think they said this is the first team event that they've played together, a limited event in over 5 years.
Yeah.
It's been that long, and when we used to have those team Grand Prix events, those 3 were among the best teams in the entire field, regularly top 4ing these events.
Yeah, I would say as far as the modern team Magic goes, they might be the most iconic team for me in terms of a trio playing together consistently event after event and putting up results. Let's see if we have a second page of standings to bring you. So,
what?
right off the bat, I see Shuhei Nakamura, Riku Kumagai, Rei Hirayama. Very unsurprising to see them at 4-0, though I guess surprising to see them at a U.S. Spotlight Series event, but very nice. Ben Stark, Pat Cox, Minnie Racker in 19th place. They're at 3-0-1, so technically undefeated, alongside another 3-0-1, Saj Galik, Brandon Nelson, and Joel McAndrew. Wouldn't be surprised if those 2 teams ended up drawing against each other. Coming down, I see Scott Markison, Daniel Weiser, Charles Knopp. I believe Scott Markison is a previous Grand Prix champion in Las Vegas, so back in the city where he has succeeded in the past. What else stands out to you, Paul?
I mean, just an incredible group of players here, and the really cool thing is also just seeing kind of these older name players who we haven't really seen. Pat Cox is not really he was an old-time pro. He has multiple top 8s to his name, and it's not somebody that you would have expected here, but I actually got the opportunity to talk to him between rounds, and he was like, yeah, Ben Stark, I was playing board games with him, and he kind of like talked me into coming into this event, and he was like, oh, by the way, my deck is absolutely unbeatable. If you name a white or white-red mythic in the set, it's in his deck.
Oh, good. Great. Yeah, because we saw Pat at an event in Virginia, and it's like, okay, he lives in Virginia area. It makes sense he came out to this. Vegas, very different story. All right, so with that said, we are in the world where we are now watching the top teams. No feature team to follow, and that means we get to watch some exciting action. The players are ready. Let's go down to it, because I believe we have a great one coming up. Left of your screen, Roundtree, Nagro, Bonkowski. Right of your screen, Hirayama, Kumagai, Nakamura. And we are starting off with match A, Shuhei Nakamura up against Edward Bonkowski. Now, I will admit, Edward is the unknown player on this team from my point of view. I'm very familiar with both Jacob and Colin. I am not familiar with Edward.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. If you are a good enough player to be teaming with Colin Roundtree and Jacob Negro, that means ringer alert, right? This could be one of those instances where Edward might be kind of a limited specialist and manage to get on the team with these two
Yeah,
guys.
just because I have not heard his name
Right.
does not mean that he is by any means a slouch.
Right.
Now, of course, on the other side, Shuhei,
Jeez.
absolute legend of the game. Riku and Ray both showing fantastic results consistently at the top level. Ray Hirayama definitely one of the newer faces of the Japanese Magic scene, but has seen incredible results at the RC level in Japan and putting up great Pro Tour results as well. So a player that one to watch in the coming years for sure from the Japanese Magic community.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just a powerhouse of a team here. Riko Kumagai, multiple top finishes. Shuhei Nakamura, Hall of Famer, and really known for his limited prowess as well here. So excellent, excellent feature that we have here.
All right, and first place for both players are going to come with tokens, but I would say the Shield deployment drone is a little less impressive than the unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, Frozen and Ice, however, doing a really good job of locking it down as it does remove all abilities as well. So you can't just multiply the number of squirrel tokens that you have. I have lost to that card a few times, and man, is it frustrating.
Yeah. Do you like squirrels? Apt question. I love squirrels. Thank you,
Yes.
Squirrel Girl. So here comes the attack from the drone as well as the token. Shuei happy to trade off squirrels. Now, I will say, 3 copies of Frozen and Ice here in Edward's deck, so there is more removal where that came from. And Frozen and Ice, very nice against these green decks that try to go big. However, Shuei is doing a great job of going wide. The follow-up to Squirrel Girl is Kazar coming in with that Zabu token. So once again, asking the judge, do you have a Zabu for me, please?
Right. And I mean, Kazar, one of the better uncommons in the format, just because, look, it comes with 2 bodies. If you don't kill the Kazar, you're going to run away with the game with all the value that you get from playing lands off the top. But even if you deal with that, you still have just a 2/2 token that grows after every land that you play.
Look, the effect of you may look at your top card and play lands off the top of your library, not one we often see on an uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, that is a rare effect that we've seen. You know, kind of one of the big ones back in the day was Courser of Krufix. That's one that we saw a lot of play. Oracle of Moldiah, another one on an uncommon.
Oh, hello. Leader, Supreme Genius, one of the best cards in the absolute format here from Edward.
Yeah, this card is absolutely bananas. Leader, even the turn that you play, you just get immediate value out of it because you get to basically draw 2, discard 1. The turn that you play it, and hey, if it stays around for 1 more turn, that's just so many cards. You just get buried in an avalanche of card advantage on the other side.
All right, so I immediately go to Shuhei's list. I see 2 Frozen and Ice of his own. What about fight or bite effects? What is he working with here?
Yeah, taking a look at his green cards. There is an epic fight in his deck
Okay.
that he has as an option. And, you know, blue-green typically doesn't have a whole lot of interaction, so I think it's that and the tap effect from the Frozen and Ice.
Hello, Leader on the screen. Very, very ridiculously powerful card.
Yeah, and looks like we're going to be targeting the deployment drone here. Draw 2. You get to connive. Whenever you connive, you also draw an extra card. So that's the thing. Even if you kill the leader or deal with it immediately, you're still up a card in that exchange.
Right. And one of the big issues that can happen in Team Sealed, of course, is the natural RNG, for lack of a better term, of matchups, right? Is yesterday when we played our Team Sealed, you faced a Grixis mirror where your opponent just had more powerful enchantments that Grixis can't deal with.
Right.
For Shuhei, if he doesn't have the right removal suite in his blue-green deck, a card like Leader can just be GG, because I see a Spider-Woman, you're happy with Spider-Woman as a removal spell usually,
Right.
except not against Leader.
Right. Well, fortunately for Shuhei, though, does have the Frozen and Ice. So both bomb-level rares being taken care of by Frozen and Ice by both sides.
All right, and that means more pressure coming out. Zabu picking up a counter from that landfall. Now, I do see an important card in Shuei's hand. I saw a Falcon's Wing Harness, so I believe that can be a good way for this Zabu to break through later on in the game if Edward is able to clog up the ground a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Shuhei was able to get in for a good chunk of damage there, but a little bit hamstrung by the mana because only one blue mana, so wasn't able to double spell that turn. As you mentioned, the Captain's Wing Harness unable to cast it this turn with only Forest in play outside of the Frozen in Ice that he cast.
Right, that is the awkwardness of Shuhei's mana so far, and he is playing 10 for a 6 island, so obviously he is, with a card like Squirrel Girl having 3 green pips in its mana cost, he is inclined to go heavy green, but that will result in games like this where he's only able to single spell on turns where he wants to be mana efficient and double spell.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Edward tapping 2 mana. This almost looks like Lightning Strike mana, but could be any number of things here.
Okay, so Edward is playing a decent amount of red mana, but no actual red cards.
Oh.
So I assume it's coming from the gold cards is where he's really finding the strength here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's a
He has a Vision Quest, yep.
Yeah, one of the best rares in the entire format. That card is absolutely bananas. I mean, even when you have a shield deployment drone in your deck, as long as you cast Vision Quest for 4, all of a sudden you have a hasty flying artifact. And here it is. Here is a Vision Quest for what looks to be 4. So he will be able to get an artifact. It will enter the battlefield with 4+1/+1 counters and have haste.
Yep.
And Herbie is all you need.
Herbie is all you need.
Hey, and look, that is a 6/5 flying haster, by the way, that draws you a card.
Right, and this is amping up the pressure quite a bit here from Edward.
Yeah. It looks like Shuhei had the upper hand just in terms of being able to win that damage race with those 2 creatures, but I mean, Herbie can absolutely turn it around here.
Right, and now it does feel like this Falcon's Wing Harness that previously I was alluding to potentially being an aggressive tool from Shuhei will now need to play a defensive role.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is a 2-turn clock. Shuhei's down to 8. 8 damage coming into the skies next turn. Needs to either deal with one of these flyers here or play that Wing Harness on D.
Okay, She-Hulk, that's huge.
That is big.
Massive. Not only is it an answer to Herbie, it's a reach creature.
Yeah, it is so big. I mean, that just completely turned everything around here.
God. Is She-Hulk one of, in my opinion, the most powerful uncommons in the format?
Yeah, the thing is, the floor is just so high already. You're already playing a 4-mana 4/4 reach trample, but for 6 mana, having that flexibility of just being able to have a 5/5 that kills any enchantment or artifact, that's huge. There's so many good artifacts and enchantments that are playable that people are going to be putting into their decks.
And the fact that it's only a single green to cast just makes it so the normal issues that we've seen with this type of card are completely dissipated.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so back we go Edward's way. This has been a very swingy game. Haymaker from each side into answers from each side. And really, it does feel like whoever is the active player has been ahead each turn.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely sitting here at the 4-0 bracket now. So not only are we going to have teams with fantastic players, but also fantastic decks to go along with it.
Yeah, the cream definitely rises to the top in Team Sealed more than any other format because your play skill really amplifies things, but also when you get to the later tables of Team Sealed, you see the really ridiculous pools shine.
Absolutely. Wow, huge turn here from Edward, dealing with all of Shuhei's creatures here in one turn.
Yep.
Look at this.
She-Hulk went down to Murdoch's Crusade. Then we did see the supervillain lock up, deal with Khazar, and then a second copy of the 3 Frozen in Ices that Edward has, dealing with Zabu, and that means it's just a shield deployment drone now on the board.
Wow. I mean, 3 removal spells in one turn. All right. Well, I mean, this has been a game of haymakers here. What can Shuhei deploy now to turn things around?
Yeah, so we know one of the cards in his hand from before was that Falcon's Wing Harness. I
Yeah.
believe there's the Wakandan Royal Army, if I'm not mistaken.
Royal Army or
Royal
Guard?
Force, Royal Guard,
Royal something.
Wakandan Royal Guard.
Guard, all
There's
right.
a copy of that in hand, so that's a vigilance creature. It doesn't get a counter because it loses all abilities.
Okay. Right.
Fortunately, they caught that. And was that a pass back?
Shuhei
there's
has
a
a Spider
Spider
Woman.
Woman.
He has a
Okay.
Spider Woman in hand. On combat, possibly looking to lock it down here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody in chat is saying 3 in shock when it comes to Frozen and Ice, but really in 12 packs of Team Sealed, 3 copies of a common,
Oh, that's just
that's
not-
pretty normal
yeah,
fare.
Absolutely. Right.
Now, I will note for viewers who are just joining us, you will see a yellow pip next to Colin Roundtree's name. That means he has picked up the first game in his match against Rei Hirayama. The goal here is whichever team gets 4 yellow pips, that means winning 2 of their matches.
Right.
That's the team that will move forward in the round. So Jacob and Riku, Shuhei and Edward still in game 1, but Colin 1-0 in his match.
Yeah, so slight edge here so far to the team on the left here. And Bold Biochemist is the play here, and probably just going to pay 4 additional mana here to draw the extra cards.
Yeah, just figuring out how he wants to tap the
Right.
mana. I believe the other cards I saw in hand are a Trickster Stratagem and a Captain America Living Legend.
Right.
So 2 new cards being picked up here as well. Edward just agonizing over how he wants to tap the mana here. Bold Biochemist, card that's impressed me quite a bit, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cards, it kind of looks like a filler level card. When you just first glance, you look at it, right? It's like, oh, 2 mana, 1/3 can block, and then in the late game, maybe you can just... The thing is, it's the flexibility. A lot of these power-up cards, right? The fact that you can play at turn 2 if you're on the defensive as a body to block, but on turn 6, you just play it, and all of a sudden, you basically have a 2/4 Mole Drifter that enters a battlefield here and just draws you 2 cards.
Right, exactly. And the fact that Power Up, unlike some of the previous effects of the same kind we've seen, is not gated to just sorcery speed, allowing you that flexibility of playing a instant speed game plan, playing a flash game plan, pairing it up with removal or counter spells really does play into that role of flexibility.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really strong in the blue-white or blue-black decks, especially the blue-black decks that really look to play kind of a controlling angle. All right, Wakandan Royal Guard on Spider-Woman, putting 2+1/+1 counters on it, and as it is a hero. And is that a training regimen?
I believe that is one of 2 training regimens that Shuhei has access to. So now trampling, and we know that he has evasion, and Edward's life total is not that high. Neither is Shuhei's.
Right.
But this is a game that is getting very close into race territory, though we know that Edward has that Trickster Stratagem in hand, ready to potentially push more damage.
Doesn't quite have... Shuhei's now at, 7 life. There's 4 damage that can potentially get in. Stratagem would be an additional +1/+1 counter, so that could get Shuhei down to 2 life this turn.
Can he find 2 damage from somewhere?
Oh, excuse me. The shield is locked down, of course, through the Spider-Woman, so just the Bold Biochemist here.
Right, okay, so still a ways away, likely not facing a lethal this turn, and we go back to the idea of survival here if you're on Edward's side.
Yeah. I wonder if you want to just utilize the Trickster Stratagem on the Spider-Woman, that would unlock the shield, and Spider-Woman wouldn't be able to come down until 2 turns from now.
Right. Other cards I do see in Edward's hand, I believe there's a copy of Falcon. Is that Justice?
Oh my.
This deck is nice.
That is huge. There's so many different things you can do with the Justice, right? I mean, you can even pick up your own shield if you'd like and just replay it. It wouldn't be locked down.
You could pick up your leader. That's still there under that Frozen and Ice, isn't it?
Does he have the mana to play? Oh, yeah, he certainly does. Now, of course, he still does have to be mindful of his life total here. He is at 5 life. We do have a training regimen in play. Might need to play it a little bit more defensively. We'll see.
Right. That training regimen representing Trample is something to absolutely be aware of from our side. And it's going to be the aggressive line. Just get rid of both of your creatures.
Is this the stratagem?
Is it just Falcon? No, it
Oh,
is going to
okay.
be. It is going to be the stratagem.
Interesting that he did that after attacking, unless he targets the Vance here.
Yeah,
Justice, rather.
I assume he just does not want to connive on the biochemist because it is the ground creature anyways. So
right.
he decided
I guess
that
the shield deployment should never attacked anyways. Sure.
right. If I'm
Yeah,
not going to put it on the ground creature, I attack first and then I do this.
Yeah, it is weird though, right? Just because of how low Shuhei's life total is, getting in for that extra point of damage could have been extremely irrelevant here, right? Get Shuhei down to 4 life this turn, all of a sudden you have lethal off both of the flyers.
Right. So, Shuhei's turn. We know about the Falcon's Wing Harness. We know about the Wakandan Royal Guard. That's his 2 cards, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And then there is a card on top that he's about to draw. But those 2 cards alone will not keep him alive. I think Edward is still conniving. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like it. It looks like he's still trying to figure something out. Nothing Shuhei can do here, unless Shuhei's just thinking through options here.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Captain
okay.
America gone. So,
All right.
if Shuhei,
All right.
2 leaders, no. Leader has no ability. Why is it 2 counters? I'm missing something. I think.
Did he bounce his own creature? Then would Justice get a counter?
No.
Okay.
All right, there's the Falcon's Wing Harness.
But there must be something we missed because Shuhei would have likely seen the fact that it's got 2 counters. So they're
Right. It doesn't actually change the clock in a meaningful way here
Right.
because the Wakanda Royal Guard has to block. There's 1 point of damage that Edward needs to add to the board in order to finish things off here.
right.
And his hand is Plains, I believe Plains,
So-
Falcon,
So
and 1.
Edward is 1 damage off here.
That's what I see.
And then Shuhei has a lethal attack next turn potentially
that is also what I see.
with a giant flying
Vigilance Trampler. Yes.
Wow.
And Spider-Woman on top to tap one of the flying blockers
Right.
to essentially force damage. And it's just 2 lands from Edward.
I do think
Falcon is 2 flying blockers,
Yeah, that is
but
that is 5 toughness of blocking in the air. Not enough to actually close the game out this turn, but perhaps he can survive the attack next turn from
Right.
Shuhei.
but I think in order to survive, knowing what he knows about the Spider-Woman on top, I don't actually think Edward has an aggressive attack anymore.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's just you need to keep those flyers back here.
Right.
Because we're looking at an attack for 8 potentially next turn, right? The Royal Guard's currently a 6/6. The regiment would put 1 counter on it, and the Falcon's Wing Harness gives it 1 extra point of power.
Right. An attack for 8 with 1 blocker being tapped down.
Right.
That's the information you know for a fact.
Yeah. Most likely the 4/4 shield deployment drone. It is the largest flyer in play
Right.
on Edward's side. Now, you could just block with Falcon. That will put you down to 1 life with the trample damage coming through.
Edward obviously taking the time to think through this. This is, you know, the pivotal turn of the game, it feels like, because if you attack with too much and Shuhei kills you, then obviously that's bad. If you leave too much back and give Shuhei time to rebuild while throwing your creatures into what is essentially the abyss, that is also a losing game plan.
Right. Does Edward, and we don't know what else Edward has in hand, correct?
I believe it's 2 lands.
Oh, it's just 2 lands? Okay.
I think it's an island and a plains.
Yeah, if it's just 2 lands, I don't think he even has an attack here because
Right.
Falcon and the 1/1 bird can't attack. And in order to push any amount of damage through, you need to attack with at least 2 creatures, and you're just going to be throwing away one of the flyers if you do that. Now, if you attack with everything, then Shuhei just blocks the 4/4, goes down to 1, and then has lethal by tapping down the Falcon and attacking with the large flying trampler.
I think there is a world. Oh, Colin Roundtree won his match. I think there is a world where Edward is supposed to attack with just the Biochemist and the Justice and leave back the shield deployment drone. I don't know if that's a winning line, but I think that it may be a line to push some damage through.
It puts Shuhei down to 3, and you lose your Justice, most likely.
Right.
And then the Falcon or, yeah, probably maybe even tap down the Falcon. That gets locked down, and then the shield deployment drone would have to
block.
to block. You don't have to block with the bird. You would go down to 1.
Right. You go down to 1.
But you don't have an extra flyer to actually close the game out, right? Because the Wakandan Royal Guard can still block.
Right. Decides that
Yeah.
line would not be wise. Passes the turn. 1 unknown card in Shuei's hand. There's Spider-Woman. Shield deployment drone down.
All right, where are we getting the counter? Boom. And now we have entered the Abyss here, which basically means that Edward has force blocks, and he will be losing a creature every time this Wakandan Royal Guard attacks.
On the other side, Riku Kumagai picking up game 1 against Jacob Nagro.
Yeah.
So down a match. The Japanese team do have their backs against the wall, but certainly not out of it yet, as Shuhei's looking quite good,
Right.
and Riku is up a game.
Yeah, super close matchup here, but Shuhei certainly looking to be in a good spot here. But of course, I mean, the life totals are so close, it feels like we are still a timely top deck away from potentially stealing one of these games.
Right. This is 8, right? So
So
Edward saying,
yeah.
I block, hope you don't have a point of power somewhere. I go
Yeah.
to 1, and I try to kill you on this attack.
But the thing is, the shield deployment drone can't attack. Even if you find a removal spell, that's still not enough damage to get through 5, right?
Right. So it feels like it needs to be.
Helicarrier Strike, I think, was the draw. I don't think that's enough here.
No, there's no trample or anything. You
Right.
can't really meaningfully get rid of Spider-Woman, so
And it's not enough damage to kill the Wakandan Royal Guard here. I mean, that thing is gigantic.
yeah, that really is a be-all, end-all in this game.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe going back to discarding that Captain America over a land in order to get an extra counter from your connive and saying that
Right. Yes.
I want to go big on this shield deployment drone, but the understanding of whichever creature is bigger than the others will just be blocked anyway, so maybe the extra creature in Captain America would allow you to attack aggressively the previous turn because you would still have the blockers left, and then you have an extra creature the next. Who knows?
Yeah.
But ultimately, that is Shuhei Nakamura taking down game 1. So, as the players get ready for game 2, we are going to take a moment to come back to the booth here, apparently. Hi, friends. Really great game there, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, just it felt like if we did still have, you know, an advantage bar, it would have just been swinging left and
Every
right
turn.
every single turn from like turn 5 onward, right? When we saw the Vision Quest get resolved, we were like, okay, well, I mean, you just got a 6/5 hasting Herbie, you're fine. And then Shuhei follows up with a She-Hulk and has a massive board, but then Edward plays 3 removal spells in 1 turn to clean everything up again. So I mean, that was an incredible game 1 here. Now, if you're an Edward side, you're happy that you do have the match win on your side, but you still aren't feeling that great because you are down a game in both of the other matches.
Right, absolutely. So while the players finish getting ready for the next game, I'm going to take a moment to shout out Heavy Play, one of the sponsors here of SCG Con. Huge thank you to Heavy Play. Protect what you collect. Heavy Play accessories are available now from Star City Games. Head to starcitygames.com/heavy-play for all your Heavy Play product needs. Once again, big thank you to Heavy Play as one of our sponsors. So, down a game in both matches, back against the wall, kind of, but you have a match in hand, so you do feel like we can lose one of these, we have to claw back the other one. I don't know, Edward's deck looked good.
Yeah. I don't.
Great, really.
Right. Honestly, I mean, that was just like a great game where both players just kind of went back and forth here, and I don't think you need to do anything too crazy with regards to sideboarding here. One thing that he does have to be mindful of, though, is the She-Hulk that Shuhei plays, so you have to be a little bit more careful when you choose to run out artifacts or enchantments. So, you know, perhaps if you have a you know, those frozen and ices, maybe you want to wait a little bit longer until maybe Shuhei gets that She-Hulk in play, you know, a bit later.
Yeah, I'm looking at Shuhei's sideboard right now. I see a copy of Gorilla. Would not be surprised to see that come in against the Frozen and Ices and
Yeah.
the supervillain lockup that he saw. Over on Edward's side, what do we have as sideboard options here? I see a Pimp Particles if he potentially feels like he needs a way to push damage through against Shuhei, clogging up the board that we saw. Has a copy of Atlantis Attacks as well. Just so much power in this deck here.
Yeah, a couple of copies of Stature Size Shifter, which is just a nice way to just put pressure on your opponent and then just kill your opponent out of nowhere with the power-up effect here. One interesting card that Eddie has in his deck here is the Sentry Golden Guardian, and I'm curious to see, you know, when you're placing up against a deck with multiple Frozen and Ices, do you just need to sideboard that card out?
Right. That is going to be a big question here from Edward because it is a high-risk, high-value play.
Right.
So, Game 2 is the name of the game here, and it looks like a mulligan from both players, if I'm not mistaken, or did they not draw hands yet? Is yellow?
Unclear.
Okay, no, this is passing passing decks back to each other.
Okay,
So,
okay.
7 for both. Let's see how it looks.
See some lands here. Is there a blue source? I think that was an island, so I think that is a keep here, most likely from Edward.
Shuhei's hand looks like it has the green-blue dual land, so his
right.
mana already set, and he is ready to go as well.
Yeah, both sides with good mana draws here.
There is the Biochemist that we talked about.
Yeah, just run it out. Have something to block.
Hellcat, no
okay.
attack, of
Yeah.
course, into the 1/3.
Yeah.
So Hellcat just coming down. Never where you want to be with the aggressive creature, but
Right. But, you know, it's nice in the blue-green counter strategy here. And oftentimes it's not the type of creature that I love playing just because it's so hard to cast.
Right.
But Shuhei Nakamura's mana base is so heavily skewed towards having a bunch of green sources where all of a sudden you do have some real shot at being able to play out that Hellcat on turn 2.
yes. So back we go Edward's way. Another island played, and we'll see what the play is going to be here. Stature, first of 2 in his deck.
Right.
So, again, legendary creature, but the first copy incredibly powerful and able to start pushing damage through until that potential killing blow that you want to go for.
And that's a Vision here out of Shuhei Nakamura. A little bit on the slower side. It is a 3-mana 2/2 flyer at its base rate, but if you do power it up, you are able to get a lot of value out of it because you can draw a card every time you do.
And it doesn't need to be powered up to draw a card, right? If you are able to get counters on it, would that do the job as well?
You would need to get it up to 4 power, so which is not always the easiest thing to do, but it does combo well with Wakandan Royal Guard
Right.
specifically.
It is a hero.
Right, because it is a hero, and then you can get it up to 4/4 immediately and draw the card.
All right, so Viv is going to be targeted by the Trickster Stratagem. I believe Edward is using the Biochemist to connive. You don't really want to get a counter on Stature, as she would lose her unblockability as soon as she has that first counter
Right.
on her. So, conniving, and it is going to be Helicarrier Strike being discarded. So, both creatures now valid attackers.
And Shuhei instantly blocks the Bold Biochemist to upgrade the Hellcat into a 3/3 creature with no text now.
Did gain haste for the turn, but
Right.
Hellcat
Getting
coming
in.
in, 3 damage back Edward's way.
Lots of green cards here in Shuhei's hand.
I see a She-Hulk. I
see a Serpent Specialist.
Squirrel
A
Girl.
Squirrel Girl, sure.
Having the mana to cast Squirrel Girl on turn 4 is always nice, and that's
Absolutely.
why you play 10 fours plus a dual land.
Right, and this is where you go, hey, I'm going to force you to have it. Do you have a Frozen and Ice here?
Yeah, you do really
Okay,
need
looks
to
like it.
answer Squirrel Girl the turn she comes into play.
Yeah.
Each turn after that, it gets pretty silly.
Right, because next turn you can attack with the Squirrel Girl, make a 1/1 token, then pay the 4 mana to basically put 3 extra squirrels into play.
Absolutely. So, Squirrel Girl test answered.
Yep.
But hand from Edward, pretty light. I see a land and an Atlantis attacks, and that's it.
Right, so I imagine Stature is going to get in. However, might want to just keep the Bold Biochemist back here as it does cleanly block the 3/3 Hellcat. And so basically that's not a race you want to get into.
Yeah, I think the understanding that you have Atlantis attacks in hand and not much else.
It's unblockable, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If its power is 1, I believe it is unblockable.
Right. It's unblockable in general, not creatures with power less than it.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I'm like, I've always known it to be unblockable, so unless this entire time I've been misreading the card.
no, that is the benefit of Stature is it is unblockable until you grow her size. So
Right.
the play pattern typically is you chip a bunch and then
Boom.
one turn you attack after it's not blocked. You sink all your mana into it and she becomes blockable when she grows large,
Right.
as is a lot of Stature's lore there.
All right, Serpent's. Wow.
Whew.
A Serpent Specialist and double Knight of Wondergore there. So now next turn, if you power up the Serpent Specialist, that would also put extra counters on the Knights of Wondergore.
Yeah, so pretty big turn there from Shuhei.
Right.
Again, Edward is on mostly fumes. We know there's an Atlantis attacks play to land, one card that we don't know in Edward's hand.
He can power up the Bold Biochemist, however. That +1/+1 counter is from the Trickster's Stratagem, and he does have 6 mana to put an extra counter on there and draw 2 cards to get to that 7 mana to play the Atlantis attacks next turn.
I saw Jacob leaning over, and I knew there was only one reason that would be the case, because Riku won his match 2-0, and now it is all on here, and Shuhei is ramping things up.
Right, yeah, things are looking great here for Shuhei Nakamura. And, of course, Serpent Specialist, easy attack here. As you saw, Edward kept Stature back, but hey, Specialist is a Death Touch creature. If you want to sink a bunch of mana to trade with the Specialist, be my guest.
Yeah, I think the big thing there, we do see the Biochemist activation on the end step there. It had a counter from Conniving, but it had not been activated yet. Part of the reason that you see Edward leave back Stature is threatening it as a blocker, but now he has 4 power, so he can do the teamwork on Atlantis attacks in order to relieve a lot of this pressure here.
Yeah. And that is also why he chose not to block. And here we are. Bounce a couple of things.
I would
make a 6/5.
Yeah, I would guess that it's going to be both of the creatures on the right, the Knights.
Could be the Specialist too. He's considering it here. Perhaps a Specialist and a Knight. That way there's just no damage that can come in because the Death Touch creature gets free attacks.
Sure, just preserving your life total,
Right.
saying that I am getting there on the board right now.
Right.
You will have to take an entire turn to rebuild and then power up again.
Right. Shuhei would need to play a 6 land to be able to replay Knight of Wondergore and Specialist and then power up the Specialist on the same turn.
Right. Ultimately, it does go with both Knight of Wondergores, saying that you're allowed to attack back, but I want you to fully be reset on stats.
Right. And I'll just take the 3 for the turn.
Yeah.
And the Leviathan notably has hexproof. So no bounce spells or anything from Shuhei can lock that up.
Specialist coming in, Edward falls to 12, and you do see Riku and Rei repositioning as well.
Right.
It all comes down to this match. They have a game in hand with Shuhei being up 1, but the winner of this match wins the match for the team.
Right.
So you can see this is one of my favorite points of Team Limited is when all 3 players are converging on one match. You're not over-contributing. You're still letting one player play one match, but everyone is there in case someone sees something.
It is really interesting, though, if you just look at the dynamics from both sides. Edward really conferring with Jacob here. What do? I got a lot of lines. It's close. Meanwhile, Rico's just like, I'm just watching the Hall of Famer at work here. You know, Shuhei, do your thing. You don't need my help. I know you're going to be able to take this down if you have the correct cards in your hand.
Yeah, I think yesterday we were playing a Team Sealed event in preparation here, and Corey turned to me, he's like, why didn't you take longer to beat your opponent? He just turned to my opponent and gave him a great line.
And here is a Vision Quest here for 4, probably getting Herbie again. And that is Oh, it's never mind. Excuse me. It's for 6.
Yep.
That is an 8/7 flying haster that draws you a card.
8/7. Wait.
Yeah, but
Not
Vision
quite.
Quest. I mean, what an unbelievable card. You know, all you need is 1 or 2 artifacts in your deck and the ability to splash it, and it just becomes one of the best cards in your deck.
Right. You do see that Edward is essentially blue-white. I think it might just be Vision Quest that he's splashing for.
Yeah, worth it.
I think in his deck I see 2 artifact creatures total. And even with all of those things being true, it's worth it for him to
Absolutely.
splash this.
And the great thing about Vision Quest is not only can you search your library for an artifact, you can get one out of your graveyard.
Right.
So if you naturally draw the Herbie and then it dies in combat, you can just get it from the graveyard and put it into play.
Exactly, and that's why there isn't a risk to just
Right.
having 2 artifact creatures,
Absolutely.
is unless they've both been frozen in ice, for example.
Oh, that would be the nightmare scenario.
Right, you will have a target.
Wow, and what a turnaround now here from Edward. We have 9 points of unblockable damage coming in. That would put Shuhei down to 10 life. And then remember, Stature has that ability where you can kind of power it up, which is currently 6 extra points of damage.
Right, so that was 8 lands in play to do the Vision Quest. So with 1 more land, that would be a power up for 7 from the Stature.
Right.
So a couple more ping damages
Right.
from the Stature into the power up would just get the job done.
I mean, if Shuhei just doesn't have an answer for Herbie, then he is just simply dead here, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at his I think he does have that She-Hulk from before, but
okay.
he doesn't have the 6 land, so I think that is part of the reason why we see him use that depower there, just to cycle as well as take some less damage here.
Right.
His life total mattering, because She-Hulk, much like the first game, dealing with that Vision Quest target is absolutely massive.
So is this on Shuhei's turn currently?
No, I
No,
believe
no,
we are
it's-
in the combat
Oh,
step.
Shuhei passed with 5 mana.
Correct.
Excuse me. Okay.
And now he's considering what else he's going to do.
Right.
Because currently it was 9 coming through, now it's 5. And that's Shuhei going down to 14.
Yeah, okay, I see. All right, we're reading the Frozen in Ice. Perhaps has a way to unlock this Squirrel Girl at instant speed. I thought he had a Spider Woman in hand, and if he did have a Spider Woman, you would.
It's an ant. It's the giant-sized flying ant.
Oh yeah,
but
you can use that to untap the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. However,
No. Can't become untapped.
can't become untapped.
Yes,
Okay.
so this is the newer line of text here that we are seeing more
Right,
and more of
can't
these
be
types of
untapped.
effects. Is
Yeah.
not just it won't untap during its opponent's untap step, can't become untapped.
And look at this Shuhei. Remember, he could have tapped down
Herbie.
but actually going for a more tempo-oriented play here.
Yep, finds the land. She-Hulk online now.
Wow, and are we just going to see it again, a She-Hulk on Herbie?
Sure feels that way.
Yeah.
And 14 is not that threatening of life
Right,
total.
Right.
So you attack for 6, and then just She-Hulk down Herbie and say, your move.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, the only thing, the tough part here for Shuhei is just choosing how aggressive you want to be this turn.
Right. I think with your opponent at 12, I like attacking for 6.
With the Death Touch creature and the flyer.
Yeah.
Right. And that still gives you a couple of blockers in case Edward can find some ways to get some of these creatures off the battlefield.
Right. I think the worst case nightmare scenario for Shuhei might be a second Atlantis attacks, and that might be what they are thinking through, right? Oh, wait, that's an epic fight. Hold on.
Is this lethal? Okay, targeting Hellcat, turning it into a 6/6. Killing Stature.
Yeah.
Okay. And, would this force a block from the Leviathan if you also attack this way?
I think it does, yeah. Because, oh, wow, yeah. And even the 1/1.
Right.
They
wow.
trade 7 across. Edward down to 5. Shuhei
Okay.
has Spider-Woman and She-Hulk in hand, and a
And a
Knight of
blocker.
Wonder. Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now Edward's down to 5 here. And Shuhei with the Spider-Girl, that will lock down the Herbie, or, of course, like you mentioned, the She-Hulk as well.
Unless I missaw and there is no She-Hulk, because there is another Knight of Wondergore in hand that we know of. So
Right.
it might have been the epic fight that I missaw as She-Hulk
it is
earlier.
a Hulk-like being on
Yeah.
the card.
Hulk-like Hulk on the card, yeah.
Hulkish.
Hulkish.
Yeah.
But now Edward has 10 power and Shuei's at 14. That's not enough. There's
Right.
not that much reach.
Can get in for, wait, so the Herbie is 8 power.
Yep.
And
Oh,
the
11 power,
11
excuse
power.
me. But the 3 on the ground is chumpable as well if you really need.
Okay.
8 across, Shuhei down to 6.
Now, Edward does have a lot of removal in his deck. Does he have some ways to deal with some of these creatures in play?
There's a second Frozen in Ice. That's
Frozen
the
in
flyer
Ice,
tapped.
ice. Okay. But if the
Land
engineer
pass.
if the engineer gets tapped down here, this would be a lethal attack if Edward has nothing.
Right, so the question is, can Shuhei afford to not go for it?
Right, because you could also just tap down the Herbie
Right.
and play it a little bit safer here with your attacks.
Right. As things stand, it is not a lethal attack if you don't tap down the biochemist.
Whoa, just attacking. Okay, down to
Playing
2.
it
Yeah,
safe,
playing
yep.
it safe with the Spider-Woman.
Wandagore pass.
Yeah? Do we want to do this on upkeep?
I think you
yeah,
have to.
you don't want to risk them drawing a counterspell or anything here.
Right, you're tapped out.
All right. It's a land.
That's not going to do it.
Wow.
Wow. Big handshake from Shuhei. You see the relief,
Oh,
smiles on Rei Hirayama's face. And that is the powerhouse team of Nakamura, Kumagai, Hirayama, moving up to 5-0 here, Paul.
And this is the beauty of team events, right? Rei Hirayama lost his match quickly, right? He's like, sorry, guys. We're down a match. But then to be bailed out by your teammates in Kumagai and Nakamura both winning their matches 2-0. And guess what? At the end of the day, you lose. If your team wins, it doesn't matter. You win that match.
Look, there is a very famous story of a team that is playing in this event. Jacob Wilson, Matt Nass, Sam Party. I believe they won a team Grand Prix in Dallas maybe 7 years ago. And I believe Jacob Wilson won 1 match of Magic throughout the course of the weekend.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, you can just be like, you know what? My teammates were jerks. They took all the good cards, obviously.
Yeah, it's
Right?
very possible across 2 decks and a team draft that he just never got a good card. But I'm just saying, you don't have to win a match
Right.
to win the event if your teammates are getting
I
the
mean,
job
just
done
look.
there.
I think Ray's the happiest person on that squad right now. He's got a huge smile on his face.
Absolutely, and it has to be said, of the 3, he is certainly the lesser experience of the trio. He
Right.
is the newer face, the newer name, very good player. I've watched him play in a few of the top 8s of the Japanese RCs.
Right.
His play is clean. He absolutely belongs there, but he, compared to the legends next to him,
course, yeah.
he is a much lesser known name. With that said, we're actually going to take a look at his match. We're going to take a look at Rei Hirayama's match there against Cullen Roundtree. So left of your screen, Cullen Roundtree. Right of your screen, Rei Hirayama. We're going to see what happened in this match here, as we're not quite ready for round 6 yet. So why not show more magic here from the feature match area?
Right, looks like a green-white deck here from Colin Roundtree and a controlling Grixis deck here from Rei Hirayama.
Yeah. We do see the basic land cycle on turn 2, fetching another swamp. For Colin, it is just going to be the raft security officer. That's the word I'm looking for.
Actually, taking a look, Colin's deck is almost mono white.
Oh.
It's basically almost all white cards, and then he's got a Storm and a Superhero Civil War that he's kind of splashing.
So you're telling me that they were able to build an all mono white deck and another blue-white deck.
Right. I mean, look, white is considered generally the deepest color, but that is wild that you can do that.
Yeah, and look, this deck is nice. There's a Monica Rambeau as well. That card is near unbeatable.
It is one of the best cards in the entire set here.
Especially, well, not Monica herself, but
the flip
her
side.
alter ego Photon, the flip side, is
right.
quite the beating. All right.
All right.
U.S. agent John Walker coming down with his sturdy shield. A cheap imitation of Captain America's shield, of course.
Right.
Futurist Forge now for Ray.
Yeah, Futurist Forge is a nice grindy card, but facing this board, if you're calling, you're kind of happy that that's what your opponent's playing for the turn.
Yeah. Now, does Ray have any sort of...
This looks like a removal spell, right?
Yeah.
3 black mana and a red mana up here, so perhaps...
I think that's likely an Hour of Defeat.
Yeah,
yep,
that's the most likely thing here. 4 mana removal spell here. Doesn't feel great, though, to kill John Walker, because you still get left with that equipment in play.
And speaking of monocolor decks, Ray's deck is essentially mono black.
Okay, I see 5 islands in here, but I guess it's mostly black cards with a Futurist Forge and just a handful of blue cards.
Yeah, he has 16 black cards in his deck of the around 23
so
you typically
whenever
see.
I see that, you know what card I think of?
Yeah.
Super Scroll.
Let's see.
There must be a Super Scroll in the deck.
Sure is. Nailed it.
There it is.
Yep. Yeah, Super Scroll, sometimes Baron Helmet Zemo if you really want to get spicy with it.
It is awesome that Shuhei opened Unbeatable Squirrel Girl and is playing 10 Forests, and then now we have Super Scroll with the 10 or 11 Swamp deck.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You do see these very powerful tricolored cards asking players to warp their mana base around them. I see somebody in chat asking, is this a replay now? So with the nature of this event and how we have to warp our coverage setup for a team-limited setup where we have to have 6 players in a feature match area at any time, we can't do multiple tables of matches. We can only have our one feature match area. However, we try to morph the configuration. This was the one that worked. So in a situation like this where the next round isn't quite ready and we have the feature match being done, we are still going to show you some magic because, yes, we know Cullen Roundtree wins this match, but how he does it and the cards that were in play, was it a 2-0 stomping? Did Ray Hirayama put up a fight? That is still something that we like to see, and it is still great magic being played by great players, so that's how we're going to occupy our time rather than, oh, here's a 20-minute break screen.
Right.
Nobody wants that.
Absolutely here. And, yeah, I mean, this is a real game here. Ray Hirayama getting the Hydra Troopers in play, making the token, activating the hideout here, getting a connive on one of your villains. Looks a bit flooded here.
Yeah.
I see several lands in Ray's hand here, and he is sitting currently at 11 life.
Yeah, I think that was a villainous hideout connive activation into just more lands.
Yeah, and Spider-Man to rescue coming in at instant speed here. Colin representing, 9 damage potentially. Could even be 10 with the equip on the sturdy shield.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to equip the sturdy shield and be able to continue leaving up your Raft security officer as a tapper, ensuring that there isn't any form of crackback coming from Ray that is posing a threat.
Yeah, you can just put the shield on Spider-Man to the rescue, right? And you don't even have to tap anything down. And you have clean attacks with 3 creatures, and none of them can trade with that villain token that's in play.
Yeah, I think Colin Roundtree, a name that isn't a household name, I would say, when it comes to professional Magic, but a player that has seen a lot of success on past iterations of the SCG circuit, has had Pro Tour and Grand Prix level success, and in my opinion, extremely impressive limited player. I've played a lot of team drafts with him. He looks quite good.
Yeah, and this is 9 damage coming in. And no good blocks, so you're just going to absorb less damage here by chump blocking and taking 5 damage here. So really, really rough spot here for Ray, especially given the fact that there's also that security officer in play to just lock down Ray's blockers.
Right. So continuing to take aggressive lines, and for Ray, I think that might be 4 lands in hand. So another activation
gosh.
of the Villainous Hideout, just trying to connive into a Raxen Brute, Roxen
Brutes.
That's not going to do
not
much.
enough.
Yeah. All lands all the time means that we are headed to game 2 in favor of Colin.
This is rough. I mean, Colin didn't even play his bombs.
Yeah.
Right? He just curved out and just played a solid game here, and Ray just kind of flooded out and wasn't able to put up too much of a fight there at the end.
So while we fast forward through the sideboarding, I will let you know about an event we have coming up, and that is SCG Con Dallas, September 4th through the 6th for the Magic Spotlight Series. This time it is Spotlight The Hobbit. So we are going to be highlighting the new set. As always, there will likely be some very cool prizes for that. But also, Dallas, I'm already thinking of some barbecue, Paul.
I mean, when you said Dallas, I started salivating a little bit because I was thinking about Texas barbecue. So you know what? I might try to make my way down to this event just to kind of check out what Dallas has to offer.
Yeah, so September 4th through 6th. For more information, head to startcitygames.com/SCGCon. It is an open event. Anyone can play, and I encourage you to play because these Spotlight Series events are quite a blast. All right, back to the match. Colin Roundtree was able to take game 1 there. Very unfortunate flooding from Ray Hirayama, but as you mentioned, Colin did it in pretty easy order. Didn't have to really play any of his bombs to get the job done there.
Yeah. Ray with perfect mana here and starting things off slow here with a security officer. That's a 2/2, correct?
Yeah, so taking a look at Ray's list, that is the Scientist Supreme of AIM coming down, getting the attack in.
And Colin did, in fact, block.
Yep, and then that is
Arnim Zola.
Arnim Zola, the follow-up.
That's a hero in training. Does always draw you the card, but won't gain you the 2 life as the security officer. Not
a hero.
Not a hero.
Yep, just a soldier.
Yeah, just, for balance reasons.
Yeah.
For balance reasons, right.
Yeah, no thematic reasons there.
Yeah.
So, back we go Ray Hirayama's way. 4th land played for the turn.
Yeah, Ray on the kind of playing the villain's control angle, passing with 4 mana up here. So if you're Colin, you have to be at least mindful of, a removal spell at the very least here.
Right. You saw an Hour of Defeat the previous game. The 2 creatures on the battlefield both do have activated abilities. Neither of them do anything here.
Right.
Arnim Zola, you can't activate unless you have 2 creatures in the yard.
Right.
And as for the Scientist Supreme of AIM, do need a triggered or activated ability to copy with that.
And look, White Widow enters a battlefield targeting the hero in training and the White Widow. So uses that Widow's Bite to get the hero in training off the battlefield before it gets the counter.
5th land pass from Ray.
Did he double block or take it? Whatever it was, he did it very quickly.
It looked like a very fast double block, yeah.
Yeah, and that certainly makes sense, especially if Ray does have a removal spell in hand.
Right. I think that is a Dark Deed in hand.
Oh, wow.
Red Guardian coming down and a Patriot.
What a big turn. Yeah, Red Guardian has...
Okay, all right. Huge draw because the last card in hand is Super Skrull.
Super
Skrull Villainous Hideout, Paul. Tell us all about that one.
Oh, well, I lost to that yesterday. My opponent drew 4 cards, and I was not having a good time.
Yep.
But Super Skrull, one of the most exciting rares in the entire format. It makes cards like Villainous Hideout where you can tap it for any mana to cast villains. At the same time, you can also use it to tap for any mana off of villain-activated abilities. And, of course, Super Skrull, you got all the colors of the rainbow that you can utilize here. Now, of course, the best modes here are card draw and kill a creature. But look, if you get to untap, I mean, things have got to be looking fantastic for you.
Right. Against an aggressive deck, creating walls can be a viable option as well. And look, you get to untap with Super Skrull here. That is
huge,
massive for Ray Hirayama. Super Skrull, very much reminiscent of a card like Kenrith in the past.
Right.
A monocolored card that has activated abilities of every color, and the power of the activated ability determines how much that specific ability costs, but really powerful card here in Super Skrull.
And it also makes cards like the Surveil Land better to play in your deck just because you can filter your mana to make any color that you need for the versatile effects on the Super Scroll.
Yeah, so you do see Ray trying to attack, getting it tapped down, and then
what is that?
That's Monica Rambo.
Oh, by the way,
Photon, baby.
And Monica Rambo has hexproof.
So draw 4 cards is the line, because what else are you going to do against Photon?
Yeah, every good rare deserves another, I suppose, and Monica Rambo is nearly unbeatable when you can cast her and you're on the aggressive side. What can Rei Hirayama do to deal with this incredible mythic rare?
Yeah, let's throw Photon up on the screen if we can, and just remind everyone exactly what this card does, because boy.
5 mana for a 4/4 flying hexproof prowess creature. If you ever cast a non-creature spell, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on your entire team.
Each other. She doesn't grow herself.
Me. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Never mind. She's not that good.
Her power is temporary through prowess.
Right.
It's everyone else that gets the counters.
Yeah, you had to balance the
card. No.
Yeah, I get it.
We don't want it to do too much.
Good job, Mr. Humphreys.
Yeah, nailed it. Is this a Humphrey set?
This is a Humphrey set.
That does not surprise me.
Was a lead aside, which means a lot of creatures are going to come into play, get you some value. There's going to be some amazing bombs, but also it's going to be a fantastic limited set.
It is funny how, without fail, a set just feels good sometimes to draft.
Right.
I've been drafting it, since release day on Arena on Tuesday, and yeah, it's a Humphrey set. Makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. And Burrow back up here, putting counters on all the things. You still get 3/2 Vigilance tokens here as well.
They don't get the counters, oh no.
Right, and I was wondering too, after Ray slammed the Super Scroll and it didn't die, I'm like, how does Colin come back from this one? Well, this is how you come back from this one.
Photon is pretty good, I would say. And now we see an aggressive tap from the RAF security officer.
Yeah, 9 damage coming in the air here with the prowess trigger on the Photon.
Good luck, Ray.
Ray is down to 4 life here and has a single flyer. You can kill the Wakandan Flock, right, with the red effect on Super Scroll, and then you can just, I suppose, but the Super Scroll still just gets tapped down with the security officer here.
Yeah, no, this
is a rough spot unless Ray has multiple removal spells to cast this turn.
Ray needs a miracle, and I do not smell a miracle coming.
There's a Herbie. Okay.
Trickster's Stratagem.
Perhaps the Tapper? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Conniving on your aim.
Sure, that turns it into, well, it doesn't have a counter yet. You have to
you do have to connive first.
Okay.
Aim Synthoids. There you go.
All right. Herbie to the graveyard, but you're still technically dead here.
Yeah.
If Colin just chooses to attack with both of the flyers here, and if he plays a non-creature spell, I mean, it's almost 100% over. Did we see Ray having any 2-mana spells here in hand?
I do not see it, but he is shuffling pretty quickly.
Right. And then if you're Colin, you go, well, if the game just goes longer, I'm going to lose.
Right.
Because that Super Scroll's in play. So do you just need to make the attack here?
Yeah, chump check. There it is. You see, big sigh of relief there from Colin Roundtree. Was the match win for his team, but unfortunately, as we saw, Shuhei Nakamura and Riku Kumagai were able to get the job done in their matches, so it is ultimately the Japanese team that moves forward to 5-0. And a reminder, 6-2 or better is what you need to make it back for day 2, Paul.
Yeah, so sitting at 5-0, you are in excellent position here. All you need to do is win one of the next 3 rounds to lock your spot into day 2. But, when you have great decks and you start out 5-0, I think your eyes are set on the bigger prize.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 more rounds still to come here in day 1. Tomorrow we get to do it all again with 6 more rounds of a brand new team sealed pool and then team limited draft for the top 4. So a lot of exciting action, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We are going to cut to a break, and on the other side, we're going to have some round 6 action for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back, my friends, to coverage of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here from sunny, hot, beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is Mike Devuti, joined by Mr. Paul Gian. 5 rounds in the books. 3 more rounds to go here on day 1, and this is the big one because 6 and 2 or better is what comes back for day 2, and that means this is the round where we lock in our first teams getting their spots for day 2. Let's take a look at our standings after 5 rounds and see where things sit in the tournament. Right up at the top, still undefeated, Greg Michael, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Matt Sicking Johnson there, but plenty of players on their heels. James Dimitrov, Pro Tour runner-up, alongside Gavin Perry and Nico Ferrigno in 4th place, still undefeated. Powerhouse team, Austin Bersavich, Nathan Stoyer, Oliver Tamaiko, still undefeated. Matt Forsyth, George Taylor, Andy Burden, we saw them earlier, still undefeated.
Yeah.
Now, Paul Ritzel, Dave Williams, and Matt Sperling, they picked up their first loss that round, which means we only have 9 undefeated teams remaining, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the Japanese team that we saw in the previous round also sitting at an undefeated record in Shuhei Riku and Rei Hirayama here. So yeah, lots of great teams at 5-0, but of course, lots of fantastic teams here also at 4-1. Jason Chan, or Amaz, as many people might know him, his team also sitting. It looks like they picked up their first loss in the last round.
Yep.
Still in excellent position here.
Yeah, both of the teams that we saw pick up a draw against each other the previous round, looks like they both picked up losses, so they are no longer at X0-1 and not at the top of the standings. Let's take a look at page 2 and see how things are looking there.
Yeah, so taking a look here, let's see. If you look at number 23 there, we got Mason Boanadana along with Michael Plummer and Basil Nasri sitting at 4-1. And then right below, Jesse Hampton, Charles Wong, and Zevin Faust, members of Team Handshake there. Great team as well, sitting at 4-1.
There's a throwback. 28, the Kiefer clan out in force. Lucas, Jack, and Quinn Kiefer, the Kiefer brothers, have competed in many a team event. And another big throwback team, 32nd, Andre Strosky, Steve Rubin, and Alexander Kane.
So, I mean, we talked about the long trip from the Japanese players making it down. Strosky lives in the Czech Republic.
Yep,
He flew all the way down to Vegas to team up with some of these old school players, Pro Tour champions, and Steve Rubin and Alex Hayne.
And he's supposed to be retired. Okay, Andre.
I don't believe him. He's never actually retired.
One team we skipped in 21st place, Andre Prost alongside Sam Islandfeld, I believe Rookie of the Year, or was heavily in the Rookie of the Year standings for his debut year, and Matthias Hunt. So some very, very powerful teams going late into the tournament here, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on this earlier. You just see names that you recognize, from people who've had Pro Tour success 5, 10, perhaps even 15 years ago, and it's nice to see them all coming out to play in this team limited event.
Now, I can't say for sure it's the same player, but I believe Kyle Miller and his team handed us our first loss yesterday in the team limited side event, and we noted that they seemed like they knew what they were doing. So if it's the same team, sitting at 4-1 so far.
So if they win the whole tournament, we only lost to we're probably the second best team, honestly.
Yeah, I think that is
that's
fair way to analyze our team's record here. But that is how things stand after 5 rounds. Still plenty of Magic to be played here.
Yeah, no, just really exciting to see all these different teams. I think I saw on social media, Andre Strasky going, "Hey, are there any sweepers or whatever?" I'm like, is there an event in Europe? Like, is there a spotlight event in Europe? Because why would he be asking that question? I'm like, there's no way he came all the way out here, right?
And yet,
I guess he did.
Surprise! Here he is. There is just this quality about team events that just brings out those people who have not played Magic in a very long time, or have and just don't travel as much for it. Because when there's a team event, especially one in Vegas, all the team limited enthusiasts tend to come out to play.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, you get to just come out, play with some great friends, try to do well, and if not, well, you're in Vegas, right?
Yeah.
You know, there's just a lot of stuff to do here, lots of great food. It's just a good place to come hang out with your friends.
Yeah, absolutely. And lucky for us, Marvel Superheroes has been a really fun format. I've been enjoying playing it a lot, and the games have been quite interesting to watch here as well so far, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really great stuff, and excited to see who is going to be ending this round as one of the few 6-0 teams to lock their seat into the second day.
I have heard that we may be watching the team of the reigning Pro Tour champion, Nathan Stoyer, alongside Oliver Tomajko and Austin Bursavich. We'll get confirmation of that once the match is ready. But I also have no idea who they're playing against. So, as we wait for the match to be ready and for us to head down to the feature match area, Paul, here, we do have some deck lists. Let's take a look. What are we working with?
All right, we have Austin's team playing up against, oh, wait.
Oh, excuse me.
Right.
All right, so we have Heath Butler. Yep.
Okay.
We've seen them on the Pro Tour quite a bit with Vikram Kadua and
Annaba.
Unfortunately, I cannot read the last name.
Right.
I'm going to blame this on handwriting. But when the match is ready, we're going to go right into it. I believe we are going to be watching Nathan Stoyer. So it is going to be a battle of the B seats, and the players are ready. So let's go right down into it and see who's going to go 6-0 at the end of this round.
Yeah, and certainly another very, very stacked team here. You have Nathan Stoyer, who's done extremely well, and convincing Austin to kind of come out of pseudo-retirement as well. Many of these pseudo-retired players to kind of join the squad here, and so far working out for them.
All right, so left of your screen, team of Tomajko, Stoyer, Bursawich. On the right, Heath Butler, Vikram Kudva, and Annabelle Rodriguez is going to be the players that we are watching. And we are starting out on the B seat, match of Stoyer against Kudva. Stoyer looks to be on Boros, likely a more aggressive deck. For Kudva, looks like it is going to be Dimir Control-ish.
Yeah. I mean, I see an Electra, which is notably a very, very nice card. And then 2 copies of Atlantis Attacks is kind of your late game win condition, along with one of the best rares in the set, Leader Super Genius in Vikram's deck.
Yeah, 2 copies as well of Kang Temporal Tyrant.
Wow.
That's the uncommon blue-black
Right.
Kang, so very much a reason to be in this Dimir strategy. Now, for Nathan, 3 turns without play so far.
Wow, and typically, you know, when you are the red-white deck, you want to be curving out here and putting a lot of early pressure on the opponent, but not even a removal spell here, turn 3. And, yeah, I mean, Nathan is facing a lot of pressure here.
Right, especially with Titania coming down. That is a card that can be quite a pain to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. You play that thing turn 3 and have no way to kill it, then you're in trouble. Is Nathan passing again?
Yes, but this time I think he might be representing... No, that's not a Spider-Woman. That is not the card I saw. So it is going to be Spider-Man to the rescue.
And you can use that to trade with the Red Room Recruit. Oh, it looks like we're going to perhaps use a trick here of some kind. No, just... Oh, and a Helicarrier Strike, and then you have to discard a card here. So this is a 3-for-1. But excuse me,
3 for 2.
Technically. Vikram did have to discard a card to play out the Titania, but still a very good exchange here from for Vikram.
Oh, missed Monica Rambeau in Nathan's list. Yeah, look. A lot of these Boros decks do seem to have the same cards because I see Monica Rambeau, I see the Superhero Civil War, and when you have those cards, you are going to be building a Boros deck, and they typically do a great job of stabilizing a board.
Yeah, and Photon is hard to deal with here, but nice little combination here, conniving with the Scientist, discarding, but then, of course,
Moonstone.
Moonstone allows you to play those discarded cards until the end of your next turn, so discarding lands, of course, excellent here.
Yeah, Moonstone, one of the slower but very powerful value engines in the format. And when you see a deck that is clearly built around it, Vikram's deck has 4 Red Room Recruits, as we mentioned, a Madam Mask, as well as these Kangs, all of these connive effects. They really do tend to add up to allow Moonstone Harsh Mistress to just give you so much extra value.
Yeah, she is absolutely excellent with connive effects and also, of course, land cyclers.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we don't often see on this type of effect is the new wording of until the end of your next
Right.
turn. Usually they are pretty time limited, so you
Right.
can't get full advantage of them. But Moonstone is worded in a way that you can really use that as a value engine.
Right. You can just, even if you discard something big, you can just cast it on the next turn. All right, so Nathan would love to develop out his board, play out a few more creatures if possible to really maximize on Photon's ability.
Yeah, Photon, very powerful at closing out a game, but it is still raceable if you don't have the board to back it up. I
Right.
see a Wrath Security Officer in hand. I see a U.S. Agent John Walker, and is that last card just a Hulk Smash?
That is a Hulk Smash, so you can use the Hulk Smash to put a counter on the Security Officer and kill something on the other side. And remember, because Photon has Hexproof, there's not that much Vikram could do outside of a counter spell to break things up.
Right, I say just a Hulk Smash.
It's
as
very
if
good.
It is not doing a great job
Right.
here. And now that Nathan sees a discard source, this is when the hand is forced before Moonstone gives extra value.
Right, so now Hulk Smash here with the Prowess trigger, 5 damage will go to the Moonstone, and we'll see a +1/+1 counter being placed on Raft.
Vikram's hand, 2 lands, a 3rd land picked up, and I believe just a Widow's Bite. So
Yeah.
not the most tools to work with, and running
Do you
low
just
on
attack?
gas.
Yeah, I think you might just attack just to Widow's Bite Death Touch to deal with Photon here. Is that your only out? Playing a little offense and defense here, possibly.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to just leave up the teamwork, but I don't
Yeah.
think that's your goal here.
You just want to Death Touch something, and
Right.
Nathan has to be mindful of that. He's sitting at a pretty healthy 17 life. You can just perhaps just block the Red Room Recruit here if you'd like. Ooh, but actually blocking. Oh, excuse me, it's a 2/4.
Yeah.
So you can just block the Scientist here.
Right. I think in Vikram C, I would be killing the Raft Security Officer, but Vikram says no. Allows Nathan to untap with the extra creature and Photon. Risky ground, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially because I just don't see Nathan exposing the Photon
Right.
to Widow's Bite, right?
Yeah.
He is simply just far too good of a player to think that that's just a desperation attack there.
And I'm going to be honest, I don't see many more turns after this one where that Photon is going to be left back as a blocker.
Right.
And now U.S. Agent plus a 1-mana tap. I feel like Vikram missed a pretty big opportunity there to
Right.
deal with this Raft Security Officer, and now he's in a lot of trouble.
Could he have Widow's Bited the U.S. Agent with the trigger on the stack? Or does that enter immediately with the shield on it?
I believe there is a trigger on the stack, so you could have done
You could
it.
have killed the 3/2, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tough spot, though, facing up against an active Photon.
Unless I am entirely wrong, and that is not a Widow's Bite in hand, which is very much possible.
It could be one of his 4 or 5 Red Room recruits.
Yeah, I
possibly.
could have misseen the hand.
No, he played a land here. If he had a Red Room recruit, he would have played it out, so it must be Widow's Bite.
Yeah, it feels like the game has fully slipped away now from.
Okay.
Pack it up. Let's call it there.
Wait, why did they give, the Pro Tour champion, world champion, just a red-white deck with all the busted cards? Isn't Nathan supposed to play, like, the janky, scrappy deck?
Look, I feel like this is the 3rd person that we have seen with double insane red-white card in their
Right.
deck. Whatever.
Yeah, that's what it takes here, of course, to get to this stage here. The Superhero Civil War is an unreasonable rare to play in this format. Of course, we saw what Monica Rambeau also is capable of.
Right. So that is 1 for the team of Stoyer, Tomaiko, and Bursovic. But as the players confer a bit, take a moment to look at the teammates' game, as well as they get their sideboarding done. I'm going to take a moment to let you know that you can sell us your cards, because here at Star City Games, we would love to buy them. Do you have extra cards burning a hole in your collection and you want to turn them into cash or perhaps store credit and even more cards? Well, head to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com to sell us your cards alongside a 30% trade bonus if you are trying to get store credit. Star City Games wants to buy your cards, and we are willing to offer great prices to do it. So, 1 game to Nathan Sawyer. Incredibly unsurprising when you play 2 of the best cards in the format in near back-to-back turns.
Right.
But things very much in progress for the match of Tomaiko versus Butler, as well as Bursovic against Rodriguez.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, Vikram's deck also looks really, really strong here. We did mention that he does have Electra in his deck along with Leader Super Genius, so still has a very, very strong shot here. But there are a couple of cards that Nathan has in his deck that you just don't really have answers for. You know, he doesn't have access to any counter magic, for example. That can be something. Now, perhaps if you have discard effects, you could bring something like that in. So if maybe he has. Is it Hydra Infiltration?
Yeah, I see one copy. I believe that is the enchantment that mind rots your opponent.
Yeah, and that would be something certainly that you would be wanting to bring in against Nathan's deck, where his best cards are those over-the-top expensive cards that he's going to be holding in his hand.
Yeah, the deck is quite nice from Vikram. I will say that there is still a lot of game to be played, but certainly once those cards come down, it can be quite problematic.
Yeah. There's also Claw. Sonic Subjugator, a well-timed Claw can also, of course, take the best threat out of Nathan Sawyer's hand.
Yeah. And how about just taking them? Because there is a Doom Reign Supreme in this deck, Paul.
Yeah. And he also has a splash. He is splashing for Killmonger, Scourge of Wakanda, which does give you an out to a resolved superhero civil war.
There is 2 surveillance rooms as well as a subterranean cavern.
Okay.
So, not going to say a free splash, but it is pretty easy
There's a
to
forest,
get that in there. Yeah.
And possibly a land cycler in the deck. In the Roxanne Brutes, I believe we saw that in Game 1.
Right. So plenty of ways to fix your mana and make the splash work. But as things stand, it was Photon getting the job done there in Game 1 for Nathan Sawyer.
Was it Photon or the Civil War? I guess the Photon stabilized, and then the Civil War was the hammer.
Yeah, the thing is, Photon had already taken over the game.
Yeah, right. That's true.
There wasn't an answer for Photon having come out from Vikram. The Civil War was cherry on top, icing, completely unnecessary, however you want to look at it.
I think it was pretty necessary.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And Vikram looks like he instantly mulliganed here.
Yep. A happy keep from Nathan, and immediately looking over at Austin's match. Now, Austin Bursovic, as you mentioned, Paul, very, very good limited player. Very good player in general. Won the equivalent of the World Championship in the Grand Finals during the COVID year, where, of course, there was no World Championship and a lot of things were canceled. He was the champion in that event and has been absent from the Magic scene, I will say, for quite a while now.
Yeah. I mean, when he played, he was considered one of the better players on the Pro Tour here.
Right.
And then I think there might have been a moment where perhaps he fell off, and then he just really, I don't think, has made any attempts to get back onto the Pro Tour. Honestly, this feels like one of those, hey, this is a limit event. Come on, let's play with the boys.
Yeah,
just one time.
He's a family man.
Yeah.
He has wife, kids.
Right.
Focusing primarily on them, but Team Limited in Vegas, come on out.
Wow, Vikram discarding Justice off of Red Room Recruit. Very interesting there.
What does that tell you when your opponent does that?
I don't know, because that's one of the best cards in his deck. I mean, either you have a way to get it back, perhaps, right?
Okay.
Maybe you can reanimate it, or I'm just terrified because your hand has all cards presumably better, and also potentially a second copy of the Justice in hand.
Right. There's no middle ground, right? It's either the extreme depths of desperation or the extreme depths of, or extreme peaks of power, excuse me, where I don't need this Justice to win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at the list, only one copy of Justice in the deck here, so
Yeah, it's not the duplicate,
it's not the duplicate
theory.
theory. It's my hand. I like the cards in my hand better than Justice, which is pretty wild.
Over on the C table, Heath Butler took down game 1 against Oliver Tomiko. So the scales being balanced a bit here. And speaking of imbalance, there's a Hawkeye coming down from Nathan Stoyer. His deck continues delivering the haymakers.
Yeah, excellent creature here. Look at that. Just 2 mana for a 2/2 first strike reach. You're putting that in your deck all day, every day.
Time.
But when the Hawkeye gets tapped, you have a variety of different benefits here. You can push through damage in multiple ways by making creatures not block. You can deal damage to players, and you can also rummage.
Yeah, once again, love the thematic nature of Hawkeye. The trick arrows, one of the most powerful tools and most fun things in his arsenal. Being able to have that choice of what effect you need at any given point has just shown that the card is extremely strong.
So Nathan tapping down the Red Room Recruit instead of Kang here. I wonder if that's an indication that he might have a way to just kill the Kang this turn.
Right, as we do see one of 2 copies of Kang Temporal Tyrant coming down there from Vikram.
And certainly if you have the mana, you would be interested in just locking down that King. If you can't kill it right away, you don't want King to start attacking, conniving, generating you value, and of course the drain also not irrelevant.
So, interestingly enough, Nathan's hand has a copy of Helicarrier Strike, has the Superhero Civil War, but no land.
Oh,
so
wow.
He is incentivized to try to attack with this Hawkeye in order to try to rummage into more lands in order to play these haymakers.
But it does cost mana, right?
Right, and that's a resource he doesn't have enough of right now.
Exactly.
Very interesting turn there for Nathan Stoyer, and is ultimately just going to be a pass back here to Vikram.
And what are we doing here? Attack, connive on the stack. We are going for the strike here. So you still get the connive, but you don't get the drain.
Yeah, this is the type of play that feels so unintuitive, almost, I want to say, from Nathan's side, where he has a tapper on the battlefield that can just tap Kang.
Right.
He has a supervillain lockup in hand.
Right.
He has different tools, and instead he allows the connive trigger in order to permanently deal with the Kang.
Right.
And I believe he has a land cycler in hand as well in the Kree Sentinel, if I'm not mistaken. So could have done that on his turn,
right,
but opting to leave up more options.
Yeah.
Really fascinating line from Nathan that I don't think many people in the world would take.
No. Nathan is capable of seeing lines that, many players just can't see. He plays with, kind of plays at his own pace and just plays extremely patient. Anytime I look at something, I go, oh, I would fire off this removal spell, or I would do this. He's like, no. I got something better cooked up here.
Sit and learn, Cheon.
Right, over the course of the next 2 or 3 turns. He has many angles of attack covered.
Right. Now, here's a card that you mentioned coming out of the sideboard, if it was there, from Vikram. It's Hydra Infiltration, and this really does feel like the right angle of attack from what is a pretty powerful Dimir deck against a deck that has cards you can't do.
Wow. I mean,
all right, Paul.
You love to see that.
Discarding the land cycler after missing a land drop, as well as the super.
I guess he's thinking he's likely to find a land if you rummage with the Hawkeye here.
I need you to talk me through everything that just happened, because I do not understand it, and I want to.
Oh, and he didn't even pay mana to rummage here.
Wow.
So he likes his hand, or he needs all the mana in his hand here.
So his hand is, I believe, a Spider-Man.
There was a supervillain lockdown.
Yep.
But you don't want to use it on Red Room Recruit, most likely.
Correct. Yeah. Okay, so it is a Spider-Man, U.S. Agent John Walker, Here's a Cruel Alliance dealing with Hawkeye. That's an
an
exile
exile.
effect. You are hoping
You can't
to
save
use
it,
Spider-Man to
right?
save your Hawkeye, and perhaps that's the reason that he just goes for the 3-mana pass.
And Spider-Man does have Vigilance, I believe. Right?
It
Yeah.
should have
It
Vigilance
should have
reach.
Vigilance.
Yeah.
All right, so even Pro Tour champions here can not necessarily, you know, a lot of these cards have lots of words on them.
And again, we keep giving them this out, but it is release week. The set
Yeah, right.
officially came out on Arena on Tuesday.
Right.
A lot of these players should be familiar with the cards, but not having that intrinsic, I have played with these cards hundreds of times, I know what's going on, that we sometimes see at the Pro Tour, for example, where they've been doing
Right.
house draft after house draft and really gone deep.
And I believe he caught it and untapped it there.
All right, there it is.
One other note, just a separate thing here. Nathan Stoyer is not just at this point a full-time professional Magic player. He, you know, has found a career and he's, you know, spending a lot of time with the work as well. So it's not like he's just jamming
Right.
10 to 12 hours of Limited every day since the set came out.
Right.
Like
And
we did, for example.
Correct. I have been playing essentially just watching World Cup games and playing playing this draft
Hey,
format.
that seems like a good time.
It's been a good week, Paul.
Right,
I cannot
yeah.
complain. Since I got to Vegas, I've been eating delicious food and continuing to play this limited format.
Yeah.
It's been a good time. Captain America Wings of Freedom, yet another rare. I wouldn't say
This
this
deck
one's
is
a bomb.
stacked. It's
I would say
great.
this card is great, but like, you know,
Yeah.
a step below the
Right.
Civil War and Photon.
Of course.
But really, really good card coming
Right.
down from Nathan. His deck is gas.
Now this does pump up the Spider-Man to the rescue here. It is a 4-3. And it looks like Madame Mask getting in the way here to trade. Ooh, a 2-mana spell. Is this a take up the shield?
I would guess so.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a take up the shield. That was
That's
the card I was having
big.
a hard time identifying the alt art of
Right.
in Nathan's hand.
Yeah, hugely swinging that race here.
That pip looks like an error to me that we just put up for Vikram Kudva. I'm going to guess that was meant for Annabelle Rodriguez, if I had to guess, because Vikram is clearly still in this game, has
Right.
not won yet.
He is down 1-0. Right.
So while we look into that, the game remains in progress. Nathan, despite the earlier mana issues, despite the very powerful Mind Rod effect coming out from Vikram, still looking incredibly solid.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Not really sweating it by any means, I think.
And lots of good options here from Vikram's side. I see Elektra. Whew.
Yeah,
That is powerful, and you can use that on the Captain America. Pay the ward cost here. Does Nathan have a second protection effect? Does not.
Yeah, so RAF security officer able to tap Elektra here, even paying an extra mana for it, it seems, as Nathan. But his hand, U.S. agent John Walker, as well as one card I cannot make out. And there goes that pip erroneously. And turret has been removed, so no worries there.
There is a menace creature that can attack and drain.
Right.
Nathan for one. Let's see what he chooses to tap down with Ref.
Yeah, it does look like it's Elektra.
Okay, and Vikram did not attack with the menace creature.
Yeah, so I'm
Just
guessing.
maybe that was end of turn.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I'm guessing that was Nathan
Ooh.
saying, okay, if you want to attack, go for it.
This is a very aggressive attack here.
Yeah,
All right.
Nathan Stoyer, just, again, the lines that he finds are truly a delight to watch because, you know, I would say I would have a hard time finding a lot of these lines.
Right, yeah, and Claw gets the supervillain
Lock up.
lock up rather.
Yep.
I was like, is it lock up or lock down? Gets that
Put
out
him
of the
in
hand here.
jail.
That's right.
That gets out of hand, so
So lots of blockers available now. I don't know if Nathan has a clear, strong attack anymore,
right.
but does have the mana, does have the sturdy shield. You could perhaps move that over to Spider-Man to the rescue, which would turn that into a 5/5. But Vikram could block with the Elektra and the Red Room Recruit and only lose one creature in that exchange.
So we'll see whether Nathan wants to continue being aggressive. It looks like he does.
Okay, blocks there. And then move the Sturdy Shield over. Sure. So now this is guaranteed a 2-for-1 if you try to kill the Spider-Man. And then, of course, Nathan can move the Sturdy Shield back over to the U.S. agent.
And I think
Nathan is happy with this exchange. That's the 2-for-1. Move it back, and you still have a 4-4 in play.
All right, Hellbent played a tapped land as the last card from his hand. And Nathan, seeing that his avenue to victory in this match from the current position is going to be aggression. So continuing to keep that up. Here comes another Red Room recruit and draws a second blue source. Needed that.
Oh, leader.
I was going to say needed that for Atlantis attack, so it makes sense to discard that. But then leader and the Haymakers exists on the other side as well.
Right, get in for 3 and drain you for 1 here. Now, I mean, we get to see the great cards being played on the other side of the battlefield. Leader, if unchecked, absolutely brutal to try and beat.
Yeah, I would say that Nathan has probably one more draw step after this to either find Photon and put up massive pressure or find an answer to leader, because after that, it feels like it's too late.
Absolutely.
Especially with his best card, the Superhero Civil War, already being in the graveyard.
All right, and Nathan just trying to get as much damage through as possible, getting Vikram down to 6 life here.
I thought that was about to be Photon, but it is it is just a Brave Brawler, so it could be way worse.
4-3 life linker here. Doom Reign Supreme here gets played.
All the Haymakers coming out.
Oh, man. All right, Red Room Recruit. You get all the triggers, the villain trigger.
The value discard.
Oh, yes. I mean, when you have 4 Red Room Recruits, all of a sudden, cards like that, the Project Deathlock Soldier becomes that much better.
And the fact that leader triggers on all of your connives, it is so incredibly good in this deck.
Yeah.
I mean, in every deck. Let's not get
Can you explain to me why leader is good?
All right, let's break it down. Step 1.
Draws you lots of cards, grows all your creatures. Great.
Step 1, the rarity symbol. Just a rare, not a mythic. I mean, shows up that much more often.
Anything with a brain that big has to be good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So. All right, game 1 going to Austin Bursavich over in match A.
Okay.
So, advantage Team Stoyer.
Right. Although it looks
not
like,
in this game, I would say.
It looks like there is a decent chance here that Vikram might tie things up here against Nathan Stoyer with an unchecked leader over 2 turns. Possibly 3 here if Nathan doesn't find the removal spell this turn.
I think this is Nathan's last turn because I believe Vikram's last card in hand is Thunderbolt's Conspiracy, and I don't think Nathan can beat Thunderbolt's Conspiracy on this board stage.
I mean, there's 4 villains in play that all can come back here.
Including Leader.
Right.
And all of them coming back.
Is so bad for you.
I believe trigger the Doom Reign Supreme as well. It's just like, how do you win in that spot?
I mean, one of the cards that you can think about that could get Nathan back into this is the Superhero Civil War, but he discarded that earlier.
That's in the graveyard, and I don't believe he has a White Widow.
Look, well, the thing is, at the time, Nathan only had 3 lands in play.
Right.
Right? So he's thinking, what are the chances I'm going to rattle off 3 lands in a row? Well,
yeah, and he was definitely put in a tough spot.
Right.
Had to make a decision of what do you discard in that spot. The other card he discarded was a Land Cycler because he had all of these tools. But now we see why some of this is not working out.
Absolutely here. And now, I mean, leader online. You have the Thunderbolt Conspiracy in hand. Perhaps you can just start making a few additional attacks as well. This is a really, really tough spot here for Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a Killmonger. Do we have the green mana? I see
he
the
sure
green
does.
Mana. Killmonger also a nice reason to play the Deathlock Soldier.
Yep.
Okay. But the leader's connive will still happen.
It will still happen.
Wonder what he targeted.
Okay, so the hand from Vikram is a Surveillance Room, Thunderbolt's Conspiracy, and the Killmonger that you mentioned.
Right. Yeah, wouldn't be shocked if we see the Killmonger just deal with the security officer.
Well, first you play the Thunderbolts conspiracy, so whatever you're sacrificing comes back.
You can sack a Red Room recruit here. Oh, man.
We are well and truly assembling Voltron here in the middle of the match right now.
This is what dreams are made of. Oh, all right. Looks like he wants to just get the biggest creature off the battlefield here.
Right.
Dealing with the 4-3 Brave Brawler. All the triggers. Killmonger also a 6-5. You don't want Killmonger to die.
Nope.
That is also a villain that would re-trigger with the conspiracy in play.
I think Nathan has exactly Monica Rambeau or Vikram decking as his win conditions now.
Yeah.
Because his life total is going up thanks to Doom Reign Supreme.
I like how there's just a stack of enchantments on the right side there.
Hydra Infiltration is definitely one of these cards that's not like the others. Hiding in the middle of that stack of like very powerful villain rare, very powerful villain rare, and then Hydra Infiltration is there.
All right, does hit a hero on the third card off of Avengers Tower here. Not that strong, though, just an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, and Nathan fighting the good fight here. But, I mean, this is just too much of an advantage as long as Vikram can find a way to close out the game here. But it shouldn't be difficult when you're drawing this many cards.
No, it really shouldn't. And, all right, Heath Butler won their match against Oliver Tamaiko. So, we've seen the situation before the other way the previous round. But it is Heath Butler winning the first match. So, down 2 games, they need to come back in one of these 2 matches to close out the match for Team Butler-Kudva Rodriguez.
Right. But in this instance here, you might, if you just look at the pips, the left side might not look too bad, but just keep in mind Vikram is very, very likely to tie things up here.
Yeah. Now, Nathan's deck is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And Nathan is incredible. So, surely in a third game, we're not going to discount anything.
No.
Vikram has a hard road ahead of him. But at least in this one isolated instance of a game, he is looking okay.
Yeah. I mean, you draw your leader, it stays in play. You're looking pretty good.
Oh, my.
All righty then.
All right. The Masters of Evil.
Okay.
Look at all of these villains.
Sure. Yeah, got it.
All right. And he found that after conniving with the leader. Otherwise, of course, he would have played that before attacks.
Just.
But counting the library, what is that, like less than 10 cards it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. And the connive, it's a must, right? Or is it a may?
I'm reading it right now. It is a must.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it is a must. So you have no choice but to connive each turn.
Right.
And you have no choice but to draw an extra card when you connive. But Nathan is packing it up because
I've seen enough.
That Masters of Evil plus Doom Reign Supreme was presenting too much of a clock. So Vikram Kudva with his very, very powerful Dimir deck, able to tie things up against Nathan's equally, if not more powerful Boros deck. And we are headed to a game 3, Paul.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, this is one of those games that really you get to kind of highlight the sideboard decisions, right? Where Hydra Infiltration was the key card there, because not only did it allow Vikram to, gain a couple of life, get some drains, but more importantly, Nathan was in an awkward situation where his hand was just loaded and discarded one of the best cards in his deck in the Superhero Civil War. Had he kept that in his hand and the game played out, he likely would have won this game.
Right. So making a choice there doesn't work out, but of course, everything would have changed as well.
No, absolutely. I'm not saying it's a mistake by any means.
Oh,
Nathan is obviously a fantastic player. He was stuck on 3 lands, drew 3 lands in a row. But that's what I'm more talking about is just Vikram's decision to bring in those sideboard cards against a bomb-heavy red-white deck that Nathan has.
Right, and now that Oliver is done, you do see Nathan conferring more with his teammate of, hey, should I change anything post-sideboard? This is the game plan my opponent presented.
Right.
Now, while they do that, I'm going to let you know that we are having a limited time sale going on this weekend, and it is basic land singles are 10% off. So if you have had your eyes on a specific art, a specific printing, a specific foiling, a Guru land, perhaps. 10% off. Now, I will say, while supplies last, so no guarantee that there are Guru lands available, but
Yeah.
10% off all basic lands this weekend.
Those are some of the lands that you're going to be looking to want with this sale going on.
Yeah, StarCityGames.com/sale to check that out and take advantage of that. That sale will be going on all weekend long while supplies last. So if you're looking for some special basic lands, we've got you covered this weekend. Back to the match in action. Vikram Kudva even things up against Nathan Sawyer. So in the C match, Oliver Tomajko fell 2-0 to Heath Butler. That is one match in favor of Team Butler Kudva Rodriguez. In the A match, Austin Bersavage is up a game against Annabelle Rodriguez. And here in the B match, where we have had our eyes on, it is one apiece. We will get that overlay updated for you if we can. But it is one game apiece between Sawyer and Kudva. Now, Game 3, Sawyer will be on the play, and we'll see what he is able to put together with his genuinely incredible Boros
yeah,
deck.
this is just one of the best decks I've seen in this format. I mean, you name a good white or red rare, it's just in Nathan's deck.
Right, exactly. So, the question is, will his deck cooperate here for Game 3?
Taking a look. Oh, he even has a Mjolnir in his deck.
Oh, good.
Which we just haven't seen.
Yeah, no.
Just why not? Why not?
Look, Mjolnir will present itself when Nathan proves that he is worthy, I believe is how it will go.
Sure. Okay. I was just doing a rare count. He's on 5 rares and mythics for his deck. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Look, you opened 12 packs, 12 rares. You got 5 of them.
No.
It could be more. It could be more. Play booster. I forgot we're in the play booster era.
We're in the play booster era. You open 12 packs. That's on average like 16 rares.
You open 12 rares. You're very sad.
Yeah, you open 12. Like I think we opened like 12 rares yesterday. 3 of them were lands.
That was not good.
That was a bad pool, right?
That was a bad pool.
Yeah. Now, Nathan takes a mulligan, but Vikram seems to be very happy with his.
Okay.
Taking a look over to his left to see what Annabelle is working with. I no longer see Heath in the background of Vikram's camera, so I would guess they've come around to Annabelle's side or sitting in between Vikram and Kudva, as you typically do if you are the side player that finishes their match first.
Ooh.
Annabelle Rodriguez evening things up there, it looks like. So we have a match and fully in the favor of the team on the right now.
Absolutely. Nathan Sawyer and Austin Bersavage both need to win their games here.
And Nathan's mulligan once already on the play. Again, has the Superhero Civil War in hand. One of, if not the most powerful cards in his deck.
Turn 2, Raft Security Officer, and one of the many Red Room recruits here for Vikram.
4 of them for Vikram.
4. All right. Not shocked to see him discard one of those extra copies. I imagine Nathan is just interested in just continuing to try to hit those land drops, get to 6 mana, deploy the extremely powerful Saga. Oh, main phase land cycle. Okay, so maybe a slight sign of weakness there. Needs to go ahead and fetch that land, but that does mean that you spend a turn off and you don't get to add to the board in any meaningful way. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be able to get a clean attack this turn for 3 damage if it attacks alone through the Red Room recruit, and still has the ability to tap with the security officer.
So, love to see your opponent just basic land cycling if you're Nathan.
Definitely.
That's a good feeling.
So 3 damage coming in. The big thing, as you mentioned, if he does have the Civil War in hand, just want to keep hitting those lands.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, there I see a Captain America there as well. It seems like a really nice thing to play here. and still gives you the ability to tap something down with the security officer.
Now this is round 5 of 8 today.
Yeah.
6 and 2 or better coming back for day 2.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, yes.
Do we not count Captain America?
Yeah, this might be 6 rares. All right, so big board. Does he have a Widow's Bite? Yes, he does.
Yep.
Gets that off the battlefield. I imagine we're going to tap down the recruit.
All right, back we go Nathan's way. Hand is
Continue cracking away.
Civil War +2. Starts with an attack.
Right. Wakandan drone flock here, so nice evasive creature. There's a land. Does he want to? Oh, and I think I saw Mjolnir as well.
Oh boy, all right. So Nathan proving his worthiness at just the right time, it seems.
Yeah, it's a removal spell and a land. I'm not sure if he has land number 6 though, so things get kind of awkward where if you keep land number 5 and Mjolnir on top, you're still kind of a few turns away from deploying that saga.
Right. And did I see correctly that that land comes into play tapped as well?
I don't know. I thought it might have been a mountain, but it could have been a tap land as well.
Okay. So, back we go Vikram's way. Madam Mask.
Okay, Madam Mask. Excellent here. It's
discarding our trusty Project Deathlock Soldier.
Right. So just adding to the board here. Now a nice board. Now for Nathan's side, I think he topped, right?
He did top, and it was a mountain, as you mentioned.
All right, there it is.
So.
Yeah, and how do you come back from this? I mean, this is such a huge swing. Next turn, you get to attack for so much damage. I mean, Madam Mask was probably the perfect card to play if you're rooting for Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, it was the perfect card until you died. And now it is no longer the perfect card. Surveillance Room comes down, trigger. One turn away from Atlantis attacks and doesn't have the land for it either.
Masters of Evil.
Yeah, but there's a tapper on the battlefield.
You have a tapper on the battlefield. Everything has vigilance too, right? So you can even attack with the security officer and then tap after attacks.
You have perfect information. Your opponent is tapped out, so I think this is just mathematical from Nathan.
This is just lethal, right? It has to be. It's just
sure
so much
looks
damage
lethal
coming
to me. Yeah, doing the math one more time.
He also has a Mjolnir, I believe, that he drew. That's 4 more damage coming in.
All right, there you go. There's Mjolnir, as you mentioned. So, matches tied up at 1 apiece, and that means it all comes down to Game 3 of Austin Bursavich versus Anibal Rodriguez. We are going to come back to the booth real quick and just say hi to you as we get set up to swap over to that match and bring you that action as much as possible. Hello. So far, so good. Nathan's deck really should not be losing many matches, let alone games today. And in that third game, he demonstrated, even with a mulligan, Superhero Civil War just really does forgive all sins.
I think anytime Nathan loses a match, it's a massive disappointment.
Yeah.
I think when they handed Nathan this deck, it's like, all right, Captain, you are going to win every single match for us, and then one of us two, we're just going to try to steal the other one.
Now, I will say that statement is actually evergreen. It's not just about this event or Nathan's limited deck. Anytime Nathan loses a match of Magic, it is a massive disappointment.
That is fair.
But we have the match set up, so we are going to go right down to it without wasting any further time. Here we go. Austin Bursavich against Anibal Rodriguez. Now, I will get confirmation. Are we starting this from the beginning of the match here?
It does look to be that way here. We do know that they did manage to tie things up here, but we will see the entirety of this match. And, of course, the winner of this match will determine the winning team for the entire round.
So we'll take our time to get there because, of course, the round is still ongoing, and we may as well. We know the first 2 games will go 1 apiece, but we don't know how it will end. Right. So we'll see what the journey is. We'll see what the decks look like for Austin Bursavich. It does look to be a Grixis deck on the other side for Anibal Rodriguez. I see Teamer, but it looks like primarily red-blue with a splash for green. Now, that's not a place you and I have loved finding ourselves, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, especially when in just normal limited, when you're drafting, the artifact archetype doesn't seem fully supported or it's just not quite there. But again, in a team sealed environment, that all changes, right? You have enough payoffs oftentimes when you're opening 12 booster packs where you can probably put together a very, very solid and cohesive artifact strategy. And I imagine, given that this team is sitting at 5-0, Annabelle probably has a very solid blue-red artifacts deck.
I'm looking. It doesn't look great.
So that means Annabelle's just awesome.
Yeah, or the other two players have been carrying quite a bit
that's
because
also fair.
we did see how quickly Heath was able to beat Oliver. So it's possible that this is just the quote-unquote bad deck on the team. There's different philosophies and strategies in Team Sealed. I think while we go through some of these early turns in the match that we know what the outcome will be in the first two games, there's different strategies, right? One philosophy is, of course, we want to make 3 good decks that are capable of winning. But your pool doesn't always work out that way. So do you build 3 7 out of 10s, 6 out of 10s, or do you build 2 9 out of 10s and have like a 4 out of 10 that every once in a while will get you a match, but you're not counting on that one. You're saying we're not beating other 8 out of 10s by building 3 6 out of 10s, right?
Yeah. I think what you want to be doing when you're opening these pools, the answer, I think, just is it depends.
It depends, of course. Absolutely.
Because if you have, let's say, the ability to build an 8 or 9 out of 10 deck, maximizing on all the different possible synergies, right? You have a lot of cards that work well together. We're like, well, if I split these colors up, this deck's just not going to work, right? And I'm just going to have an average deck. But if I put, for example, all my blue and red awesome artifacts together, and I'm going to have an awesome deck, which is not necessarily the case here for Annabelle, but if you can do that, it might be better to go with that strategy. Actually, I mean, Andrew Ellenbogen actually recently was kind of posting what his thoughts were on the Team Limited format, and he was saying, look, I actually am advocating for making 8 out of 10s if possible, and then just giving the scraps to the last player and just hoping they can win 2 out of 5 matches and just make sure that the other decks have a 75% chance to win their matches.
And I think that part of the argument for that, of course, is that red is a bit of an underpowered color in the format.
Right.
So if you are going to have a dedicated red deck, unless you have the pile of bombs that a player like Nathan Sawyer does in his deck, it's likely that your deck might be capped out at a 7 out of 10 anyway.
Right.
So then you do just have that issue inherently.
Yeah, I mean, I also got to look through Annabelle's deck, and there is not just the, wow, look at this Vision Quest or anything along those lines.
Nothing stands out, right? As it just seems like a solid draft deck.
It's got an okay curve.
Yeah.
Some interaction. And a bunch of artifacts.
Right. 2 copies of Hydraulic Helper doing a lot of work, as we see. One thing that you don't always get in draft that you will get in Team Sealed is that mass number and that overabundance of artifacts, for example. So Hydraulic Helper is active the whole time.
Right.
And that makes the value of the card go up relative to what it would be in regular draft, for example. But it is just an okay deck.
Right. And taking a look at Austin's list, kind of similar. It's kind of trying to do a little bit of the artifact thing, but also just kind of a control deck in its own right. So I think it's not like I'm looking at Austin's deck and thinking, wow, this deck is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, there are a few things that I think give Austin a bit of the edge. The big one, 3 copies of Thirst for Knowledge. I think that card draw, when it comes to the medium deck mirror, if that's what we want to call it, can go a long way in making sure that you're able to sift through some of your chaff and find your more powerful cards. Another one, all right, so he does have a Castle Doom as well. Now, we are actually going to cut this short here. The round is going at a pace we didn't expect. So I'm going to take a moment to tell you about the Star City Games newsletter. If you are not subscribed to the Star City Games newsletter, you absolutely should do so. Go to starcitygames.com/newsletter to sign up, and that will let you be in the know for all new product releases, upcoming events, and sales. So that is the Starting City Games newsletter that you should definitely be subscribed to. But more importantly, this is Game 3 because we are going to get right to it. Game 3 between the two players. It is evened up at 1 apiece. It was Austin Bersavage on the play here for the third game. Hydraulic Helper from Annabelle was met by a Lightning Strike from Austin, but no turn 3 play, perhaps just passing with one of those 3 copies of Thirst for Knowledge here.
Right. And no Thirst for Knowledge or removal spell to the drone here, although when you play it on turn 3, certainly not the most exciting play here. And look, Hulk Smash off the Crimson Operative, which does give Austin the potential to deal with that drone in play. Now, of course, if Annabelle has a removal spell in response, that'll be quite strong here.
So the question is the removal spell there from Annabelle?
Now, we'll note Austin does, like you mentioned, have some of the ways to kind of break open the controlling mirror. One other card that I really want to highlight is Kang the Conqueror. Right, this is the blue mythic rare here, 4 mana for a 4/5 flyer. But if you wait till turn 8 and you just play this thing, it's just Time Walk. It's a 4/5 flyer with Time Walk. That's probably what Austin might be trying to set up for, in this very, very grindy mid-range mirror.
All right, so it's an attack with the Ultron drone and then just an AIM Scientist coming down as the follow-up here from Annabelle. So that is going to be the Connive trigger and just discarding one of those many filler cards. Yeah. Almost discarded it, decided to take it back and go for an island instead.
So Austin able to get full value here off of this Crimson Operative.
Yep.
Can cast that Hulk Smash to get one of these 2 creatures off the battlefield here.
Yep. The coast is clear here for Austin.
Now the question is, does Austin have another follow-up here, right? If you can go land a 3-drop plus Hulk Smash, that would make for a really, really nice turn.
Of course.
But if you have, for example, a hand where you have like very powerful 4-mana play, then things get kind of weird.
So, land for the turn. The question is, what is the rest of the turn looking like?
Right. And that's what Austin is trying to map out here with his hand. Big match here. Winner of this match will go on to be 6-0, locking their spot into day number 2.
All right, Hulk Smash starts things off. What is the follow-up?
Oh,
Cruel Alliance as well, getting the double prowess trigger, so both creatures removed. 5 damage coming across here from Austin Bersavage, and Animal Rodriguez feeling a decent bit behind.
Yeah, got to cast 2 removal spells here. Is still facing off against that Crimson Operative. Prowess gets triggered very often in this type of controlling. And hey, look, I have my own.
Okay.
Ooh, that is a Wolverine, but Annabelle, I don't believe, has any green mana currently.
Oh, there it is.
He does have it in the.
So
okay.
Almost discarded that to the Connive the previous turn.
Right.
Chose to keep it instead, and that decision may come in very clutch here now.
Yeah, as he has now the Stark Industries executive here. 2 mana tap, make a treasure token. So with 5 lands in play, you can absolutely play that Wolverine that is exiled off the Crimson Operative. I wonder if you're Austin, if you just kill the 1-drop, but
didn't look like he had it.
Right.
So pass back, and here we go. Land, make a treasure.
Wolverine.
Use the treasure, play Wolverine.
Oh, and it sticks, and this is 6 damage coming in.
Wow. The choice to not discard that Stark Industries executive, absolutely massive here from Annabelle.
This is rough. What does Austin have? Oh, and that is a tap land. I know he has 2 copies of Atlantis Attacks in his deck. I wonder if he's holding one in hand and if the tap land hurt him.
Pass, yes, and there's no creature either.
Right.
So even if he has Atlantis Attacks, the best he can do is make a 6/5 hexproof and just pass.
Right, absolutely.
Bouncing these creatures when Wolverine has haste and an entrance ability, and Crimson Operative has an enter ability. That's not going to do much.
2-turn Clobbing. That's a Kree Sentinel. That's a 5/5 here as well.
So just making a 6-5 doesn't do anything anymore,
it
right?
doesn't.
That's 7 damage.
And he's
That's the
scooping it up.
match.
Yeah.
Anibal Rodriguez gets it done. High five to the team. And that is going to be Team Butler Kudva Rodriguez taking down Game 3, moving up to 6-0, knocking down one of the best or strongest teams in the field and locking up their spot for day 2, Paul.
Yeah. I mean, just really, really impressive. How this team was able to kind of put that together there. That really micro decision. I mean, conniving, it's always tricky. You always have to plan for what the possible cards you can draw off the top, right? And keeping that one drop, noting it's like, well, I could draw Wolverine. I don't have it in my hand, but
Right.
I know that that's a card that's in my deck, so I'm going to keep it, pay it off, and won Annabelle that game.
Absolutely massive. Very likely would not have won the game without it. So that is the match, and that is round 6 in the books, which also means that's it for me and Paul for the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning, but there are 2 more rounds of Swiss to go. So we're going to cut to a quick break. On the other side of it, Mr. Corey Baumeister and Mr. Jim Davis will be here to bring you through to the end of the day. Don't go anywhere. 2 more rounds of Magic to come. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in sunny and hot Las Vegas. I'm Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister,
Hey.
my sidekick.
You know it. You know it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
And we are getting into our really exciting rounds here.
Yes.
We got 2 rounds left, round 7 and 8, and we have a lot of teams who are trying to get that 6-2 or better record to make day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see, some of the teams we're going to be watching. They're the players that maybe have a loss to give. Of course, they want to avoid the train wreck scenario of losing 2 and not making it. But the teams that we're going to be watching at the tip of the top, they're not really caring about making day 2 right now. They're at a great spot. They want to make it with X-1 record.
Absolutely. So let's take a peek at our standings to see where our players are at. And we are down to only, I guess, technically 5 undefeated teams.
Yes.
3-6-0 teams. Shuhei Nakamura. That's a long way to come to battle in the spotlight.
No kidding. Yeah, but hey, when you're so good at these type of tournaments like Shuhei is, it's just a solid investment to come to one of these things. And their decks look great. We saw them earlier. We see in 8th place Paul Ritzel, Dave Williams. Dave had a lot shorter journey to get here as he's a Vegas native. And then just still a lot of great teams. We see Andres Prost and Matthias Hunt at the bottom.
Wow.
That's a team we haven't seen in a very, very long time for sure. And, just a lot of great players all around.
Yeah, there's too many good players to name here. World champions, Pro Tour champions. Really, really cool to see. And a big scrum there at 5-1 where these players are battling a win, and you're into day 2. A loss, you're on the edge, and you're also in a worse standing to make the top 4 tomorrow.
Definitely.
So let's check out page number 2 here and see how deep these 5-1s go. And all the way down to 28th place. 4:02. Woo, that is a record. And what do we got going on here on page number 2?
All right, looking at this, we see Andre Strosky, Steve Rubin, Alexander Hayne. That's a really impressive team. Steve Rubin, Alexander Hayne, they've been teammates forever. It's usually with Mike Sigrist as the other one.
Dem Boys.
We Dem Boys, I believe, was their slogan. But, hey, Andre Strosky knows his way around professional Magic tournament as well. I did see him tweet out. He said, they gave me the broken deck and I managed to punt. So maybe he spoke too soon. But also, the Kiefers here in 25th place. Haven't seen those names in a while. I mean, those were Lucas, Jake, when they were extremely young. They were doing well at these tournaments. They haven't played a lot. Now they are just, kind of adults. So seeing them come back is really cool as well.
Yeah, it's fun seeing the air quote old guard come back.
Yeah.
I recall them being like 16 years old on the SCG tour many, many years ago. So super cool to see. A great roster of characters for y'all to watch and for us to watch, of course, here in the booth.
Yeah.
And they're playing for something pretty cool.
Oh my goodness. Look at this presentation here. We saw this before at Spotlight Spider-Man. That was, of course, a different stone in these gloves, but look at this beautiful work of art here, Jim. This looks nice.
Yeah, that was the Soul Stone.
Yes.
And now we're here with the Mind Stone. Of course, the Soul Stone was in Spider-Man set. Mind Stone is in the Marvel Superheroes set.
I, of course, knew that. I was testing you.
I was making sure the audience knew.
Of course.
I know you knew.
I'm a pro.
That's right. And what an awesomely, just incredible trophy. I kind of want to play in the next one, maybe not cast, to try and win this thing. And, of course, I can only assume each Infinity Stone will be for each event, which is so cool.
I would assume you'd have about equal opportunity to win this, whether you're playing or not playing.
Stop speaking truth into the microphone, Corey. But, yeah, really, really awesome stuff. So we're going to head down to these players, and we're going to see them battle it out for – that's so cool. That's just a really, really cool
really
trophy.
awesome.
So, of course, playing for some Pro Tour slots and, of course, playing for the trophy and a bunch of money, which is great to hear. And, of course, Andrew Ellenbogen's team. Tell us a little bit about System Magic.
Yeah, so that is what we're going to be seeing is Andrew Ellenbogen, Greg Michaels, and Matt Sicking Johnson. They're all Minneapolis natives. They've been playing a lot. They do really well at the other, like at the NRG series. They're kind of always dominating that. They also just have a very entertaining Twitch stream that I like to tune into quite often. They're just great players and really well spoken as well.
Yeah, it's cool. It's Andrew and who's
Greg.
Greg. Andrew and Greg are always on, and kind kind of buddy copying it. It's fun.
Yeah.
They always stream together, and like it's not a dynamic you see often in streaming. Usually just one person in the room playing games, talking in chat. So having the pairing kind of bouncing off each other, it is pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, and and it's very educational in that sense too, because I mean, a great streamer is always announcing what they're doing and stuff, and they can make it educational as well. But when you got two people that are next to each other talking out your plays, reasons why you should do this, two heads usually better than one. Not always. Sometimes, like we've seen in these team events, you can have too many cooks in the kitchen. Nah, we'd be great. We would be great if we streamed together. We got to do that sometime. But even in these team events, sometimes you get too many people talking about plays, and you can kind of derail it and maybe not do the perfect play.
Yeah, and that's tough because when there were more team events,
yeah,
you play with your teams more often. You kind of get into a groove. Now there hasn't been one in 7 years. This is the first major team limited event in 7 years, and these players haven't really done this in a while. So it can be easy to kind of not know what the right flow is for how you want to operate your team at the table, because that's a factor that does not come into play in one-on-one Magic.
Yeah. God, it's crazy to think 7 years. I played that one, the last one. I believe it was in Detroit. We were hearing a little bit earlier. And, man, I was still a professional Magic player back then, and that feels like a lifetime ago. So.
It basically was.
Yeah, it really was.
So we're gonna hop down to our feature match area and get these players all ready to go.
Let's do this.
All right. So on the left, we're gonna be watching Greg versus Christopher.
I already lost.
Oh,
2-1.
That's a fast, tough match. That's tough. So we see we have Greg's team on the left. They are 5-0-1.
Yeah.
And Christopher's team is 5-1. So both effectively the same on day one, right?
Yes.
Each 6 wins. The draw is basically a loss. But we'll help out Greg's team on day 2. But let's get right into it here. We've got, looks like Naya versus Boros.
Okay.
Here comes the Knight. Some plus and plus one counter synergy going on. And right back Greg's way. And, Speedball. This is a pretty interesting card, like pseudo sort of targeting, hexproof.
I think we can go beyond interesting. This is a weird card.
Absolutely.
This is about as weird as it gets, but it is powerful. Any removal spell you have makes this attack as a 4/4. Any pump spell, I mean, it's a 4/4, but it pumps something else. It's very, very strange. Everything deflects off of it. So, yeah, it's a very interesting card. This is kind of the one time where you can actually kill this card.
Yes, when it's alone.
Yes.
Well, there's still a creature in play. So any removal spell targeted, it would pop over to the Knight. So it has to be completely alone in play to either removal spells. It's effectively kind of like hexproof, but better.
Unless it was like destroy some creature your opponent controls, something like that. But yeah.
Destroy target blue and red creature named Speedball.
Yeah, that's the only way to kill it, actually. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Speedball's legacy in the Marvel Universe, unfortunately. So.
And if you don't know, I don't know.
I'll have to look that one up. So I don't know whose main nemesis is, but.
Yeah.
All right, so back Greg's way. And Elbogan already peeping over here. We said we were talking about too many chefs.
They're actually playing both games together. They're never just playing one game.
Yeah, this is pretty uncommon to see two players discussing literally turn 4 of game 1 together. Unless Elbogan's opponent's mulliganing or being held for some reason. So.
Yeah.
All right, lightning strike time.
And if you've ever seen their stream, maybe they're just discussing what the candle of the day is. That is Greg's signature. They always have a different candle. Can appreciate that.
All right, so the Speedball comes in, and lightning strike targets.
Speedball, technically.
I would assume. We're waiting for the lights to change here. So at 19, and then we see a cycle. So players got to update the life here a little bit. But there's only 2, though, because the life gain land. So maybe a safety play from Greg, just straight killing the creature rather than targeting Speedball.
I think I saw him target Speedball, so I think maybe that is just Christopher not really realizing that it hits for 4, but I'm sure we'll get this updated here.
All right, so clarity and communication, of course, a big deal amongst players. We'll see if they can figure that one out. Greg is just going to pass, though. So turn 4, lightning striking a 2-drop. Not exactly the most impressive turn 4.
Yeah. Well, technically, lightning strike to 3-drop, but
sure.
I'm keeping you honest here. All right, so this is like the only opportunity where you can actually kill Speedball. It's like no creature on the battlefield, but instead the Pet Avenger's a great card. This seemed like 4 mana, 4/4 reach, not that great, but it does just enough with the power up. You get a good amount of value off that, so I really like that creature.
Also adorable.
And adorable, yes.
Going back Greg's way.
has to be the only creature type. We got to pull Pet Avengers up when it's like cat, dog, squirrel, monkey. The game's over.
Oh, boy. All right.
I love that all these players, we just saw Nathan Stoyer last round had this card too. They don't even put it the other way.
You leave it on the Photon side. You really don't want to cast Monica Rambo.
Yeah.
You want to cast Photon. And, yeah, there are 2 5-mana Boros rares in this set that are almost unbeatable, and that's one of them. Photon, Hexproof Flying Prowess, cast it on creature spell and pump the team.
Yeah.
And, oh, my.
Unreal. And, the other really busted one, last round I was birding the last round, and Nathan had that one too. So pretty good.
Wow.
Pretty good. Yeah.
All right, so big pressure on Christopher here to try and make some sort of a move against Photon. Got to end the game quick. 2 flyers in the air. Here's the Kree Sentinel. So, we have commons versus pretty powerful Mythic.
What's above Mythic? Like that's what Photon is. That's the S tier Mythic. Truly as close to unbeatable as it gets. Like you can be pretty behind on the battlefield and play that, and you're still at a great spot. You have to be really behind to lose with that card.
Now, to be fair, Kree Sentinel is actually not a terrible answer. Photon pumps. I'm sorry, well, there's prowess, I guess, too. But it pumps.
Yeah.
It only pumps the other creatures with the counters, but it's prowess, too. So, never mind.
Surely this block would go perfectly reasonable, right?
It'd be a sick block if there was like a, just a bluff. Greg just doesn't have it. It feels like a safe attack because who would block here?
Yeah.
Will Christopher say, you know what? My only chance to win this game is you being a little too frisky.
Yeah.
That's what he says. Block is in. Greg to the test, and of course has take up the shield.
So I guess you take up the shield on Speedball, right? Because then Speedball is going to hit for 5, and then take up the shield on that. That's going to be 6, and you'll gain lifelink. So a solid take 5, gain 6?
Yeah, so the take up a shield targets Speedball, +2 to Speedball. Then it goes over to Photon. Photon gives the counter to Speedball, and it's a whole world of pain for Christopher.
Yeah.
And still 4 mana left over for Greg to develop more.
Yeah, this game was over when we played it for 5 mana. I mean, that card is truly that good. When you play it at board parity, it's just, there's not many ways to make an opponent sack a creature. There's not a lot of sweepers, so the hexproof ability is pretty undeniable at this stage of the game.
All right, so Greg looks like past the turn, and then Christopher's looking off to not his teammates, but the other side of the coverage area.
Yep.
Some emotional support on the rail, maybe. Pet Avengers untaps. Here's land 6, and whatever this is, it better be big.
Yeah, absolutely. And Andrew Ellenbogen, the player in the middle, kind of the more established player, of course, because he did win a Pro Tour, beating Luis Scott Vargas in the finals. Has a great resume outside of that. But, hey, Greg and Matt are no strangers to professional Magic. They've both been regulars at the Pro Tour at different times, have queued within the last year. So this is truly one of the scarier teams. We keep putting emphasis on, Paul Ritzel, Sperling, Dave Williams type thing. But, man, a team like this caliber, they're incredible as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of great teams in the field.
Yeah.
And training regimen comes down, superhero gym, and I'm going to send the Pet Avengers to the gym, and they're going to have to lift a lot of dumbbells to deal with Photon.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this is a 5/5. It can do some damage, and I guess if Greg never top decks another spell for the rest of the game, you do have this Photon in check. So, hey, we are still gaming here. If Greg goes land pass, I don't think he's going land pass, Jim.
I like the gamesmanship of, Christopher blocked last turn. Will Greg attack again this turn? All right, well, there's the spell anyway. So no fun, do you have it or don't you? Just going to play the spell, pump the team. The pump.
Yeah, now that being said, this can get in for 6, but you can't attack with Speedball yet. And it doesn't work the way you really want it to with this card. You have to put the counters on before the 3/2s come into play. But, I mean, the 5 mana for 2 3/2s, pump your team is still pretty strong.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
All right, so
but now, hey, maybe Greg doesn't attack. What if Christopher has take up the shield?
Yep.
I mean, it would be devastating.
Yep.
Like, that would be the greatest take up the shield ever.
All right, so Greg is wait for some tokens here. There are your hero tokens. Love these tokens where the silhouette, it's you. You're the hero.
Yes.
And now, only one card left for Greg, and Greg is thinking this through. So
I did not know that was what the token is representing.
I mean, I don't really know either.
I just assume that's a character, a hero,
I'm just guessing. But
Okay.
So we have a 5/5 Photon staring down a 5/5 gaggle of Pet Avengers.
6/6 Photon.
Apologize from prowess.
Yeah.
Right, so could come in here. The attack looks good, but if there's no other trick from Greg.
Yeah. Greg is just like, hey, can we still be friends, Andrew, if I attack into this take up the shield and lose with a Photon? And now Andrew's like, I don't know. I'm not sure yet.
All right. It's pretty funny for a
Do
player.
you think Christopher has it, Jim?
I mean, honestly, body language-wise, I feel like Chris seemed kind of nonplussed in the last turn or two.
Yeah.
For a player who's getting ramshackled by Photon in the feature
Yeah.
match area. So Greg is like if you just looked at the face cams, you would not think the board looked like this.
No.
Greg's in shambles. Chris just hanging out.
Yeah. Oh,
Here we go.
is it a block? I mean, we would have been snapping it
Yeah.
off already.
I think
so.
that Chris would get up, do a backflip, sit back down, then block.
Yeah.
This is the chance. And
Should I take up the shield? Zachary.
should I blow up my opponent's Photon and stick up a shield, or should I not? What do you think?
Zachary would just be like, don't ever talk to me again mid-match about something like that.
All right, so unfortunately, no drama. Just Photon getting in, and Christopher falling down to 6 life. The Pet Avengers in a dream.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, you can Pet Avengers. It can now be a 6/6, so that can well and truly keep the powerful flyer in check. But now you got to deal with the other attackers. Now you got a lot more problems. But now, I mean, the Pet Avenger is going to go up to a 6/6. It's just a 5/5. So now Greg would need 2 spells to get past it, or of course another take up the shield, something like that.
All right, so Chris working it through. Gonna go to combat, add a counter to Pet Avengers. Now it's a 6/6. Does have trample for what that's worth.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be turning sideways unless we got some teamwork spell. So that looks like a truck toss. The green-red card, I assume, is that 5-mana Hulk. That's a 6/5.
Does have reach.
Yeah.
So
Dead on board if you cast it, though, as the 2 heroes will get in. So,
yeah, quite the squeeze for Chris.
yeah.
And thinking it through. We see Matt is taking game 1 up top in our CC.
Yeah, one extremely fast, it looks like. And
And there's Andrew, also on the
Okay.
board.
okay. And just going to scoop it up. I mean, honestly, the one thing I would have liked there, I'm very, pretty sure that it was the 5-mana 6/5 creature there. You would add 1 mana left. Clearly it doesn't have the 1 mana deal 2 teamwork spell, but play it, make him do it. Because, Greg would have had to attack in and hope it wasn't there. And if it was there, you would lose your hexproof creature.
Right.
So just make your opponent always do the action, because the one time you do have it, then they're not just going to know because you didn't concede or whatever,
Especially given that Greg was so hesitant to attack.
Yeah.
To take him a shield to turn prior.
Exactly.
Clearly-
He might have respected it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Photon, oh my, what a card.
That
And
is good.
If you want to get your own Photon, guess what?
You got to get really lucky.
Well,
You got,
I guess if you're buying booster packs to play sealed, yes, but you can also just get it on StarCityGames.com/MSH, where all Marvel superhero products and cards are available now. Get your singles, get your sealed products, get your Mjolnirs. Summon it to you only, of course, if you're worthy.
yes, of course. You can't even pick that card up if you're not worthy.
Are you worthy?
I have a bunch on the floor of my office. I just cannot pick them up. So, yeah, no, I'm not.
Wife keeps coming in. Get these cards off the floor. I can't.
I can.
Are you worthy?
Yeah.
You pick them up. So, available now, again, on StarCityGames.com/MSH. Check them out.
Set's been fun. Set's been fun for Limited. I bet we're going to see some applications for Standard here. A couple of cards that are going to be making their way into Limited, into Modern, the new Loki. The Loki that when you target your opponent with something, I just want to be putting bobble triggers on the stack so bad with Loki. Like
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah,
That's
oh yeah.
nice.
Needless to say, I'll be cooking when I get back. But the limited set as well is great. There's 1,000 different legends, so commander players. This set kind of has something for everyone.
For sure,
Yeah,
yeah. And then
yeah.
some real care went into the set too, which is really nice to see.
Yes.
Clearly seeing the limited environment being so deep and so kind of riveting,
Yeah.
and kind of the fact that all that's going on is really, really nice to see. And
Yeah.
like you're saying, kind of something for everyone, which is awesome.
Yeah, you love the fact that like you see a card that's both thematic and it works really well within the game of Magic. Like you don't want to just make a card thematic, but it doesn't play out very well, you know? But when you can do both, you can really have a great environment. I think that's what we're seeing here.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
that's the challenge too. Like
Yeah.
the Sentry card, for example.
Yeah.
Really cool, flavorful design. You know Sentry's character.
Uh-uh.
So he's a really powerful superhero, but he has a kind of an inner demon called the Void. So wherever he goes, the Void goes too. So like and the
okay.
Void tries to undo all the good that he does. So that's why in the card he creates the black Void character.
Yeah.
So you have him kind of showing off, and then if you deal Sentry, the Void stays around, and it's cool.
That's kind of us in the booth. You try to undo all the good things I say. Oh, nice stuff. Nice stuff.
Try my best,
You're doing well. You're doing well.
All right, so our players seem ready to go. Let's hop right down to our feature match area and check out game number 2.
All right. So, I mean, just a great start for our Minneapolis native team here as they are all up a game. And Christopher taking a mulligan. Christopher's deck could still be perfectly reasonable, very strong, just not much you can do to the prowess creature. It looks like he had a solid Naya deck from what we saw in hand.
Yeah, Photon, really, really powerful, very hard to remove. It is a mythic.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Monica Rambeau is the front side of the card, and Monica Rambeau isn't a bad card.
Yeah.
It's like a 3/3 flying prowess for 3. But that can be killed.
The first event I played, I had that card, and I was a Boros deck, and I just played it on 3, and I'm like, all right, once I got to 5, I flipped it. I'm like, wow, this card is unbeatable if you can just play it and flip it. And then I realized you can cast the back half. And I'm like, oh, yes.
If only there was some way to get this in play without exposing it to removal.
Exactly.
If only some way.
Unfortunately, on Arena, they can't make it idiot-proof for me where they flip it to the other side and say, hey, Corey, don't cast that front like you do when you see this card.
Yes.
Yeah, they allowed me to make the mistake, and I took the bait.
Every time you
Every
do,
single
you just
time.
Can't resist that bait.
Yep.
All right, so a thumbs up from Christopher. And we are off to game number 2. We got a full sweep so far in game 1. Team System Magic looking quite nice.
A systematic victory here in the first game from all of them, if I dare say.
You dared to do it. All right, so turn 2, 1/1 Death Toucher.
What do you think we drew that turn?
I mean,
Could have been anything.
yeah, maybe even a boat. Back Greg's way. And Greg going to start things off with a slow roll.
Yeah, probably not a lightning strike.
Just a little Brave Brawler.
Perfectly reasonable card.
2/1 Lifelinker, so a couple modest power-up creatures to start the game. I think a trade would be pretty nice for Greg.
That's kind of the exact kind of cards I want in my deck when I have like the Photon. I'm just like, all I want is cards that give me a little bit of life, buy me some time until I eventually find my I win button.
All right, so we see a pre-combat Death Toucher off of Niatron, Perfect Forest Mountain Plains, and,
Yep.
then an attack after playing the creature first.
A minor mistake. I mean, you can say it that way, but it is exactly a mistake. Don't give your opponent any information before you do the action you're already going to do.
Unless Christopher wants to give that information and thinks he can be useful in some way.
Of
If
course.
I have another one, maybe he'll trade more likely or whatever. But
Yeah.
now we see a Tapper coming down on the side of Greg. Tapper plays quite well into these Death Touchers.
I saw a Pet Avengers off the top there. So if we have land 4, at least Christopher has that play. That would be excellent right now.
Yeah.
Must not, though.
Oh, boy. All right, so here come the Knights. +1/+1 counter synergy.
Yeah.
And then again, an attack afterwards into the Tapper. Now, Tapper's tough. It's a little mana intensive at this stage in the game. It's 1 mana tap a small thing, 2 mana tap a big thing.
Yeah, I don't know what card this, or, what movie this one came from either, and why they're, riding in on pencil sharpeners, I assume. It looks like an old school pencil sharpener, right?
It does look like that.
Yeah.
And I
probably not what it is.
I
though,
also do not know that one,
Okay.
unfortunately, so I can't help you there.
Either way, this card has gotten kind of a bad rap. Like, you know, a lot of different limited shows maybe calling this very low-end common. But, man, especially in Team Sealed where every deck is very synergistic, if you're putting a counter on this every turn through power-ups or, you know, we saw the 4-mana enchantment where you get to put a counter on something else, and on this, I actually like this card quite a bit. It's still, of course, a common level power, but...
All right, so very interesting to see here. Well, that makes sense. So Greg
Yeah.
trades off the first Raft security officer and the second one, and then plays another Brave Brawler. Wow. All right, it's deja vu all over again. Welcome to Groundhog Day. I'm Jim. That's Corey.
I mean, we are in Vegas. 2 pair here for Greg.
Ooh. And back Christopher's way. Christopher missed a land drop last turn, looking for land number 4.
Whoa, what's Scott doing in the camera already? He surely can't be done already, right? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow. Matt taking down that top match, and oh boy. Backs against the wall here for Team Christopher Wallace.
So any game that the team on the left wins, we're done here.
And another missed land drop for Christopher. Rough start. Now, Greg has not capitalized.
I mean, Greg hasn't put a certain 5-drop on the battlefield yet, so you got to think it's probably not there.
All right, so here goes Brave Brawler, 2-1 lifelink into the red zone, into this 2-1. Now it has the power-up ability, can spend 5 mana to put 2 counters on it. A risky proposition into a player that has, 5 or 6 spells in their hand. So we'll see if Christopher wants to block and try and force the issue. And then if the block does come, will Greg take the bait and power up, or just let the trade happen?
I think no shot he powers up. I think he can't. I mean, obviously, if he has 3 lands in hand, he's going to go for it.
Right.
But I feel like you just cannot do this.
Matt, of course, over to help out as well.
Yeah, it could be a lightning strike, the deal 2. I mean, anything.
And it's a scenario where
Take up the shield would be a good one, like.
Where Greg knows specifically that Christopher has all spells in hand because no land was played. So
yeah.
Just going to offer the trade. So a little discipline there on Greg's side, not wanting to get blown out. And now the follow-up is...
not the certain red, white, gold card, but let me tell you, Sarah Angel with double prowess here is pretty good.
That is Thor. All right,
yes.
Son of Odin.
Sorry, put some respect.
For Asgard. All right, land 4 coming in for Christopher. And here comes the Pet Avengers. Does have reach, but of course Thor, Odin's son, has prowess.
Prowess.
That's 2 prowesses.
That's pretty good. That is a heck of a card.
Yeah, Thor hits hard.
Yeah.
And I see a blue card in hand for Greg.
Just imagine if you deemed worthy and you're able to put that equipment on this one.
All right, so here is Mr. Murdoch.
Okay, so already able to attack for 7 and deal with the strongest creature.
Wow. So double prowess on Thor comes in for 6. The Raft security guard says, I'll come too. Wait for me. And then Speedball comes in as well. So dominating position for Greg here, looking to take his team to 6-0-1. Lock for day 2 with a great spot to be.
Yep, both players, of course, winning in at this stage. Not, the loser is not out, but the losing team does have to fade the train wreck scenario of losing 2 in a row type thing, which is just devastating.
You don't want to do that.
No.
Yep. All right, so Christopher, a lot of work to do. Talking it over with Scott. And things are going to start with...
Not a cycle.
Oh, boy. A basic land cycle is not how you want to start your turn when you are this far behind. Gets a mountain.
I mean, hopefully it is a way to deal with Thor with the 3 mana. A web up. Pretty close to needed. Now that card, yeah, that's exiled.
Yeah,
exiled cards are not face down.
Yep.
That's a little thing, but
they can be.
That's true.
Not in this case.
Yeah.
No, Bomac Warrior.
Okay.
So,
oh,
Doomsday Excruciator.
I love that card.
I love Bomac Warrior.
I love Bomac.
He's my buddy.
Yep.
All right, so shuffle up. And now what is the next step for Christopher to kind of claw back into this game? And it is going to be...
I feel like it had to be a web up. I believe that's the 3 damage, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Avengers Disassembled. So this is a 3 damage to all creatures, and then it can also destroy a land, have the player search for a basic land to replace it.
Is it non-basic land? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Either way, you really don't want to destroy land and thin Greg's deck, right?
You're correct. It is. No, it is any land.
Okay.
So this, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. The blue card I saw in hand was Speedball. Okay.
Yeah.
So no splashes being enabled here. And you can use this on yourself to mana fix, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, but
But-
right now, Christopher wants to just draw lands, I assume.
Yep.
But
So-
yeah, let's see.
Thor stands strong. He says, Avengers disassembled, but I'm still here. And I am mighty. Coming in for 4. Christopher down to 9. What's the follow-up for Greg?
Oh, God, that card's so good.
John Walker, U.S. agent.
Just a 4-mana 4/4, maybe not amazing as far as stats, but leaving around that artifact is no joke. +1/+1 is whatever, but +1/+2 really makes you win a lot of combats.
Yep. Pretty cool to have a creature that can come in. Leave
Yeah.
a little bonus there. Not quite Captain America's shield, but, we got dollar store Captain America here.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Put that shield with Thor, hammer and shield. But, okay, so Greg is Hellbent. So if you can deal with Thor here, Christopher has a shot. But you got to deal with one of these threats. I think just putting a big creature out is probably not enough.
Yeah, game script-wise, this game has gone well for Greg.
Yep.
Play a bunch of commons early, just kind of traded things off and paved the way for the big hitters. Oh, boy. All right. I don't recall Thor being part of the Civil War, but oh my, he is now. So, Superhero Civil War, one of the best rares of the entire set. It steals 6 mana value worth of creatures over 1 or 2 creatures. So it steals Thor. That being said, on an empty board like this, not being able to get the value off the pump and then not getting the value off the fight really either
Yeah.
can be a little tough, but we'll see.
Whoa! Hulk smash. Pretty solid. I mean, yeah, no matter what, Greg had to recognize that, well, Thor, one of the creatures was going to go away anyways. Might as well force through 4 damage here. And now this Civil War card, air quotes, does nothing unless, of course, you play a 6/5 this turn, where then you can have your 6/5 fight Captain America.
Yes, that would be sweet. Usually you're fighting your opponent's creatures, but of course you can fight your own as well.
Yep.
So, Chapter 2, pump the team. Uh-oh. Was that a passive return?
I don't think so. I think it was a...
Maybe just announcing the trigger of all my creatures are bigger now?
that is probably exactly it.
Okay.
Take that kind of thing.
All right, so Christopher 5. John Walker has 4 power, so not quite lethal just yet. Greg Hellbent. Christopher has the cards in hand and starting to crawl back.
Toss that truck.
There you go. So we got damage to John Walker. John Walker's down. The shield falls to the ground helplessly. And now Greg, who was looking to be in a great spot, is playing off the top. And that was the cue to draw Photon and did not.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. I don't even know if it would touch, the table at all. I'd be like, I play this one.
Just levitate onto the board. But so Civil War goes away. One of the more modest Civil Wars, but still a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Took out our rule spell on a Thor.
Gotta love Truck Toss's flavor text. No, I love tacos.
That was
Don't we all, Hulk?
That was not a very good Hulk voice. No, Hulk love tacos. And we're like, come on. It's the
Okay,
Hulk.
okay.
All right, it's not Peter Parker.
That
All right,
is fair. My
and
bad.
Here is the Hulk. So 6/5 power up creature, and just Greg passing back. Ooh boy, don't call it a comeback, but Christopher is
Yeah.
looking mighty fine in this game.
Now, even if this goes Christopher Wallace's way, you do still have to hope Andrew doesn't pick up a game
All right, so here's the ants.
and
Gonna-
gain some life. That's pretty nice.
Just gonna make a food immediately and just sack it. Okay,
Yep.
and it's Hulk time. Save a line, Corey. Save a line. Hulk.
Loves tacos.
No, it was supposed to be Hulk smash.
Oh, Hulk smash. Okay, sorry.
I'll allow it.
I'll get it here eventually.
And again, nothing from Greg.
Okay.
This game is turning quick.
Yeah, this is one of the, if you take a screenshot right now and the team on the right were to miraculously come back and be like, no way, you lost this match,
Yep. All right, so back Christopher's way. And still has some cards to work with in hand as well. Power Porcelain Hulk is 8, so not quite there, even with land number 7. But still a huge attack for 9. Greg falling all the way down to 10. Okay, little upsy downsy on the light tunnel there, but 10's not bad. Another land and another pass. Oh my! Land power up wins the game.
Yeah, and go for it. Why not? Wow. So it looks like Greg just drew 3 lands where Christopher Wallace said, hey, I need you to draw 3 lands and to be able to continue on. So, wow.
Wow,
Impressive.
Yeah, awesome. So Christopher's team is on the board. Chris is going into game number 3. Zachary's also some work to do as well. Both players need to kind of cooperate here. But, hey, I mean, from what looked like it was going to be an absolute smashing to now we got a little bit more of a game.
Yeah, that was a big amount of bricks from Greg, that's for sure.
Yeah, the poor shield just laying on the ground. Just somebody pick me up.
Please, please.
So our players get ready for game number 3 here. We want to remind you, of course, about our next event coming up in Baltimore, the Regional Championship, September 11th to 13th. Come on down, all right?
Yeah.
If you're qualified, you're probably already booked. If you're not qualified, you have an entire SCG Con to check out. You've got last chance qualifiers running all day on Friday for your chance to get into the event. And even if you don't make it, there's a whole weekend of amazing events to play in. Come play some Mystery Booster Sealed, me and Corey.
Absolutely, we'll be there.
I was playing some Pre-Modern on Friday, which is super fun. You were playing some Team Sealed.
I played the Team Sealed event. Yep, it was a lot of good times. You know, there's modern 1Ks. You know, there's all kinds of different stuff here, and that's Friday alone. And then Sunday at these kind of things, the consolation prize for not making it, you get to play these awesome limited qualifiers that are great too. I'm always jealous.
I know.
When they get to the top 32 and it's 4 draft pods, I'm like, oh,
I know.
I want to play in one of those so bad.
They are really fun. That's the same structure as the PTQs. They have Magicon.
Yeah.
And I've played in those before.
And you took one down, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
And getting in the draft in that a top 8/top 32 draft, playing for an invite.
Yeah.
Is so awesome.
So cool.
Just feels great.
So cool. Yep. It is a lot of fun. So, yeah, lots of great stuff that you can do at these events, even if you don't qualify for the main. But, I mean, qualifying for the main, 32 players to the Pro Tour. We do it twice in the United States, plus 20K up top. And we do that twice. We give that away twice as well. So, yeah, they're great tournaments, that's for sure. And, ooh, uh-oh. It was either a handshake that good luck for Game 3 or...
Let's pop down and check out and see what's going on here.
Let's see what's going on.
And yep, that is it. Okay, so handshake. Ellen Bogan took down the B match against Zachary. So Christopher, unfortunately, a valiant effort there in game 2, but all for naught as his team has fallen on the sword.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both Greg and Christopher's decks, they looked very powerful. You know, you got to just give it to Greg. To be fair, they both had the busted Boros cards, the Civil War or the Photon. They're both incredible, so yeah.
Cool. Let's pop back into the booth here, and of course, we're going to watch one of those matches back and see how it all went down. I'm kind of curious to see that top match went pretty quick. We'll see what match we're going to see.
We can probably start at that one.
Yeah, right. Woo! Go on right through. So we are going to start right there in match C with Matt versus
Yeah, not sure exactly, but we'll jump on down and we'll figure it out.
Yep, so nice fast match. We'll see how that one goes. Maybe we'll have time for a third match as well. Let's hop down to our feature match area and check these players out. All right, so we got Matt and Scott. Matt on the left, Scott on the right. Little AIM Labs Gainland. 21 Blackjack here in Las Vegas.
There we go.
Spotlight Marvel Superheroes.
Yeah, and Matt with the Simic deck. Oh
my God. Well, all right, so...
I see. Oh, okay.
Well, a missed land drop into the best 3 drop in the set is a good recipe for a fast game.
It's got to be the best 3 drop in the set, right? It is incredible. If we follow that up with, a Forge? Yeah,
boy. So Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur, 2/2 for 3. Whenever an artifact comes in, you draw a card, and then it inexplicably becomes a 6/6 with trample until end of turn. So your opponent... I guess the only good news about this card is that while your opponent's burying you in cards, they at least kill you fast.
That's true. You don't have to deal with it too long. That's for sure. And I don't know the story of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, but I'm for sure intrigued. That's an odd combo. I need to know the storyline, I think.
How about Vision coming in as an artifact creature, and there's 6/6, got trample also. Oh my. Somebody call the police.
Yeah, I think, the team on the left, with their Vision, they have their eye on the Mind Stone, for sure.
All right. Well, we'll see if Scott can put up a little more of a fight here in game number 2, because that was the most lopsided game of Marvel Superheroes Limited I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was super for one player. But, hey, Scott could have been a mulligan already, a great 2-lander. Or a great hand as long as you hit that second land, that kind of thing. But, it is what it is.
Yeah, so tough one there for Scott. What's not tough is protecting your cards with heavy play.
No, they're pretty tough. They're high quality. Yeah.
I guess you're right. That is pretty tough.
Yeah, they are really tough.
So we got the curved sleeves and a bunch of other great products as well. And they are sponsoring our Commander celebrations. Check them out, StarCityGames.com/heavy-play for all your storage and protection needs. And they are quite sturdy.
Yeah, yeah. Some of the Artmaster ETB playmats, I got a solid amount of them at my place, and they are incredible. They're gorgeous. So lots of cool stuff there from Heavy Play.
Yep, I used their curved sleeves on your Commander show.
You did,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And, it allowed me to shuffle 100 cards without falling all over the place. So.
You kind of are still falling all over the place, at least in the gameplay.
Yes. Yes, for sure. So, going Scott's way here on the play, we see the Deathlock Soldier, a little recursive creature.
This is a card that, I kind of thought was closer to unplayable, but it's actually been impressing me, like with a lot of connive, sacrifice effects. You can kind of tell even by the design of this card, this feels like this would be a perfect artifact villain, right? But I think they recognized it would have actually been too good if you're recurring and replaying a villain kind of thing. So that leads me to believe that this card is actually good, and it started playing out that way for me with the 1/2 connive. The other red 2-drop where you can sacrifice an artifact to draw a card or discard a card. There's some nice synergies, especially in Rakdos.
So Red Group Recruit gets hit by the Say Nay, counterspell, and boy, guess who's back? All right, time for the test, Scott. Can you kill this 2/2, or are you going to get smushed again by a dinosaur and a girl with roller skates?
I don't see a 2/2, I only see a 6/6.
Right now it's 2/2, so it is vulnerable to Lightning Strike and various other effects, but no. Not gonna kill it. And
what are the odds that Matt's gonna attack for 6 this turn? Like 1,000%, or?
Yes. And there you go. So not playing an artifact, but making an artifact with the ants. It's going to be a food or a treasure, whatever.
Yeah.
Either one's fine.
Either way, it is a 3-mana, 3/2, draw a card, create a food or a treasure, and deal 4 damage, essentially.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
There's treasure for a little ramp. Dinosaur now is 6/6. Here's a land drop. And rumbling on in for 6 damage.
Can't even triple block to kill the 3-drop.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Card's wild. So, again, Scott's way. Scott needs to find an answer, and probably yesterday for this dinosaur.
Yes.
Flyer comes in for 3.
And so far, Scott just has played a lot of fillers. I do believe we have the Dark Deed, I want to say it is, the 2-mana -4/-4, which is great. And maybe even a little risky to let Matt untap here. Like, if we have the counter spell, we say nay here. Like, you're in a lot of trouble. Right? Like, doesn't this feel a little risky?
Definitely risky.
Yeah.
So, going to respond to the artifact being cast. Hold on. I would assume.
Okay.
A card was drawn. So, if the artifact resolves and enters the battlefield, the trigger will still go off to draw a card, and it looks like it did. So, didn't respond to the spell being cast, responded to the artifact entering play. So, even though no 6/6 gets to draw a card, so still a great exchange. I mean, Devil Dinosaur drew 2 cards. Attack for 6 for a 3-drop.
I mean, I think if I'm Scott, though, like, number one, Dark Deed, during my own time, I'm going to Dark Deed it in my own upkeep before I even drew a card. Be like, I know I have to kill this.
Right.
Don't give Matt the opportunity to do what he just did and got that extra value,
Yep. So, Matt, plenty of cards to work with here. And here comes an Ultron Drone. That's an okay card.
Yeah. But, I mean, hey, in this Simic-style artifact deck, the value of this goes up when you have Moon Girl in your deck or other artifact synergies, presuming that's not the only synergy that we have.
Yeah, interesting because the textbook artifact deck is blue-red.
Yeah.
But you're able to kind of just pull the cards from blue and colorless to kind of work, and that's what Sealed's all about, kind of working with what you get, using all parts of the Buffalo and trying to put it all together.
Yeah, and Andrew Ellenbogen especially, I mean, Greg, Matt for sure as well, but I think Andrew is one of the best Sealed players out there. Like, I think he just really understands Sealed deck building. I would see Andrew back in the day. He would be at a limited GP, and he would just help people rebuild their Sealeds in between rounds. Like, he just loved building different Sealed decks so much that he'd just be like, yeah, come on down. I'll rebuild your Sealed pool just in between every round. It was awesome.
Real testament to the fact that Sealed is a very skill-intensive format.
It is.
It's a really easy format to be like, oh, I open bad, or oh, you open bad.
Agree.
Especially in Team Sealed, though. there's so much variety and possibility in what you're doing as far as deck building that you could build a wide variety of different decks.
Sealed deck is my favorite way to play Magic. You know, I know most people it is limited, but most people love to draft. I love the puzzle of this is what you're given, make the best you can, because even an individual sealed, there's so many directions that you can go. And team sealed, it's, well, tripled.
It's not a great turn for Scott there. We see connive off the villainous land. Makes the flyer a little bigger and discards the rare, actually, but there are no legendary creatures in play for Scott, so the adapter isn't looking too great. And now back Matt's way, a fistful of cards, pretty good board, more cards in play available with the Forge, some power-up costs, no shortage of options.
Yeah, it looks like 5 non-lands right now, so just a plethora of options.
This is the problem with the Deathbot, you know, where it's a cool synergy piece, but it's not particularly a powerful card.
Yeah, and if you're up against a blue deck that's like, you know, kind of playing it slow, drawing cards, that's exactly what you want to play against is this. If you're up against a white-based aggressive deck, sure, it's going to play out a lot better.
So, 4 mana, yes, maybe no. Matt in a great spot here, wants to make sure he stays in a great spot. And we're going to see.
Ooh,
a little plan action.
Yeah, and this is a tricky one. Like, the payoff is huge, but, yeah, I have not gotten this card to work, to say the least.
Rewrite history through mana for an enchantment plan. And whenever one more creature you control becomes tapped, you get the loot. And if you pull the plan off, you get 2 spells back from your graveyard. So only 1 spell in the graveyard currently for Matt, but of course with some discarding that could possibly go up. And of course, Scott reading through it as we just did. It is kind of a weird card. It's a weird card because a lot of the blue archetypes aren't necessarily about spells. Usually blue-red is all about spells, but that's an artifact deck in this format. Blue-green's about counters. So there isn't really a traditional, like, is it spells deck in the format, making this card a little awkward.
Yeah, we're coming off Strixhaven where that is all spells, right? The spells are not irrelevant in this set, but it is much more what we have, you know, grown to know as a traditional limited set. A lot more creatures, 4 to 5 removal spells per deck. Like, you fit those molds instead of, you know, some decks that played no creatures in Strixhaven, for instance, which I greatly prefer this style. I'm so bad at, like, I'm not going to play any creatures in my deck. Be like, what do you mean? How am I going to win?
Yeah, your average deck in this format has, like, 18 creatures.
Exactly.
It's a lot.
Exactly. So they're all dynamic, and they synergize deeply, so it is not a easy set with a lot of creatures. It is still a very difficult set.
Right. The power-up ability is kind of giving spell-like effects.
Yep.
So we see the Ultron drone come in. We get loot off the history, and now we're going to see a big-time punch, punching the Ant and the Flyer on Scott's side. This is happening, I assume,
and upkeep.
Upkeep.
Yeah, upkeep of Scott's. Is that a classic? I want you to do something here. I mean, sure, you want to respond before land 7 comes, so you can't power that up, but you could just do that while your opponent was relatively tapped down. I guess they still could have had lightning strike, so why allow that to happen? But
yeah, so I was going to ask you, why not main phase? But
not main phase, because if they had lightning strike, a very common thing that would interacted with it, you could still interact with it. And what kind of 3 mana instant, I guess, could you have? So if the worst case scenario is Scott does have lightning strike, might as well make him use up his mana on his turn.
Okay, so Kree Sentinel comes down, 4/4 reach. And again, Scott just kind of treading water here. These Deathlocks soldiers have looked horrendous.
Horrendous.
They have been in play the entire game and literally done nothing. They haven't attacked. They haven't blocked. Here's Mr. Fantastic. Oh, boy, combo time. Mr. Fantastic draws a card, make a token. The Ant makes a token. That's a card. More cards for Matt, who's cooking right now. This time making some food.
Yeah, okay.
And that's going to be it. So no action to the 4/4, but, you know, just cards everywhere.
Yeah, I really like Matt's deck. It is just the ultimate synergy. You know, it really depends how many removal spells he has to, like, grade it as a great deck. But if you have a good amount of these bite cards, like the punch is phenomenal. If you have a lot of, we say the nay, is that?
We say the nay.
We say the nay, of course. If you have a lot of that effect and you're able to interact with your opponent, great. But either way, Matt's deck looks like a blast to play.
Speaking of blast, here comes Repulsor Blast on Mr. Fantastic. So One from them in there. And then the soldiers have finally done something, Corey.
I was just going to say the same thing, but
Team
I
up.
didn't.
Here's some teamwork, dealing 2 extra damage off the teamwork cost on Repulsor Blast.
Yeah.
Taking down the Mr. Fantastic, which already drew a card, though. So value already exchanged. Every exchange Matt has made in this game so far has gained him value.
Yep, 100%. And still, I mean, we know Matt just has a plethora of options, and if you're out, yeah, why not? Draw 2 more. 4-mana Divination, still pretty good when it already came with a cantrip.
Now that blast did put Matt to 8. Oh, boy.
The shield, I mean, you know, most of the time, equipment that is 2 to play, 2 to equip, it's got to be pretty good for you to want to play it. But let me tell you, that shield fits the mold. It is pretty good.
Yeah, it's basically like a removal spell and an extra blocker and a power toughness bonus all in once.
Like +8
No.
to toughness? Come on. We got a 3/10 with vigilance that taps stuff down. I mean, that's truly impressive.
All right, it's a big turn for Scott here. Matt is only at 8. So, you know, it's 6 power in play.
Yep.
But going to start out with a Red Room Recruit, a little bit of Conniving. And so far, we are not really seeing the better half of Scott's deck. I can only believe.
Yeah, I mean, Scott really needed the active treason card there on the Spider, win the game straight out. And outside of that, I mean, the food's going to be online next turn where you can just go to 11, kind of get out of range. And,
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Best Scott can muster here is a Connive off the villainous hideout. And a draw and a discard, a land and a land cycler. You know, part of Sealed is, you know, your deck has some really good cards and some cards that are, you know, kind of just blue collar working cards, but not really finding the good stuff here.
We didn't see a lot from Scott's deck. I'm sure there is a reason to be playing this, but so far, I mean, the best card we saw was the Dark Deed. And I mean, that's one of the best removal spells in the entire set. But outside of that, a lot of filler. And, you know, the robots looked horrendous from the very beginning, from, you know, the first game to this. But there's going to be situations where they are going to look a lot better.
That's the hard part, too, where there might be 8 awesome sacrifice/discard effects in Scott's deck.
Yeah.
But they just weren't really found. And when you play a card like the Soldier, it can be good, but when it's not, there's going to be a floor.
Yep. And now a removal spell, it locks this up for Matt because you get to tap one of the blockers, kill the other one. All you need is 2 of these to connect.
Ooh, the Vision.
Oh, man. Now Vision being able to give double strike.
Oh, boy.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I think Matt's deck is great if he has a lot of those kind of fight spells. Go nuts. That's an amazing card in Simic. The 1-mana fight spell. And, of course, this punch is just unreal.
Yeah. 2 cards in the graveyard, so it costs only 1 mana.
Just drew the 5-drop that comes with the 2/2 Cub. I mean,
Oh,
and that
my
3
God. Another
punches.
one? Wow.
Wow. You know, Matt just punched his way to winning this match, and I think their decks, you know, punched themselves a ticket into day number 2 here already.
Yeah, woo, boy. Matt's deck is awesome. And the thing is,
Yeah.
Matt didn't play any, like, he basically put some good rares, I guess, but nothing that was like, you know, this wins the game by itself.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool grind. A good sealed deck because it's kind of just trying to grind, draw some cards, make some trades, kill some things. Grind, draw
Yeah.
some cards, make some trades. And it worked out perfectly for him there.
And I mean, honestly, in blue-green, you don't see a lot of the, you know, the Boros cards that we see, the Saga, the other hexproof flyer and stuff. But you do have, like, the Super Genius at 4. You have the 4/5 flyer that you can take the extra turn. So there are, like, I win buttons in blue, but none of them are as devastating as the Boros cards.
They're creatures. They can be killed.
Yeah, they are creatures. Yeah.
Devil
Yeah.
Dinosaur and Moon Girl, like you said. It's a great
Yeah.
card, but you can be killed. The Vision, great card, but it can be killed.
Yeah.
So they're good. They're not game mega altering if they get killed, but yeah, great stuff. Really cool match. Congrats to Team Systematic for making day 2. And that's going to do it here for round number 7 for us. We got 1 round left. We got our players on the edge. Remember, the cut here is 6-2. That's a difficult cut.
Such a tough tournament.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
a very tough cut. We have a lot of great teams battling for it. And, I mean, there's going to be some heartbreaks. So we're going to find out what happens coming up soon. Round 8's coming up. Be right back. Welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in sunny Las Vegas. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister.
Hey.
We got round 8 coming up in just a little bit, but we're getting things all set up. Kind of setting the stage here for our final round. But we have a little bit of time to kind of go over where we're at. You know, let's do a check-in, Corey. So
let's do it, buddy.
Let's kind of go over this event itself. So schedule-wise, where are we at today, and more important, what's happening tomorrow?
All right, so we are just about to be heading into that final round. Now, there's going to be a bit of a wrinkle here at the end of the round. We do see it 6 or 2 or better, or tied with 48th place. So depending on how big this tournament is, you know, I talked to some teams that were X and 3. They're still in the event, Jim. So, they think that there is a solid chance, or at least a chance. You know, they didn't seem like the most confident team.
Wait, Corey, don't.
Yeah.
Don't give me hope.
I might give you hope.
You missed it. It's okay.
But but it is possible that, 6 and 3 or 5 and 3 could possibly make it in if there's not enough players that go to 48th place or more with 6 and 2 records. So that's what we're still living in for now. We'll have that last round of Swiss coming up. And then day 2, for anybody who wants to come back and watch, well, day 2 is going to be really exciting. 11 a.m. is when the broadcast is going to start. And that's a little later than normal because, well, these players will be building another team seal deck. You do not play with the pools that you have. You are trying to get another pool. So the players that made it in because, well, they had the most busted rares ever, they either got to do that again or, hey, maybe they're just great limited players and they can make it work with not as exciting a pool. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then 6 rounds of Swiss. And then once we get to the top 4, we're going to draft in a 6-person draft. And those players will play against each other. Those 2 top 4s will head to the finals. They'll draft one more time, play against each other, and that will be to decide who gets those really sweet trophies, those Infinity Gauntlets, and is going to walk away as the champion of the Spotlight.
Yeah, some folks are going to be happy to have a new sealed deck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Some folks are going to be sad. You know, those folks that had, scrapped it up with this bad deck to 6-2, and they're like, thank God we could open some new packs. And then, some teams have some pretty insane decks. Sorry, you gotta try again.
Yeah, maybe the EXO teams are they'll probably be like, I would like to just continue playing with my deck if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So, and then top 8 draft's going to be awesome because we're going to see the team draft format. And the team draft format is very different than a regular draft.
So different.
In an 8-player draft, players trying to cooperate. But in a team draft, what's going on?
A lot is going on. You're trying to draft where, of course, you want to build great decks, but you also want to make sure that you're not passing bombs. You are not going to be passing the Civil War card by any means. You could be in Golgari. You should never pass that card.
You might pass it, but your teammates are not going to team with you again.
Yeah, because even if you pass it and you have a vibe that the person to your left is not in red or white, they're not going to pass it to your teammate, you know? So there'll be some kind of mind games when it comes to that, but it is a very different experience. Team sealed building, when you have 12 packs, those decks are going to look better than individual draft decks. Team drafts, those decks are going to look much worse than maybe 1v1 sealed decks. Your decks kind of look atrocious.
Right, so we see here on the screen, this is kind of the breakdown of all the archetypes.
Yeah.
That's going to be tougher in a team draft where you're not going to be able to necessarily get the pieces you want because everyone's scrapping it out, cutting cards left and right. So what archetypes do you think kind of slot well into that sort of team draft format tomorrow? Where an archetype where you can have things kind of go wrong and still kind of scrap out, hate a pick or two, and still have a functional deck.
I think it's going to be a lot. Like, the thing that would come to my mind would be something like Naya Heroes. Like, you didn't have enough good cards in just Celestia to have like a streamlined Celestia Heroes deck. You had to splash red just to have enough playables. Like, I think that's what we're going to be looking at when it comes to team drafting. It's not going to be, I have this busted Simic counter deck like we just saw from Matt in the last round. It's not going to be, I have this busted synergistic artifact blue-red deck. The decks are going to look very scrappy.
Awesome. So let's take a look at our players in the standings right now who might be drafting tomorrow. Of course, getting a little ahead of ourselves because I'm just so excited to see this team draft go down. But let's peek at our standings to see what teams are doing great. And we have 3 teams. We got these are our round 6 standings. Round 7 standings will come in just a little bit here. We'll get all set up. We had 3 undefeated teams going into the round. Mm-hmm. And I believe there's only 1 left.
Only 1. Okay, so it could have been we had 2, but you did see the team that played down probably didn't make it.
I think it's what Nick said, but don't quote me on it.
We'll quote Nick on it, though.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
Yeah. Just right under the bus right there.
Yep. So let's see if we can get our round 7 standings up and take a peek. We'll try.
Yeah, we'll try. Third time, I believe, is the charm, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah. Let's take a look at round 7 standings one more time.
Good stuff.
Yeah, but we'll see. There was the 3-6-0 teams.
Hold on. Dormammu? I've come to bargain.
Yeah. Stop giving me these references I don't know, okay?
I don't want to spoil that one for you,
Yeah.
so if you ever watch that movie. But
We're only throwing Nick under the bus here, not me as well. Come on, buddy.
But
You
it's so much
know
fun.
I don't know those references.
I mean, you've seen Endgame. The Don't Give Me Hope one that's a common meme format too.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
All right, so we'll work on those standings if we can a little bit, and we'll see see what's going on. We've got a bunch of great players here playing in this event. It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah.
And the scary part for kind of newer teams playing in this tournament is, imagine they make it. Dream scenario happens, they make it to top 4. They're happy. And they sit down for a team draft against Sperling, Reitzel, and Williams.
Yeah.
These are Magic pros that have been doing it for 20 years. And like I was saying earlier in the broadcast, back in the day at the Pro Tour, team drafting was everything.
Yeah.
Team drafting after the Pro Tour, you would team draft till 4 in the morning on Sunday night. Team drafts were flying. It was a big point of pride in the pro community of me and my boys from Long Island don't get to see your boys from Florida that often.
Yeah.
Let's team draft.
Let's battle.
We're better than you, and we're going to crush you.
Exactly.
And that was a big
and
part
then
of the culture.
sometimes you get humbled,
Yeah.
and you're like,
for sure.
we're good at our local area, but turns out, the Luis Scott Vargas, Paul Cheon, I can't remember who their third was. They always had just a sicko squad as well.
I don't remember either.
But yeah, I mean, it was those two and someone else. But I mean, you play against a squad like that, and you're like, they're playing a different game.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was where a lot of players kind of got their names, too.
Yeah.
Where you'd have players who were, like, really good moto grinders who hadn't had Pro Tour success yet, but you knew. Like, remember Adam Chambers?
Oh, it was Raptor, of course. Yeah.
Raptor, right.
And speaking of, you said Moto Ringers. I mean, Joshua DeLayton came from the streets of Magic Online, and
Remember player Adam Chambers?
Sounds familiar. But
From the Northeast, an absolute team draft killer. Like, he would do things in team drafts you wouldn't even, what?
Yeah.
And like...
Yeah, like his decks maybe don't end up good, but he train wrecked the two people around him.
Because the team draft's a different game.
It
in
is.
A regular draft, you're trying to cooperate, and like, I'm red-green, you're blue-white, here's your blue-white rare, you're red-green rare.
Yeah.
A team draft is like a train wreck.
Yeah.
It's a disaster. It's players who are actively trying to team draft, trying to cut the best cards, the old hook, where you'd open up like 2 good red cards, you would take one, pass the other one, and then cut red super hard. Or even just like pass a good red card almost intentionally, kind of cut it. So
I do think that stuff has gotten harder as things go, just because there used to just be unplayable cards in booster packs. It's not really the case anymore. The D-level cards are still solid.
Right.
So it's harder for team drafts to just you have an unplayable deck. But that stuff can still come up. And the last time we saw team drafting at a Pro Tour, maybe this wasn't even team drafting, but, the Sliver Pro Tour, where they found something really cool, and they were able to take that down with that, which was really cool with Jake Van Lunen and company. But, yeah, we haven't seen it at this stage in a while, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's so cool to watch and watching players who are on another level. And then the players who can find the really undervalued cards that you get late. And really find a way to utilize those. So when the draft gets scrappy, finding the right bad card sort. But you are right, though. The play booster era is different than the old school era. Back in the old team drafting days, your pack had 1 rare, 3 uncommons, and that was it. All commons. These days with multiple rares, you might open a pack that's Photon and Civil War. And all right, I had to pass Civil War because I had to take Photon or vice versa.
Your teammate's still going to yell at you. You passed that card? Be like,
I took. What do you want me to do? You gotta pick 2 draft.
There you go. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend that unless they have specified that's the format. That's just my professional advice here.
That's good advice.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, so we're gonna hop down to our round 8 feature match now and see which of our players are gonna be setting up for that draft. Hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, and
I know those guys. Oh man.
And there they are.
Wow.
This is a fantastic match.
I mean, honestly, we're paying attention to the team on the left. The team on the right is amazing. Mason Buonadonna has been doing great. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer took 2nd in the Player of the Year race last year, and Basil Nasri took 2nd in Arena Champs last year as well. So all 3 of those players are phenomenal as well. So we have a treat on our hands, everybody.
Yeah, a little new school versus old school here. Right?
Yeah.
So Dave Williams, of course, Longtime old school pro, very busy with other things these days, but
Yeah.
loves a good limited game. Got started off with a Gorilla into a Echo.
Yeah.
Pretty cool card, able to copy abilities. A card you would think you need to work for, but you don't.
Yeah, you really don't.
It just works.
Yeah, and big props to David Williams. Started his commentary career for the World Series of Poker and stuff. He's been doing a great job. I've enjoyed watching that. That stuff's been really, really cool. And I tested with him back in the day at Worlds Chiba. I mean, I don't even know. Was that like 2011?
Yeah.
It was so long ago, to say the least. So, a great player, no doubt.
So pretty cool combo here for Michael. We got the Mana Dork and then the enchantment that can tap stuff. But the Gorilla was already in play. So Michael offering up the enchantment to kill the Gorilla, getting a loot off of the thing. He can make a blue mana to use only for artifacts. You don't have to use it.
Yeah. Okay, that is a sick combo.
Yep.
That is a sick combo. So even if the Gorilla got great use here, Michael Plummer can at least try to presumably find red.
Right. So here comes Undercover Scrawl. And Death Toucher. Echo gets in for 1. Great development turn for David. And going back Michael's way, looking for something here. Looking for an extra color or two. A couple red cards in hand. Looking for a mountain. And good draw, though.
Yeah.
We see a little robot. Irby.
This card, has it is a card that I kind of thought was closer to unplayable before I started actually playing with the cards. It's played out very well, and some of the teams that I greatly respect have had this card very much highly regarded.
And it's a good card in general.
Yeah.
Specifically good in the artifact deck, where it being an artifact matters. You cast it on turn 3 with the Helper, which is a big deal.
Yeah, that is great.
So found the mountain. Good job, Michael. Going back David's way. And David's got only a few cards in hand. That you're going to get it. The Serpent. Going to say, hey, Herb, you want to trade? And Irby says no.
And is that just pump it up? Is that a double power up? That's how it works, huh?
Oh, wow. All
You
right.
copy the ability, huh?
All right, so power up. And then the
Yes.
Echo will tap to copy the power up ability. So coming in
Copy
for
up the powered ability.
coming in for
Coming in
5.
for 5.
5. And going back Michael's way.
I figured 2 examples was enough for that joke. I think everyone appreciate that's at home.
And more helpers. So Hydraulic Helper speaks to really doing the thing.
Yeah.
Right?
The card has just been great too, but you definitely do need, it's a build-around card, no doubt.
All right, so more setup for Michael. Not too much else, though. Found the red mana, but didn't use it yet. Speaks to possibly an instant. And now going back David's way and coming right in with that Death Toucher. And Irby jumps in. Uh-oh.
And the blink. Oh, yeah, let's go. Block before damage, blink the herb, draw an extra card. And Michael's got a nice little deck here. This looks like a lot of fun.
This is a bit of Irby kind of being more of it looks like at face value, right?
Yes.
It's an artifact, so you can cast it quickly. You can blink it. Awesome. Finding that extra value. So, David, think about this. Is there a way to remove Irby? And if there is, it's still a pretty good exchange. The vehicle's still in play. Having to use a kill spell on Irby kind of stinks. And
ooh, there's that 7-mana double bounce spell, which is just, an absolute game breaker. Card's incredible.
yeah, interesting to see that card at common because it's such a widely game-breaking card.
Yeah.
And a little team coordination here between Matt and David.
And easily could be, like you were saying, the team on the left, all of them established pros, Pro Tour winners, Pro Tour top 8ers. Paul won Amsterdam the first time we went there, defeating my brother in the final, so I'll always know that one, that's for sure. But, they do not have the same kind of time they can put into the game, so that could have easily been David just like, what's the card I need to play around? That kind of stuff can definitely happen.
All right, well, big-time punch to Irby. The poor little robot gets smashed, but the vehicle's still around. The shield flying car is still there.
Yeah.
And still able to be 3/3 flyer for a crew of only 1.
Yeah. That was a great exchange for Plummer.
Yep. So, back Plummer's way, a bunch of artifacts in play. And not really a great turn for David either because that cost a development turn.
Yeah.
Didn't really get to do much.
Yeah, and it soaked up 5 damage as well. So Jessica Jones coming down. I have loved this card as well. This card goes unchecked. Every other turn, you're drawing 2 cards. It's just so good.
All right.
It, of course, is kind of slow, but...
She could also drive a car.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
shield flying car gets screwed and pops into the air for 3 damage.
Does have her license if she's a private eye, I would imagine, yes.
I sure would hope so. Although living in the city, maybe you don't need a car. License,
That's a good point. Yeah,
So-
yeah.
All right, back David's way. David's last turn did not go the way he wanted. We'll see how this turn goes. And Still feels like Michael hasn't really hit everything that Michael wants to be doing. There's still mana to works in play and mana to be spent. You know, I think there's still more to come from Michael's side of the board.
She-Hulk from David Williams as an option to just play and blow up the flying car. And then we see the 7 mana ability to bounce 2 things and make a 6/5 hexproof creature, which ends up being awesome. So, all right, another block, another car.
Wow.
Michael is cruising.
Michael's deck's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Michael is absolutely cruising.
Yeah, it is not the shield flying car. It is a shield flying car.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
multiple cars here in the garage.
So block and blink, nullifying 5 damage.
The She-Hulk is great here. A huge reach blocker that prevents some of the aggression Michael has, as well as just blowing one of them up.
She-Hulk, the powerful, uncommon power-up creature.
Yep, and I believe that's Hulk Smash as well in hand. So, David, I mean, this is game 1, and look how much anti-artifact stuff. So this actually could just be great pairing for David, you know?
All right, so here comes She-Hulk. And then 6 mana is the power-up cost reduced by the mana cost. She-Hulk, Jade Defender going to power up. Gotta get a counter and destroy an artifact or enchantment. Goodbye to one of those cars. Hulk does love smashing cars.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And now, great stabilizing agent for David. Back Michael's way. Michael's had a cool trick basically every turn of his game. We'll see what the next spot is.
I mean, this is great. Just Jessica Jones getting to do these 2 things is awesome. You can start by tapping the 2 robots to get the Forge into play, see what you can do next. But either way, this is Michael somewhat spinning his wheels, pun intended, here with all these cars, but still solid. You can't deny Jessica Jones tapping to literally give you essentially 4 cards. You're going to draw off the Forge, you're going to connive. Like, there's some nice value going on here.
Yeah, tough because the scheming puts a card on top of the library or second card down.
Yeah.
A lot of these creatures in play you don't really want to give David a second shot at.
If Michael had perfect information here, he would be putting that the scroll on top.
Mm-hmm.
Just get you one farther card away from casting the devastating 7-drop.
All right, well, it's going to be cast 2 cards that were hit, so we're going to see.
Hard to not pick that one, though, too, you know?
Yep, so we're going to see the Death Toucher counters Begone. Going to go into the library, either second from the top or at the bottom.
If there's not a land on top, David's going to be thinking, like, okay, the train wreck scenario, if I don't top deck land 7 right now, dang, I have to draw a specialist the turn after. So I think he's going to think a good amount and put it on the bottom.
I agree.
But, you know, David is a man who, through his career, knows the odds.
Yep.
And calculates the odds very, very much as he, took second in the main event of the World Series of Poker and has a great resume when it comes to Magic and poker.
Got to think it through. And these removal spells are fun because they put you in the squeeze and going to put it on top. Okay, so Dave says if there's not a land on top of my library, I am not attacking with Atlantis for a few turns.
And, of course, I'll never question David Williams, so I can misrepresent or misread the situation for sure.
And now Michael's got a bunch of cards in hand.
Yeah, but is about to get smacked here for 5, 6, 7 at the very minimal. Can take half of Michael's life total right now if he so chooses. That's not land 7 from David, so, you know, the scenario I was kind of talking about, not casting that spell here for at least a couple of turns.
All right, so David's turn. Deciding if wants to go on the offensive, and if so, how much. It's going to be just the She-Hulk, so in for 5. Michael, of course, takes it with nothing available.
I did see a Photon Blast Barrage in hand from Michael Plummer, a card that is okay. It's a little expensive, but, man, when you got a ton of mana, it's great.
All right, so the Abomination comes down. We got a Hulk deck here. Abomination, Terrifying Titan can fight, but again, at that 7 mana threshold. So pretty far away from that. 7 mana, the big flashpoint for David. Not quite there yet. Back Michael's way.
Still no red source number 2, and ooh, that is a counter spell off the top. So now even if we do hit land 7, go for the big spell. Michael does have the answer.
Yep, Jessica Jones still stunned. And that is a +1/+1 counter from the Connive from the prior turn. So the stuns wear off next turn.
Yeah, and, you know, on the other side, David. That's not a negative counter. We do usually use black dice for negative. It is a plus, a power up.
All right, so we're going to start off with some card draw here. It's tapping 1 robot and 3 lands to draw 2 cards off the Futurist Forge. Kind of a sign of weakness from Michael.
Yep, David pretty happy about that. Wow, I did just see Truck Toss. This is maybe the best Truck Toss deck I've ever seen. There's so many vehicles. Like, 2 mana deal 4 to a creature is really, really nice. Is that 2 of them? Is he tossing double trucks?
I mean, he's playing against the Hulk deck, and Hulk decks like tossing trucks, I guess. I'm sure. I don't know where I was going with that.
No, please, finish your point there. I want to hear it.
Hulks like tossing trucks, but the trucks are being tossed at the Hulks, so they're going to enjoy it. Thanks, buddy.
Bravo, bud. Take a bow for that one, okay?
Thank you. I'd say I'll be here all day, but this is our last round. We'll be back tomorrow, so.
You might not have a job after that comment, to be honest.
Maybe I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see. All right.
Tough spot. So I think the last card in hand is the Hulk Smash here from David. And we know we're about to top deck the Specialist.
Pretty cool game where both players are getting kind of squeezed on resources and having to navigate through.
But this is definitely a scenario of Michael has so many cards in hand. You know, so if David gives Michael enough time, I think the long game goes to Plummer.
Okay. It's David Williams on the aggressive here, on the offensive.
And he's drawn the Specialist, which is just so kind of lackluster. But this is what David is thinking right now is next turn, if I want to play Specialist, power it up, copy the ability, I can't Hulk Smash. So to be mana efficient, David would have to do it now. And Michael Plummer, you know, an absolute shark. He's going to pick up, okay, what are you thinking about? Obviously, you have a 2-mana thing. You have a Lightning Strike or you have a Hulk Smash. And Michael's going to pick up on this long pause. You know, even the goats, they can bleed information too, and right now they're saying what they have.
Yeah. Matt's just saying, I won game 1. I'm great.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. It's like, you do you, man.
All right, so talking it through.
Let's pull up Hulk Smash on the screen, as that definitely feels like what that alternate version is. And destroy target non-creature artifact.
Or bite.
Yeah. So, I mean, the one thing is you can't really destroy the vehicle, right? Because you can just create in response, and then it would fizzle, right?
You can just teamwork and try.
But it would still fizzle, right? I would think.
Yeah, it would fizzle, correct.
Yeah,
but it forces the tap at least.
So, I mean, this is going to be a blowout as Plummer gets to then truck toss on the creature that's about to do some smashing.
Well, obviously the She-Hulk would smash, and the toss does 4, right?
Yeah, I mean, whatever creature. Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
It's not a fight, it's a bite. So,
I mean, I think he pointed to the 4/4.
Oh.
Like, that just what it looked like. But, you know, the thing is truck toss, it's an uncommon. It's not the easiest thing to play around. And it might just be saying if you had a removal spell or a bounce spell, I don't want you to get my She-Hulk, but wow.
All right, so I assume it was going to be a kill and then untap and attack. Michael is at 9, so enough big things to come through and get the job done.
Interesting.
I mean, truck toss was castable, right?
I guess if you truck toss, that would have been a second creature in the yard, and then the skull goes to a 3/3. The She-Hulk was a 5/5, and then there was the Echo as well. So, wow. Like, that was exactly 9 coming back, even if you truck toss the biggest creature.
Whoa, what is going on over here? There's 5 copies of Rapid Response just popping out. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there you go. So David looks to take game number 1 there in kind of, I want to say, anticlimactic fashion.
Surprising fashion.
Yeah, you know, the game seemed like it was really getting in, but a couple big Hulks and a slightly low life total.
Yeah.
And that will do it. Woo.
Yeah. I didn't think Michael was going to lose that game, but yeah, Hulk Smash was kind of the perfect card.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that yeah, for sure. Good stuff.
Wow.
All right, so everyone shake that one off for a second, and as our players get ready for game 2.
Those are one of those games that, like, you know, if you're a player, you know, even watching it, you try to just not live in that game when you go to the next game. Like, it felt like with that many things, with that many cards in hand for Michael, he's got to think that there was a way that he let that one slip.
For sure.
That's what I would think if I was in that situation. But, yeah.
Too many cards, too many options.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Well, Michael's going to look to recover here, and with Sperling and Dave both up a game, looking great here to possibly be one of our 7-1 players going into day 2. But we got to talk for a second
Let's talk.
about one of my favorite spots,
Ooh. What's your favorite spot?
Dallas-Fort Worth.
Oh.
And I am so excited for this event for such a wide amount of reasons.
Yes.
I love Dallas-Fort Worth. It was my favorite travel city back in the day on the SCG Tour. And I love The Hobbit.
You really do. I mean, you've known a lot of Marvel lore here, but, man, your Lord of the Rings lore is through the roof.
Yeah. Love it. So I am so pumped for this event. This is the one I have circled on my calendar 19 times.
19 times, okay.
And very excited for this one, and you should be too. Spotlight Series The Hobbit, going to be happening at SGCon Dallas, September 4th to the 6th. All your information is on StarCityGames.com/SGCon, but all you need to know is be there.
Yeah.
That's
it's
it.
going to be great. And I'm with you, man. I love the barbecue in Texas, so I'll be eating a lot of that. And you might just see us on some Friday side events and stuff like that, as well as we'll be bringing coverage here of that one as well. So it's going to be an absolute blast.
All right, our players ready to go for game number 2. We see a Death Touch creature, once again a serpent, and there's Loki. This is one of the Loki variants, and this one is able to copy your spells. Very potent card.
Such a good card. Yeah, it's devastating. Imagine Dave just went 2-drop creature and you just go double lightning strike it. Like, the game's over.
Yep. So passing back with mana open in Loki, so a little bit of a standoff here. Land 3 for David. Those dual lands are really good in this format. They are basically just dual lands. That's Taiga.
It really is, yeah. In limited for sure. And it's really cool that, in standard we got a nice kind of new land. But, oh, no, Michael missed a land drop there, huh?
Yeah, and both players not doing anything. Just showing respect.
Yeah.
Here comes the Ant, though. And then it comes along with a treasure or a food, if Michael's okay with that.
Yeah.
And it looks like he is.
Okay.
And then we're going to see a flying car in the end step. No blinks, so just playing the car as a 3-3.
Yep, nothing too special there, that's for sure. See, that looks like land 4. Finally hit red source number 2.
All right.
You got to think if Michael hit that a little earlier, that Photon Blast Barrage would have done some nice work. And honestly, look how great it would be right now. It'd be a 2-for-1. You just kill both.
All right. Just going to have a Crimson Operative. So going to exile the top card. It's going to be a 5-drop, so got to find a land next turn, but you can cast that possibly.
Yeah, both Dave and Michael know there's no land in hand. It wouldn't make any sense.
All right, and can crew up. Send that Card of a Sky is in for 3 damage in the air.
Yep.
And, ooh.
Hulk smash time.
Hulk smash again. And that's just going to be a bite using the Death Toucher. So not the destroy non-creature artifact because you can just recrew it. So going back David's way, great start for David. Here's land 5. Baxter building a powerful land to have access to in your green decks as well as a card draw engine.
It is close to being able to destroy vehicles, like really blow out Michael. If Loki wasn't there in response to the crew,
yes,
you can get everything. So vehicles can get Hulk smashed, to say the least.
All right, so they come in. We're going to see Loki going to try and trade with the army. A bit of a sign of desperation for Michael.
Yeah.
With this really powerful 2-drop, trading with a card's already gotten its value, but.
Looks like we might just be powering up the specialist. We did see David has at least another land and the powerful 7-drop blue spell in hand.
Atlantis attacks.
Yeah, Atlantis attack is just busted. If you can get that 6/5 on a battlefield like this, I don't know if Michael's deck is equipped to deal with that. So
big draw step. Is it a land?
Yeah, land to cast the free 5-drop. It slid all the way to the side, so I kind of think not.
Ouch. All right. Ooh, the Scarlet Witch.
Oh.
Let's bring that one up because that's a pretty interesting card.
Yeah. Instants and sorceries, you cast with mana value 4 or greater, cost X less to pay. Wow. All right.
Pretty good with that X spell, right?
Yeah.
All right. So going back David's way.
Well, okay. So the 7-drop. I keep forgetting the blue 7-drops.
Atlantis attacks.
Atlantis attacked. Also in Michael Plummer's hand.
Oh.
So now Michael is 1 land away from casting that, right?
All right. Atlantis attacking both sides.
Whoa.
It's an Atlantean civil war. This card is extremely powerful.
I'm yet to cast it, and I lose to it all the time.
I've also only lost to it.
Yep.
All right.
Good times.
Just kidding. Going to see a big-time punch on the Scarlet Witch. Here comes the Serpent. And again, a turn where David had not a bad turn, but had to spend time answering things, not deploying things.
Yeah, but I mean, 2 lands and then the big bad spell coming down. But now do you play it into open mana? I feel like you kind of can't.
Missed land drop again for Michael. Stuck on 4
Yeah.
lands here. And oh boy, David says, windmill slam. Here it comes. Atlantis attack.
Wow, it didn't resolve. It looks like that was an okay.
So now we're not going to see the teamwork here. Just going to make the hexproof 6/5 Leviathan, bouncing the operative. That's super great. And here's a truck toss on the Death Toucher. So 6/5 hexproof looks pretty good against an opponent who's struggling with lands.
And just a blue-red deck in general. Wow. And you know what David drew?
Oh.
Another one.
Oh,
Another 6/5. Oh, man. We're noticing a theme. There's a lot of that card at the top tables.
yeah, and not legendary. That's just a Leviathan, not the Leviathan.
Yeah.
So Michael has some serious work to do here. We're going to start things off with just a little helper bot. Does need help. That I mean, you know, if you need help, you call the helper bot, right?
I guess. She-Hulk off the top, too. So, man, everything kind of coming up D. Williams here.
Oh, yeah, She-Hulk time. She-Hulk loves to smash.
Yep. Doing some solid smashing here.
And operative down, Leviathan in. Oh, my. Michael.
Yeah, this is trouble.
Michael's in a world of hurt. This is the point where you kind of lean over to your teammates and say, all right, guys, I need to pick me up here.
Also, how have Mason and Paul not finished a game? That must be a heck of a game they got going on right now.
Maybe we'll get a chance to peek in. It's
Yeah.
just-
They're both chatty players, though, too. They might be having a good time.
all right, again, a pass from Michael. This
Wow.
is tough. The good-
Michael's deck actually does look really awesome, but, man, it just has not been delivering the goods.
Yeah, got to make some land drops here. And back David's way. And now, oh my, just so much power coming in.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
I feel like Leviathans and Hulks would like to hang out together.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
All right, so here's the helper. I'm going to block the trampling She-Hulk, not the hexproof creature. So something's probably up here if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Yes, no, maybe so. Do a little helper dance. And we're going to see. Ooh, okay.
A little depower action.
Depower.
Still not killing the She-Hulk by any means, so very much needs more than that.
Yeah, so take so much damage down from the Leviathan. No trample on She-Hulk. The helper lives. Here's an undercover scroll and a passive a turn.
I like that. You know, Dave could have just jammed the other one. The still had all these moment, but instead plays that.
Look at this.
Yeah.
The double Atlantis attack deck on both sides of the table, but David Williams takes the best of it with a pretty decisive 2-0 victory against Michael Plummer.
Yep.
And whew, that was a nice one.
Impressive stuff. I mean, Michael Plummer, phenomenal player, was on just one of the most insane heaters, you know, this last year. Won the Arena Champs, missed out on Worlds on Breakers, won Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, you know.
He had to lose eventually.
Eventually.
You know,
but that's
so-
the kind of streaks you get into. You feel powered up, to say the least. But deck really didn't perform, and David made that look pretty easy.
Yeah, and
Yep.
I think a big statement to see the Atlantis attacks as a 2-of in both decks.
Yeah.
Feels like a card you might play as a 1-of. Also feels like a card you might replace with a rare or an uncommon in sealed, but
Yeah.
that powerful, really, really cool. But
That card's just been insane.
Yeah.
Every time we've seen it cast, like that card's a common?
that's what I was going to say. That's a common what? But there it is. So big important card, but we're going to hop down to our A match. Take a look at Paul Reitzel.
And Mason Buonadonna. Cool.
And we'll see what they're up to because they hadn't finished the game yet. We
Yeah.
have no spoilers here at all as far as how they're doing.
I guess we have one spoiler. It's going to take a bit, so strap on in as we're going to watch a nice long one here in action, and I'm excited for it. Both players are amazing. Mason Buonadonna, his one Pro Tour top 8. Well, it was the tournament where Michael won. He's playing Amulet and top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. And then, you know, you and I have been casting a lot of these SCG events. You know, the RCs, the spotlights. He's pretty much there every time. And you know where else he's at? Deep in the standings, pretty much every single tournament, having great runs.
It's a name we said a few times.
Yes.
Ooh, hello. Iron Man armor, suit
Oh.
up, get that arc reactor powered up because we are flying in the air. So
Yeah.
the Brave Brawler somehow broke into Tony Stark's stronghold, stole some Iron Man armor, and is now flying +2/+1 and flying on the lifelinker. A great way to start a game.
That card is extremely powerful. It's a mythic for a reason. Very, very powerful. And the fact that you can pay 2 to just turn it into a card construct is what we commonly call it.
Well, that's very interesting because this is a
Yeah.
card I would think we would see in Michael's deck,
Yeah.
which is the artifact deck. So possibly a bit of a statement here about his deck building, saying Mason's deck needs this way to kind of get flying and push through.
Yeah, needs some ways to close out the game.
Yep. All right, so, really cool card.
Ooh, Cloak and Dagger, right?
Cloak and Dagger, you choose a creature and then look at their hand. You can either exile the creature you chose or a card in hand until Cloak and Dagger leaves. And it has Death Touch and Lifelink, too.
Yeah, that's a great card. So you get, what do you choose here? That's the one from the hand or the chosen creature. I mean, it's pretty tough to not take the creature that's already here, right?
Right, and the big thing is
Yeah.
the kill spell in hand is a fight spell. And fighting a Death Toucher is not usually a winning proposition. So, takes the creature.
Yeah, and you are able to cast the agent from hand and then go nuts on it. So that's great, but that will just be destroying the tapper.
Hey, Cloak and Dagger is very sneaky, able to somehow get inside of the Iron Man armor,
Yeah.
extract the Brave Brawler, and the armor falls to the ground.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, and then we see there's your teamwork right there. Go Nuts taking out the tapper, so Sharon Carter a little bit bigger.
But now, I mean, Mason has a great play. Equip that armor, attack, sack a clue, take 6. That's an awesome spot. So Paul wants to have the best possible play for that. And, one lightning strike would be devastating to that kind of line of play.
Absolutely. Paul likes the lightning strike.
Oh, he sure does. He sure does.
I lost to Paul in a Pro Tour. It was the first modern Pro Tour in Philly. In Limited, and he had 4 Incinerates in his deck.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've played against Paul 3 times at Pro Tours, all in limited. I'm 0-3.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't going to ask.
I have actually,
but I knew.
I've actually only won 1 game too. Like Paul has my number at Pro Tours. It's not close.
Yeah, not a player you're going to play against in Limited. So
No, or constructed,
that's true.
or Yahtzee.
Brave Brawler of Paul's Zone comes down, and here we go. So here's the test. Iron Man armor on, Sharon Carter in, no removal spell.
Yeah, once you attack, the test is passed.
Yep.
As you'd want to kill that beforehand. I like Mason, just like I got a jam. I don't care that I'm playing against Paul Ritzel. I have to make him have it,
Yep. So an agent comes down as well, and a land drop. So
Yep.
only 1 card in hand for Mason, but this Sharon Carter is such a great engine where if it lives for a few turns, making those clues, really big game changer.
God, I want to say, I thought I saw Hulk Smash in hand from Paul, and didn't cast it. That would be kind of wild. So I feel like I am not seeing that correct,
Yeah.
because that would have been pretty nice. So
Oh,
is that the Necrotol, I believe?
that's Electra.
Our promo card, actually, maybe not that specific one for the teams that
I hope not.
yeah, you actually take it from Paul Ritzel's deck.
See, Electra comes down and destroys the agent. Can't hit the Sharon Carter. It's too big now.
Yep.
And then Cloak and Dagger comes in. Little Death Touch and Lifelink. And going to talk through this a little bit and see what the vibes are at.
I think it's the classic, if you do sneak this, what happens? But, I mean, it's already played.
Yeah. That sneaky ship has sailed.
Yeah, Paul is not going to ask, like, oh, just for future reference. How does it,
Right.
that's it's not exactly who Paul is, I imagine,
Let's stop this on-camera game in progress where we're playing for a serious amount of everything. And
Exactly.
let's just, think about a rule that might have happened.
Exactly.
So Cloak and Dagger in, 2 damage dealt, and 2 lifelink gained. Having lifelink and Death Touch on this sort of like 2/2 Fiend Hunter-esque body is huge. It's a great blocker and a great attacker.
Yeah, could have been, hey, if my opponent does have the way to kill this within combat, the 1-mana deal to the Helicarrier Strike, where does this creature go is probably what Paul was asking.
Yep. Well, Sharon Carter is getting right back in the red zone. Another clue, and you can't let Sharon Carter do her thing for too long. A, she's flying and it's a lot of damage, and B, these clues really add up.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do. Get Mason back into this. I mean, Mason was 100% back against the wall, and ooh, that is a nice one here. The 4/4 that every creature you cast, you either get a 1/1 or you pump your team. Phenomenal card.
Yeah, Black Panther The uncommon signpost.
Yep.
Each color pair, of course, has a signpost uncommon that says, hey, I'm about this.
Only one, which is really cool. Like, that just really shows how important the commons are in this set, and I really like that. You know, when there's like 8 gold cards, it's like, okay, you build a sealed deck. I have 8 gold, you know, I have 7 green-white gold cards. I'm going to be green-white.
Yep.
That's not what this format is about. Like, I looked at my first sealed deck, and I'm like, oh, like, where is my signs pointing me to do something? I'm like, oh no, I have to figure this out myself.
All right, so big attack coming in. We got Cloak and Dagger and the Brave Brawler. Brave Brawler can power up to 4/3, and the Cloak and Dagger has Death Touch, so can trade off here and kill the Black Panther, gain some life. 4 life gain for Paul, 2 damage dealt to Mason, and now the Brawler comes back, which is fine. And we can see why this game took a while. Nice grindy game, a lot of exchanges, a lot of lifelink.
Players not cooperating with having the life pads ready to go, but we can always look at their actual life pads, see their total.
Ooh, a decoy ploy. Gonna return the Cloak and Dagger, and then play it immediately and say, Sharon Carter, get out of here.
So good.
So very calculated play from Paul. It looked like Paul was saying, I'd rather you have a 2/1 than a Black Panther. But as actually, I want the Cloak and Dagger back to get your more important card.
Yeah. And man, I think their decision to put this armor in this deck is great, because look at how much work it's done here. It has just done, it's the only thing that's been keeping Mason in this game. He's only cast 5 spells, but it's done some serious work.
All right, so back Paul's way. Again, we'll try and help you out with the life totals here. Apparently having a bit of tech issues, so we will let you know what they are as we go through the best we can. And Paul going to think it through. What's the next step? Here comes the Brave Brawler. Can power up. Electra staying home.
Interesting, because it can power up, but Mason's can power up.
Yep, so we got power up into power up looking for a trade.
Okay.
The armor gives +2/+1. Power up is 2 counters. And it's going to be a clue instead.
Okay.
So just going to...
Yeah, I guess it would still trade even if you powered up.
Right,
huh?
sure.
Yeah.
So already has +2/+1.
Yeah.
So no need to power up. He's going to sack the clue. And both players gain more life.
Mm-hmm. Looks like that's the Saga, the Origins of Avengers, I believe. Mason just top decked. A great card. Not as great in the late game here, but still, it scries, it replaces itself, and puts some counters on, so not too shabby.
So many Brave Brawlers.
Yes. I mean, hey, when you got that armor, it is a deadly combo, to say the least.
So thankfully, Origin of the Avengers has a fail state here. So you get to scry 2. Next turn, put in a hero card, 3 mana value or less for free. And if you don't, you get to draw a card, though.
Yeah, and sometimes even if you have the prerequisite creature, you still just draw a card. You're like, I'm going to tap my mana to put one into play anyways.
Yep. 2 mana, scry 2, draw a card, pump your team.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Very solid. So if you play it early, you can get that advantage by putting in a creature. And if you play it late, it replaces itself and probably is going to pump a lot of creatures. Not in this case, of course, but is what it is.
Looks like scries went top and bottom, and we're going back Paul's way. Paul, love the animation, Paul. Your swamp, mountain, plains, green-white duel, and then a villainous hideout.
Yeah, just like we drew it up.
Got quite the crew here of heroes and villains teaming together.
Just top decked a Red Guardian Super Soldier here.
The Red Guardian.
So has a nice little attack if this brawler does some blocking.
Going to start off with a Connive, though, on Electra.
Okay.
Cloak and Dagger is a hero. Patriot's a hero. Electra is not. I think she's like an anti-hero, though. Kind of like, you know.
Yeah, Electra's too good to not play, to say the least.
Yep. Discards a land of the Connive. Couple mana left over. And then big life licker on Mason's side. Very threatening. Can pick up that armor and attack for a lot in the air. Mega Baneslayer style.
Mm-hmm. So depending on life total, you can pretty much take this. But yeah, it must be a little bit closer than we think. Looks like that was up to 24 for Mason.
Interesting block.
19 to 24. Yeah, I'm shocked by that block. And by shocked, I don't like it if that's the life total that we had. But
and
we
then
shall see.
Some danger also in putting the Electra in the graveyard where Paul's able to recur it and cast it again.
Yeah.
But
and the fact that Mason didn't have another creature. When you have this build your own Baneslayer with no flyers on the other side, like,
Yeah.
just you negate pretty much all of Paul's attacks by that. So
Now, it does turn off the conniving of a land because it's the
Yeah.
only villain in play, but here we see hero in training, apologize.
yep,
And
there's She-Hulk.
yeah, and Agent Coulson on Paul's side. These decks are, of course, quite good,
Yeah,
given that they are 6-1. They've been battling all day.
I mean, they're all, world-class players as well, but, you do need some help from your pool a little bit when you're at this stage. Like, these teams have played against, I'm sure, some amazing pools along the way, and they've had to earn it, and looks like both pools very solid in their own right.
All right, so Paul, that kind of cards face down on the table, hands in lap, kind of like the chess thinking phase. You know,
Yeah.
don't touch the board. You don't want to make a move. And, of course, Agent Coulson, a really powerful card, can pump up all your heroes every single turn. And if the game stalls out, that's the kind of card you want to have. And those keywords on the Cloak and Dagger are relevant too, but just going to pass the turn back.
Yeah, not ideal. And now you crank that up, you get some counters on your things.
Yeah. Also important to note the Avengers Tower in Mason's mana base. When you're flooded, what a great thing to have access to try and find some heroes.
And this is with Chapter 3 on the stack. I'm wondering if there's any flash creature, and what do you know? There it is.
All right, we're going to take 1 second here, and we're going to pop out and get these lentils fixed up for you. So we're going to remind you about how you can sell your cards
Yeah.
at StarCityGames.com. So we'll get a quick fix here. We'll come right back with these lentils all fixed up. While we're waiting, listen, you got some Magic cards you probably don't want anymore.
I sure do.
You can sell them and buy cards you do want.
I actually did this earlier this week. I got rid of some extra stuff, and I bought myself a nice Grixis Death Shadow deck in Modern. So, yeah, this service is great. This service is absolutely great.
Great stuff. So check them out on sellyourcards.starcitygames.com and get that big 30% trade-in bonus.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see if we can hop back down to our match, get those totals all fixed up, and bring you more of Round 8 here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes Las Vegas. And we're going to come in live, actually, for game number 3. So tech issues, try and get those fixed up. We can see here David Williams has beaten Michael, as we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Sperling and Bassel in game 3, and Paul and Mason in game 3. Wouldn't have it any other way. So both players battling it out, trying to see who can go 7-1.
And we see the clock down to 13 minutes. So whoever won that game, it was a very long one, and then presumably evened up pretty quickly between these players. So, yeah, as it stands, if Matt or Paul win one game, we're done here. Both Mason and Nasri have to win both of these games.
All right, getting shuffled up and getting ready to go. Shuffle up, and let's draw. It's always an interesting thing when you get that feeling of you're drawing, your last hand of the day. This
Yeah.
is it. This is game 3, last hand of the day. Got to make it count.
All right.
Brave Brawler time. Lifelink was the story of game 1. Let's see if it's the story of game 3 here.
Yeah, let's see if that powerful equipment is ready to strap up again. That was definitely Mason's best card. Like, otherwise, it was just good old clean Magic. Green, white creatures. You got the hero in training, which is awesome, but Mason's deck, there's nothing really that flashy about it. Just good old-fashioned Magic.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, that the obvious choice would be to put the Iron Man armor in the artifact deck.
Yeah.
But Mason's deck needs it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, having it made it so he was even remotely in that game, let alone might have won it.
Yeah, and that's Team Sealed in a nutshell. Finding the right spot for all of your cards.
Yeah.
Black Widow comes down for Paul Reitzel off of his awesomely impressive mana base. And the little heroes are coming in. And we're going to see a block. So the powerful Black Widow goes to the graveyard. Trading off with the Brawler, 2 damage from the hero in training, 2 life gain for Mason, now up to 26.
What is that telling you? That would be telling me that, like, Paul has very good cards. All he has to do is get to the late game.
Yep. We also saw the Recursive spell as well in game 1.
Yeah,
Decoy
that's true,
Ploy.
too. Yep.
So try and set that one up. I think that Paul is clearly the long game deck here and the more powerful deck. Let's push the pressure on Mason to kind of get things done. And this curve out looks pretty good.
It sure does.
Curve
That
out-
was excellent.
Curve out looks pretty bad. Black Panther is out of here. Back down to a 2-2 for Mason.
Yeah, Black Panther is too powerful of a creature. It needed to be a little worse.
So hero in training coming right back in. And the curve out does continue. Here's Captain Marvel 4-4 flyer with a little bit of upside. And once again, we have Mason asking questions and Paul trying to answer them.
Yep. And nothing from Paul. Land pass. Very interesting to say the least.
Now, Captain Marvel is pretty interesting. If your opponent plays a spell, all of your things gain flash. So a lot of cards that normally don't have flash can possibly have flash and be a trick.
Why is it Marvel and not Captain Marvel? I figured you're the lore expert, but you didn't know this one, huh?
I could try and help. Yeah, Captain Marvel's a Kree, and Captain Marvel is like, okay. The problem is I don't know the whole comic story. I know the movie story.
All right.
I'm not going to try and act like I know what's going on
Our
here.
producer Brian here with a Wolverine hat, of course, knew the lore here. So, all right, thank you, Brian. Appreciate that.
I'll ask Brian later to clarify.
Yes.
We'll get back to it tomorrow. So here's Colleen Wing and an agent. The Red Guardian takes down the hero in training. And was that a no attack from the Marvel?
It has vigilance, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that was a pretty heads-up play from Mason, not attacking into the Red Guardian. Red Guardian, of course, can kill a creature that dealt damage this turn, so by the Marvel staying home.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really heads-up play.
That is a sicko read.
Yep.
I mean, it had to have been like, okay, you had to have something type of turn there for Paul, but yeah, that was an incredible play. But all right.
What a way to end day number 1 here with the best rare in the set. Captain America Civil War, the agent and the colony maker coming over. And I mean, that said, Captain Marvel is still kind of holding the fort.
Oh, and I think this might be land 6 plus She-Hulk to get rid of the Saga. Kaboom! I'll be taking those back,
Give me
Paul.
those back.
Knock it off, Paul. Give me those back. And wow, that had to be there. Land 6 had to be on top there. Otherwise, I think we were toast.
Yeah.
Huge draw from Mason.
You want to be 7-1 in this tournament, you got to beat at least a few Captain America Civil Wars. So well done. And now Paul's up against it.
Yeah, and I mean, just incredible play from Mason to not lose the 4-4 right now and instead lost hero in training. Like, impressive play from Mason Buonadonna.
Ooh, the 5th color of land. The connive on the Red Guardian, not the most exciting follow-up.
No.
So Paul's looking for something big here. To kind of swing back. And then we see Mason right in the window, Spider-Woman, which can tap down a creature. Web up, goodbye Marvel. So She-Hulk, a 2-2 and a 2-2. Ready to rock and roll. Spider-Woman in hand, can tap down the Red Guardian. Only 9 damage, though.
8, 9, yep.
A little bit short.
Short, but still just looking incredible and might not even try to deal with this. Say, if you want to trade with one of the 2 drops, so be it. And then whatever big spell Paul plays, Mason can ice that one down.
Yep, and we see Basil took down the game as well, so
whoa!
Everything's on Mason here, and Mason has things all lined up to push his team to 7-1 with a win over perhaps the best team in the tournament or one of the best teams.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, both of these teams have got to be top 10, no doubt. I mean, Paul's team easily can be top 1, but
all right.
It's got to be big.
It's the big play.
Okay, the Necrotol-style Electra, that would be a great start.
All right, so Electra takes down the Colleen Wing, but with Paul at 3, an end-step Spider-Woman tapping this thing down is going to do it. Here's the connive. That's not going to do it. We'll see a connive, and Mason says, nah, that's okay. Spider-Woman tap down Electra. She-Hulk finish the job. You can tell it's Spotlight Marvel superheroes, right?
Yeah.
Spider-Woman's helping out She-Hulk to take down Electra and the villains. The heroes win the day, and Mason, Michael, and Basil are 7-1 here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes.
And you saw Michael immediately go one of these to Mason. You know, it feels so good when you kind of get crushed, but you win the match. I mean, come on, that's nice. I had that feeling in the finals of a team tournament where I got absolutely wrecked, but I got the trophy at the end. It was the coolest thing. So, yeah, sometimes it works out that way, and it's really, really nice.
Yeah, that's kind of the cool part of playing with your buddies. You know,
Yeah.
it can go both ways.
Yeah,
You know, you can have it where you win, your teammates lose, and you're like, oh, but I won, you know? But yeah, really awesome and really, really awesome to see. So both those teams will be back tomorrow.
Yep.
We got 6-2 on David Williams' team still I expect big things from them tomorrow.
Yeah, 6-2. You know, I mean, the cut it's going to be completely wonky because, well, it's a cut to top 4. You know, it is not a gigantic tournament like we see some of our spotlights, 1,500 players or whatever. So who knows what the cut's going to be? But to be in control of their destiny, they probably do have to 6-0 for sure. But they might be able to have a loss.
Yeah, one interesting wrinkle in these team tournaments is that there are 900 players of a tournament.
Yeah.
Because there's only 300 teams, there's effectively 300 players in a tournament. So we just got word that we have one team at X0-1.
Only one undefeated.
System Magic, undefeated, not the perfect record, but 7-0 will do it. System Magic, Andrew Ellenbogen's team. You can make congrats to them.
Yep.
I'm sure we'll be seeing them probably round 1 tomorrow.
They can probably 4-2 into it tomorrow, you know, and, you know, a team that's so good at sealed as Andrew Ellenbogen and company are, you know, you got to like their chances as well. So it's been a great day of Magic, Jim.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow with more sealed deck, 6 rounds of sealed, and then we're cutting to our top 4
Draft
for a team draft into another team draft, and I can't wait. But unfortunately, we got to wait.
We have to wait.
Yeah, we got to get some dinner and get a good night's sleep. So we'll see all you back here tomorrow morning bright and early. I guess West Coast time isn't that bright and early, but you know, you show up and we'll be here, Marvel Superheroes Spotlight. See you tomorrow.